2 months meat. Love it. And another jolly good morning.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to some cheeky 7 days. It took ages to load in today. That wasn't me. And also, I had a rather inconvenient phone call just literally as I started the stream up, which always happens. It's strange how people time it for that. I think they know. Dibs, can I just start off today with a very, very sincere thank you. Thank you for the 2 months, bro. Thank you for the Twitch Prime sub. I appreciate you using that with us. And also to Cool. How you doing, bro? Thank you for the 2 as well, my friend. Thank you to Cool and Dibs. Appreciate the subs, guys. Thank you very, very much indeed. And a happy Tuesday morning to the pair of you. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it. I really do, mate. Thank you very, very much. A nice draw up in Discord yesterday, Dibs. We need to get that think tank running, don't we? I just need to find some time to ask people if they'd like to join us. You're right, Dibs. Morning, Nitaria. Morning, Noblet. How you doing, old Nobbers? Morning, Maglasha. Good morning, Advina. Good morning, Caskill. Good morning, Buck. Good morning, Big K. Cool. Thank you very much, mate. Appreciate it. You're right, Targo. Good morning, Shades. Good morning, Z. Oh, mate, Z. The little bears. Oh, they're so beautiful. Good morning, SCR. How are you and the family doing? And good morning, Missy. So how are we going to spend our channel points today? You're going to make me dance like an idiot. Yeah, we're going to be one of those streams. What do you think, Caskill? Just gonna dance around the stream room with my new underpants. That's what we're gonna do, mate. Yes, it's gonna be a thing of beauty. Why have I got all this in my? Oh, we were showing that gentleman yesterday, weren't we? Where all the bones? Where the bones? It's all about the bones. That doesn't go in there, does it? Thinking about it. Douche. Right, there we go. So, what am I missing in my bottom left down here? Meat stews is one of the things we are missing. Meat stews. Do we have any on the bubble? We did not have any on the bubble. Oh dear. So I am actually going to be consuming... Oh dear. Right, let's take some of that. Let's take some of those. Let's take some of that. Let's take some of that. And let's go and grab some of those. That's probably why I boiled them up. It's only going to be about 7 or 8, is it? I've got to be careful because I've not got my Yeti mug. I'm running a bit behind today, so if I knock this over. I fixed the laptop yesterday. I actually fixed a friend's laptop. Well, it wasn't his laptop. It was his daughter's laptop. Oh, 15's not too bad. That's actually not too bad. 14 minutes on the clock. There we go. Oh, look at that. Lovely jubbly. So you can go in there and see what fits in. If it doesn't, we'll go to overflow. Let's get this sorted, then I can drink coffee. See what you find, folks, in chat. There we go. Thanks, Diz. And thanks, Cool. Cool fish. Bears. Hang on, it was a bear, right? Hang on a minute, Z, you got me worried there. You're right, Advina. I'm going to get myself back into an early wake up. School starts next week. Are you definitely going back as planned, are you, Advina? Or... Yeah, what? So, how big is it, Dibs? I mean, is that something that would blow up appropriately, or what? I mean, good morning, Doc. Yeah, absolutely. Dance around in our underpants, Doc. Why not, right? Yeah, my mate's, let's put it this way, right? A laptop had a drink spill over it, which I'd already somewhat fixed a while back. And then apparently this laptop started not turning on. So they brought it back around here. I stripped it all the way down. It's really weird. There was like this, how can I put this? I could get it to turn on periodically. So I knew it wasn't broken. I'm thinking, well, there's no physical damage to it or anything, and it's clearly not software related because it's just simply a case of does it or doesn't it power on or off. So I stripped it all out, disconnected keyboard and mouse and all that, as in the touchpad thing with the ribbons. And I noticed there was this like black, how can I put it? It's almost like black masking tape, electrical tape across part of the mobile on the laptop. And I remember like lifting that up and cleaning some of the moisture around using some like extremely high alcohol content cleaning solution. And I'd noticed there must have been like a little residue of the juice left that got into the laptop. And do you know that you've probably seen it, Doc, because you tinker, don't you? Parts of the motherboard had got this. I can only describe it as like it's almost like a white toothpaste with the blue flecks within it. And I thought, well, that can't be good. So literally all I did was I took probably about 12 cotton buds by the end of it. And I dipped them in my 99.989 whatever it is % alcohol solution. And I very carefully removed this weird, almost dusty residue from the entire Mobo. I started, once I zoomed in on it, I started noticing there were little bits of it all over the place. And fingers crossed, it's working fine. Working fine there. So we'll see how we go today. Or they'll see how it goes today. Are you not cooking with the cans? What do you mean, Missy? Cooking with the cans? Oh, my, yeah, I will do. I will do. As soon as the farms run out, then yeah, I'll start making the chilies and the corn and stuff, Missy. He's doing it on purpose. I thought it was a bear. No, I'm not doing it on purpose. I thought it was a bear. Hang on. Stop. Go back. I know I called it a drop bear, a koala bear, and you said it was a sloth. Is a sloth not a sort of bear anyway? I know it is a sloth, but I always thought of the sloths as being bears. Are they not? Apparently not. You're right, Wassel. How are you doing? Good morning, Trump. Good morning, CM. A sloth is the Anteater family of Pilosa. I always thought of sloths as being like bear-like. They kind of just hug trees, don't they, all day? And they've got like very large claws. I thought they were like bear family or something. You're right, Dabs. Yes, it will play up to however large you need it to be. It's a vector image done on Illustrator, so it actually uses mathematics to keep lines smooth and for no pixelation to happen at all. Oh my god. Fucking hell, Dibs. That sounds crazy, bro. Oh, you're a fancy pants bloke. Wow, that's amazing. You're right, Caskell. What was this then, Des? Let's have a look. You were giggling like a schoolgirl. Fall Guys. I can't watch that go. I just can't do it, Des. To me, it's like Tetris. I understand people love it. I can't stand Fall Guys. I literally I can't make more than 60 seconds of it. I don't know whether it's the people I've been watching who stream it, who giggle like adolescent schoolgirls and schoolboys while they're playing it. I can't even stand to look at the game anymore, mate. It's like, oh, it's such a laugh, Group. It's such a laugh. I would honestly rather amputate my own fucking toes than play Fall Guys. How old's the mobile? Really new, like less than a year, mate. But I think the stuff I think there must have been some moisture. What I think it is, Doc, right? I think I cleaned all the liquid out. And if you can imagine the laptop keypad area, if you were to flip that upside down, they obviously know that people spill things. And what they've done on this particular, it's an Asus brand. What they've done is they've added like a sheet of quite heavy transparent plastic on the reverse of the keyboard. And what that's there for is to catch one, debris, and two, probably the worst of any liquid that falls onto it. But the thing is, it's almost impossible to remove it completely. So I think what's happened, although I've done my best job to dry it out, I used every trick in the book. I put it in the big Ziploc bag with loads of silica gel that I've kept over the years. I know some people try rice and things like that. And I think what happened was there must have just been a little bit of residue of moisture left. And I think as that slowly evaporated from the heat of the laptop, it must have just had enough moisture left just to start having this. Do you know what I'm talking about, Doc? That kind of white but flecked with blue. But like I said, I've cleaned it all out, and fingers crossed. Sounds like rust. Well, yeah. I mean, whether or not it's, whatever. I mean, I always think of rust as being kind of like, irony, browny, ferrous sort of coloured. But yeah. But it's weird because I cleaned it and it instantly started. I mean, the second I hit that power button, straight away it started. Whereas before it was really intermittent. Could be also in. Yeah, it could be, couldn't it? Yeah. I mean, fingers crossed, right? I mean, fingers crossed. It saves them having to buy a new one. Yeah, a fucking total major oopsie. So I definitely had an oopsie with a laptop. It's like that. Oh no, fucking hell! Please, for the love of God. And he fixed it like, what, about, I don't know, however many weeks back it was. That's interesting, that is, Dibs. That is interesting. You alright, Mark? How you doing, mate? And I hope so, Dibs. And what I've done is I've very lightly blown the keyboard area with a hairdryer as well. I know there's... I wouldn't have done that if there was a lot of moisture in there. I just think there must have just been a small amount. So I didn't want to push the water any deeper in. But just enough to sort of give it as if the laptop had been on for a few hours. So just gently warmed it up with very low heat with a hairdryer, so it was more just, you know, airflow through that keyboard area, which is obviously, you know, there's nothing particularly important in that section apart from the ribbons, really. Yeah, it was a nightmare.
Oh gosh, when we look at the bag for a while, we're chatting.
You're right, Steve Ball. Thank you for the bits. I'm just trying to get this coffee down my neck because it's in my normal mug and it will go cold ever so quickly. Oh gosh, I've got a run of coffee out the... I must have a hole in my lip. Lovely. Right, yes. So fingers crossed anyway. Fingers crossed that's all sorted. Right, now where are we? So the sloth then. So basically a sloth is not a bear, even though they look very bear-like. Thank you very much, Z. Thank you for explaining the difference as well. Was it Caskell? Simeon, good morning, sir. Good morning. Yeah, I love my big... I bought a bottle of this isopropyl alcohol, whatever the hell it's called, ages and ages back. It's a huge bottle. And I have to say, the amount of times it has come in, like, insanely handy. It doesn't even bear thinking about, to be honest. It's... That plus cotton buds has probably saved more electronic equipment over the years for friends, family, and myself. I mean, it worked out rather well when I spilt coffee in my keyboard, if you remember, not that long ago. What was that, Sim? The other way around? What was that? Let's hope so, Dibs. Let's hope so. I love using that alcohol. Like you wipe it and it just vanishes almost instantly. But whatever residues it's bringing off just sits on the cotton buds. Like it's beautiful. IPA, isopropyl alcohol is the acronym of it. It's effing amazing stuff. Just don't try to drink it. No, I mean, I have to say, it smells insane as well. It really does. But, you know, like if you put it onto sort of like glass or plastic or a Mobo, you just dab it with a cotton bud and it just shrinks before your eyes, doesn't it? It's glorious stuff. Again, it's one of those things I think it actually cost me more postage and packaging than it actually did, you know, the liquid itself. Oh, right, see, I've got you. I wonder what you meant then, bro. I was like, what's that all about? What's the all about? What's the plans today, then? So you've got another day off today, haven't you? So are you going to be buying... Fall Guys has gone to #1 on Steam. And any releases today, doesn't it? Didn't it hold 2 positions on Steam bestsellers, like #1 and #3? I don't know if there's like 2 versions of it you can buy. But I think it would be. I mean, don't get me wrong. I mean, I'm not knocking the game. You know, I just know I'll never ever play it. But it's. I think I'd rather play the other ones that I've seen over the years rather than Fall Guy. Fall Guy just seems to be one of those like flash in the pan new things. To be honest, what was that one that a lot of you used to play? Like Gang something. What was that one? Gang. Was that like a 4-player one? Gang friends or gang busters or something like that.
Now we're cooking with gas.
Stun baton. Yeah, why not? Go on then. Do you have any jobs? Now I'm gonna do tier. I'm gonna do the
Do you
2.
think you can help me? Okay, I'll find somebody. Can you help me with my problem?
Have I not got
Okay,
an
I'll
LG
find
Factory 2
somebody
for
else.
this?
I've got just no matter
There we go.
what.
That'll do me.
There.
I just want to get some Jukes. I really want to go for. Oh, there's that one you mentioned yesterday, Shades. Look, the gore pile, wasn't it? So if we throw. Oh no, Grimmy! I'm gonna have to go back to base first. God damn it. A new emote idea, Grum sleep tired. Yeah, I suppose that would be a universal one, wouldn't it? But for people who could say, "Oh, I'm absolutely shattered," and have a little sleep, a dozing Grumbodian. Or you could have it like, "Oh, Millie's fallen asleep," and a little. That's not a bad idea, actually. I've been. I was going to do the coffee one. I was going to get a coffee one, but I don't know. I mean, it just, I don't know. I mean, what's the... It's just a fucking coffee mug, isn't it? It's not exactly the most interesting emote, really, is it? You know what I mean? I suppose if we had a million emotes at our disposal, then it would make more sense. But you're right, Mark Sterling. How are you? I like the idea of that, man. It's like iodine in the fact that it's a good clean. Iodine's like that's used a lot in medicine, isn't it? It's a really good antibacterial and sort of disinfectant and things. They use it to clean around wounds or even around just to clean skin before they make incisions and things, isn't it? Yeah, I don't know about the coffee, mate, Missy. It just, like I said, it just seems like, I don't know, it's just a cup, right? Gang Beasts, that's the one. Yeah, I think I'd rather play Gang Beasts than Fall Guy. But Fall Guy is just like, it's just like 50 odd people just bumping into each other in some sort of like virtual Takeshi's Castle. I literally just look at it and think, no. It just doesn't amuse me in any way at all. I think that Gang Beast, I was more interested in that. That actually looked like it was quite interesting. But it is though, isn't it? Shades. I mean, an emote is just it might bring back bad memories about my birthday as well. Do you know what I mean? It might bring back a little bit of... I see Mrs. just literally... Mrs. in tune with me tonight. Yeah, the traumatic events of the birthday. Oh, hang on, let me go and get this stuff. Yeah, I mean, you'll have to all let me know, because I mean, I'm sure like everyone on the internet will be buying Fall Guys. So you'll all have to... because I can tell you for a fact I won't be fucking playing it. But definitely not for 20 fucking quid. Jesus Christ almighty. But yeah, you have to let us know you get on with it, because I know the entire internet will be playing it. It's already rocket. I mean, they've done the one thing I will say, what a fantastic viral marketing campaign. Whoever their sort of PR gurus are, they have absolutely blown that out of the water. I mean, a game that I would have no interest and have no interest in whatsoever. And I know loads about it, and have in fact, because the internet's been talking about it, been out there, looked at, watched it. It's, fair play. Goes to show the power of good PR, doesn't it? I mean, absolutely fantastic. Fair play to them. And like I say, I wish them all the success as well. I'm sure it's going to be an absolutely fantastic game for peeps that want one of those big sort of multiplayer, sort of competitive things. It'll be. I mean, it will be. I mean, I have no doubt an absolutely phenomenal success. It's like I said, many times I've mentioned, what is it? Tetris. I understand why Tetris is an insanely addictive game. It's just not why I got into gaming, you see. It's just not my cup of tea. It's like, although we've had, if we have friends around, we've always played the Wii. And we have had a ton of people bring their own Wii games around. All those various party games that I've never actually purchased myself, because I'm not a huge fan of them, to be honest. I find some of them just, I don't know, almost forced, I think, in some ways. But we nearly all the time, no matter which party games we play, we tend to have a giggle with them, and then just like, yeah, whatever, let's play something else. And you know what we always end up playing? It seems to be a universal game for everybody. I've just never known anyone not enjoy a bit of a blast on it. Mario Kart. And even people that have never played a video game before. And to me, that's still a game, you see. I still enjoy that. So I've always enjoyed... And the thing is, I actually enjoy watching it as well. It's always fun to watch a new player actually start, the delights of playing Mario Kart. Because it is, it's... It don't get much more simple, but also, you can get bloody good at Mario Kart as well. It's, it's get to know the tracks and get to know the pickups and things, and it's always fun to watch people sort of barely able to get around the track at the start of the night and actually starting to get quite into it and get quite competitive with it. Whereas those kind of Tetris and Fall Guy games, like I said, I mean, fantastic examples of what we can do in terms of the gaming world, but they don't hold any personal interest to me, unfortunately. If you have a PlayStation 4 group, you can play it for free. PlayStation Plus has Fall Guys this month. Really? Wow. Jesus. Now that is a cool one. That's a nice scoop for Sony, isn't it? Bloody hell. That is good. That is good. Fall Guys is from PlayStation Plus. It's kind of game I'll probably play loads over the next few days and probably never play again. Well, the thing is, if it's, I mean, here you go. I mean, to be fair, the only reason I won't be playing it or buying it is because it's 20 quid. And I honestly, I couldn't justify £20 on a game like that. There's a whole bunch of games out there that I think are worth £20. And Fall Guys just isn't one. And I'm not knocking the game. It's just not my cup of tea. So I would never pay 20 quid for that. But I have to say, now you've said it's free on PlayStation Plus, although I don't have PlayStation Plus. If I did, I would probably definitely download it. And as you say, it would be one of those games I would bring out just when there's people around. The thing is, I don't have a PlayStation really in the living room. That's where like the Switch or in these days the Wii is, to be honest. Because the Wii is just a fun one. It's just a really fun one. You know, you're waiting to go out. I mean, obviously the last 6 months has been different. You know, people don't come around to your house like they used to, do they? But you used to put a bit of Mario Kart, you know, just 20 minutes before you went out. You know, the ladies have a glass of wine or something and you sit down with your mate and you just play a bit of Mario Kart, whatever it is, you know. It's quick, it's easy, and it's a good bloody giggle, right? But yeah, I mean, if it's free, that is a phenomenal scoop for Sony. Absolutely phenomenal. Fair play to them. Yeah, that's it, Script. Exactly. And that's why, you know, I'd never hate on a game. You know, like I say, you know, I play a lot of games that I'm sure other people, you know, in fact, within my own circle of friends, 7 Days to Die. Their idea of like literally watching paint dry. You know, that they will play only FIFA. If it's not FIFA, it doesn't exist in the gaming world. Yeah, I can see the allure of such games, and I think a good, solid, high-profile party game. We've been waiting a long time for something like that. You know, these things come and go, don't they? These next big multiplayer hits, and I'm sure Fall Guys. I'm sure it will be on every possible imaginable platform out there, and people will get to know it and people will feel comfortable with it, and before you know it, you know, it's the sensational hit it is before it's even released. Like I said, I mean, fascinating watching how it just literally just took over Twitter and TikTok, and it's everywhere, isn't it? Absolutely amazing. Fair play to them. And the thing is, it's a bright, colourful game as well, and you know, it's going to be something that you can play with the kids, as you know, as well as adults, and a mix, and even old Granny Grum could get in on it, and you know, yeah, you can sort of just see it, can't you? I mean, it's really nice to see. And unfortunately, like I said, it's not why I game. It's just that simple. You know, it's not why I game, and therefore, unfortunately, it won't see the light of day on my Steam account, I can tell you that. You're right, Bob, how are you, mate? You're having a bad time of it, ain't you, Bob? You're off today as well. I finished the other sloth I'm making, doing some laundry, heading to town for a few things, and might work a bit in the garden. Yeah, I did it at the weekend, see. I pulled a load of weeds out. I'm not a fan of using weed killer excessively. One, it's freaking expensive, and two, you know, I try not to use it where I can. And I pulled all the weeds out. My nails, I've actually got really sore. What's it called? Like your index finger and my thumb on my right hand. Oh, they're aching so bad, mate. I've literally got no nail left. I just end up scraping it so badly. But I did a good job, Daisy. I did do a good job. You're right, Commander Yan. I like that, Advina. A tired one. A little sleepy Grumbodian. Because it'll look cute as well, won't it? Don't hate on mugs just because you've had a traumatic experience. We were so in tune, though. I was saying it as you were typing that, Missy. I think Shades hasn't quite gotten over that. What was it you gave her for her birthday, Grum? It was not long after yours. Oh, that's a good question. I can't remember, Shades. I actually don't remember, Shades. Honestly, I've got no recollection. I'll have a think about that. I can't remember. I don't think it was anything I'm pretty sure it's better than a mug. But don't quote me on that, Shades. Don't hold me to that. How are you doing anyway, Script? You okay, mate? Fall Guys is from PlayStation Plus, as we know. Yep, got that. You're right, Grooves. Good morning. You're right, Buck. Started your Alpha 19 game the other day. Early game stamina sucks. Is it really bad? Is it? Yeah, I can't remember it really. How's it going then, Bob? What's have you had any updates on your dad? December the 31st, I've been listening to this dog prattle on for 3 years. It's a miracle, innit, Bob? It's a miracle. So they put a catheter in yesterday and are transferring him to a different hospital when he has stabilised. They are talking about open heart surgery. Oh my God, Bob. Jesus, dude. He's miles away from you, is he not? Did you say something like he's like a couple of thousand miles away or something? It's not like you could even get there. And the thing is, Bob, you wouldn't be able to visit anyway, would you, if it's anything like in the UK? You feel so helpless, don't you? So it's the one thing you can do for somebody when they're poorly or ill is just be there. That's all you can do, right? Is just be there. And we don't even get that anymore, do we, with the current climate? It's well, all my best to you, Bob, and obviously to your dad as well, mate. Oh, I did blow. I know I'd always get us something. I just can't think what it was now, mate. I can't even remember what we actually did on her birthday, to be fair, mate. Kind of niggling me. I still remember that mug. I do remember. The mug still. It's lit. I know exactly where it is in the cupboard as well. Seattle's a nightmare. Just trying not to think about the state of the US and West Coast. Is it really bad over there, Scripts? I know McGlashan and a few others have been keeping us up to date with Australia, and it sounds awful over there as well, mate. Yeah, it's the same here, Bob. They just won't let you in at all. Will not let you in. You're right, Thunder Chunky. You're right, Grease. Right. Let's go. What's the plan then, Plower? What are you up to at the minute? Are you all excited for Friday, mate? Are you getting super hyped for your glorious Horizon Zero Dawn, are you? Right, let's see where we're off to. Anyone see it without me? Tier 5 clear, right up there. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Oh, hang on, have we got any? We've got some explosives. So I am quite tempted to go super stealth, like Daz was saying yesterday, and just see what we do. I'm really hungry for a brand new game at the minute, and it's like, I mean, Fall Guy, I was like, oh wow, let's go and check it out, and I'd seen this like internet sensation happening on social media, and when I booted up Fall Guy and realised what it was, I was like, oh no, that's not a genre I care about, no. So I was quite disappointed. Grounded I was really looking forward to, and that just turns out to be more of a, quite literally an early access look. This is what we've got coming up. To be honest, mate, I might as well have just played the demo back in July, to be honest. I think I'd have got the same impression from it then as I did having, if you like, the early access version. So, great, but keep it on the back burner. Horizon Zero Dawn, I'd love to be excited for it, and I am. I mean, I am really excited that people will get a chance to play that game who don't have a PlayStation. But obviously, I have played, a part of the game, so it's hard to get excited if you've already been there, right? I don't think there's anything else coming out, is there? Is that it now until like the big releases like Cyberpunk and Valhalla and whatever Call of Duty comes out in November? Is it the same this year? I got, because normally it was always FIFA, Battlefield, and in November it was always Battlefield and Call of Duty, wasn't it? Like October, November, to try and capture holiday sales. Is that still a thing? I mean, do we always get a new Call of Duty like every November still? We do, as far as I know, right? Still like a set in concrete part of the gaming calendar. I know Battlefield went a bit weird, didn't it? I'm not sure if Battlefield quite conforms to that anymore. Oh, there's lots of riots and protests in all the scripts. Oh, I don't know what's happening out there, mate, to be honest. I bet you haven't, Bob. I'm not surprised, mate. Surprised. It is that feeling of just being completely helpless, isn't it, mate? I mean, I really do hope your dad's okay. I take it you can get, you know, up-to-date news from family, can you, Bob? Or I don't know how easy it is over there, mate. Bit of a tricky landing to try and get right where I wanted to there. But the story, yeah, well, exactly. The thing is, like, I couldn't. I mean, how much is it? I'd have to spend £40 just to play a game I've already got. I might as well just boot it up on the PlayStation 4 Pro, right, Advina? I mean, there's no way I'm paying 40 quid just to have a slightly better frame rate, mate. It's. Anyone else having a stream buffering now and then? Everything's good my end, but I noticed the same thing. Myself on evenings when I try and watch a little bit of Twitch in the background. I've been having horrendous buffering, and that 2002 error or whatever that one is it 2002 or 4004? I can never remember which one it is. Seems to come up a lot these days. I don't know what's going on, but everything's okay my end. Is anybody else having any issues? Or also has the new DLC's content and a new skill tree. Right? Is that so? Is that on the PC version, Advina? Is it? So the PC version is going to have everything, is it? It'll be like an all-in-one, like the ultimate package with everything, won't it? I've never tripped and kicked myself in the bollocks, Bob. My balls don't dangle that much, mate. I'm not that old, you see. I've not got elasticated scrotum like Doc. And yourself, apparently. Gone now. I was thinking if you could get someone to help, but I understand it might not be possible right now with everything else going on. Just trying to think of a way you can still be there in spirit and let him know you want to be there. Have to do what you can when you can't do what you want, Bob. Is he awake and everything, Bob? I mean, is your dad, like, you know, awake and fully aware? Or is he actually, like, ill on top of everything else, mate? What's that, Des? You're a plumpy purple and blue pirate. Are you playing Fall Guy, are you? Or are you... Yeah. Yeah, because it was bad with your mom as well, wasn't it, Bob? So you can't even speak to him then, Bob, no? Bloody hell, mate. Where's my zombie friends gone? Oh, there's none. Rain. That rain was really nice. Yeah, it's not like you could even like get on a video call or anything, is it, Bob? I mean, that's all I could do with my dad at one point. We were actually really lucky to some degree because we did actually get a chance to see him, but that's only because of the girlfriend, really. But I suppose that is the beauty of the modern age with things like video calling and conferencing, isn't it? But if he's not away, even that's weird, isn't it? You're right, Scaldash. Oh, this is weird. I don't know because we've got... Yeah, here we go. 99 on my stealth. That seems extremely high. But let's just see what it is if I knock the light out. Wow, look at the difference. That's a huge difference. Sometimes it doesn't feel like it's quite as exaggerated as that. Oh, there's another one in here. Everything all right, Scaldash? I hope everything's nothing serious, no. So what what are you then, Des? What's this about being a purple schmurple pirate? What's going on, bro? Just a glitch in the matrix below our. I think we had a little moment yesterday, didn't we, where Twitch had a bit of a wobble. Do you think he will? I mean, do you think he will wake up, Bob? I mean, is it an induced sort of sleep and what have you? Gosh. Didn't take as much damage this time because obviously we've got the armor on, haven't we? Which we didn't have yesterday. Oh, see you in a bit, Des. Good luck, mate. Good luck, sir. Right, let's have a look. You can see production in workplaces during COVID with Fall Guys release is going to come to a grinding halt as everyone starts jumping on a really nice, simple game to play. Productivity is going to just be non-existent, you see. It's just going to be everyone playing it and not just on their lunch breaks. Just have slip one more round in before the meeting. So I mean, on a really, you know, let's hope that you get a chance to speak to him fairly soon. I mean, has he got a way to speak to you, Bob? You know, internet-wise? I know when my dad was, they had, you could pay for, essentially for the, I mean, I don't know whether it was Skype or not, but essentially like video conferencing. You could pay for like premium Wi-Fi and things like that. So there was a way to have a chat with folks if you like. I don't know if he's got the same options there. It certainly isn't quite the same as being there and holding someone's hand, but I have to say I think it's a big comfort for both ends, to be honest. It's certainly better than just speaking on a phone. Really, Bob? So that just isn't a thing over there? Wow, Jesus. I don't think everywhere has it over here. I think even in certain hospitals, only certain wards have it. But take those off. Yeah, it is. I mean, my dad's not the greatest when it comes to mobile phones and things, but he's certainly come a long way on that front. But it was nice having it all kind of built. It was all just in like a little it's just on like a little, how would you call it? Like a little miniature monitor that comes out on a swivel arm from the wall. And it allows you to do. I've got like a little built-in. I'll see what it looks like. Actually, it looks like the old Wii U controller. It's very reminiscent of that, actually. Now that I think about it. Yeah, well, that's why these are there, Bob, to deter people from using mobile phone technology. Although I think with modern equipment these days, you know, I think the interference with things like Wi-Fi signals is not so much not as bad as it used to be, is it? But yeah, I think that's the exact reason why they exist on some wards is to deter mobile phone use. And let's not beat around the bush, mate, to make money. Because then I mean, they're not expensive, but you know, it's still money, but for something that probably doesn't cost a huge amount from the hospital's point of view. So you can't even, so presumably, it's not like you can even do something like WhatsApp then, Bob. No. Bloody hell, mate. Definitely got some activity over there, haven't we? It's silly fun, really silly. It is. It's exactly what it is. And you know what? I think people are up for something like that as well. There's sorry. I can totally get why it's become such a huge hit. I think in this manic world where everything is just you know, what semblance of control we falsely believe we had has now reached, I think, the dawning of reality. It's not that we have even any less control. It's just that we never really had any control in our lives in the first place, did we, in many ways? And I think with the current climate, you know, I think that mirage and sort of sense of control has very much become a thing of the past, hasn't it? And I think a silly game that you can play with friends in isolation You literally couldn't have come up with a better game to release right now, could you? Light-hearted, community fun. Just something to take the damn edge off it, alright? Oh gosh. Wouldn't surprise me in years to come. I mean, I assume that game is going to be phenomenally successful. In fact, I know it will be phenomenally successful. I can honestly see it being an Olympic sport in years to come, mate. Honestly, it wouldn't surprise me. The world's that batshit crazy. Next event, the Fall Guys in the Olympics. Yeah, exactly, Bob. Exactly, mate. Oh, hello, Rosie. How are you doing, sir? How's things, sir? So all's okay, Skaldesh. It wasn't an EMP blast or anything, no? Part of the alien takeover. It's nice. No voice comms, no squeakers yelling racial slurs, no names, just 60 people. Oh, I thought it was 50. I thought it was 50. I didn't realise it was 60. It's just 60 people in a race or doing some silly things playing a game. Yeah, exactly, mate. You're right, Dirty Dan. How are you? I was about to break into Dirty Diana then. Yeah, bow and arrow Don Creature. That's without any stealth specs as well, actually. Yeah, not bad, thanks, Rosie. It's all a bit mad, isn't it, mate? People struggling left, right, and centre at the minute, aren't they, bro? No end to the chaos, mate. I was saying at the weekend, I was actually in Radgers. I actually held an icy cold bottle of Kronenbourg 1664 in my hand at the weekend, or whenever it was, and I was so tempted, mate. So tempted. But I thought, nah. I ended up with was it cranberry juice? I think it was in the end. You're right, Dirty Dan. You're doing all right, are you, mate? Good. Pleased to hear it, bro. Pleased to hear it. I'm going to assume, Fall Guys, you can play with a controller as well, right? I mean, I'm going to assume 100%. You don't have to, because it's a multi-platform game, right? As you said, PlayStation 4. I should imagine it probably plays best with a controller, right? Yeah, I'm a little bit low on health here. Made a few mistakes to say the least already. Whoa, that's not good. Oh, I did not. Yeah, I can imagine it feels great. Yeah. There's something else I was watching. It's like a little platformer. So some dude on Twitter. Is it Crank Games or something like that? He posted a tweet. I don't know why he's on my feed because I've never heard of the gentleman. So it seems like a nice enough young man. Very very well known YouTuber, hundreds of thousands of, if not millions of followers. And for some reason he was on my Twitter feed saying that apparently I think he's had an amicable split with what I assume is his partner. And he just put a message out saying, you know, just please respect privacy. And I thought, I don't know who you are, mate. You know, just started checking him out. And he was playing this this platform game, 2-player. And him and a friend of his or whoever. You had to get to the end of what was essentially a platformer. And there were spikes that you could jump into, water you could fall into. There were like little piranha fish that jumped out of the water and tried to get you. It actually looked like really good fun, like quite a fun little co-op game. So that to me is a bit more. I don't know. That I suppose as a party game, that's probably something I'd be a bit more into myself. Quite bright, colourful graphics, kind of reminiscent of a sort of evil Mario platformer. Yeah, that's it. Crank gameplays. That's it. Something like that. Yeah. That's it, Scalder. It's technically on console, but supposedly not supported at all. What does that mean, Don Rich? Because it's free on PlayStation Plus, people were saying. So presumably it's very much supported, right? The controls are nice. Your little guy is just squishy and roly-poly. There is a nice smush to the controls to make the game feel nice, but you just can't take it seriously. As I said, in the shit of today's online experience, this is a nice... Yeah, exactly, Des. I couldn't agree more, mate. Even as someone that will never play it, I totally get that, mate. I really do totally get it. I think if it wasn't £20, I'd be much more inclined to have a fanny about with it. But seeing as it's free on PlayStation Plus, then that's like the perfect. It's even worth getting PlayStation Plus for a month just to get it, isn't it? What's PlayStation Plus these days? About £7 or £8 at most, I would have thought. Damn sight cheaper than buying it on the bloody Steam. I think Des is playing it Dirty Dad. It seems to be like he says it's a nice break from the madness right now, isn't it? Actually, let me just put my light on. Oh, what the fuck? What? Damn. It's so annoying seeing these spiders everywhere these days. That was close. I knew the other one was going to pop because I could hear him. I think that one was about to pop, but I couldn't hear it over the shotgun blasts. That was close. Oh. We have a phone call! No surprise there, right? Sorry about that. I'm just going to move this bloody mug because I know what's going to happen. Even though it's only got a little dash of coffee left in the bottom, I just know it's going to get knocked over. Right, okay. You had a feeling that Ethan and Micah had split. It's a shame. Oh, I don't know the names. Is Ethan the Crank Games gentleman? Is he? He seems like a really nice guy, actually. I did watch about 10 minutes of that video that I just mentioned about the sort of like co-op platform. If you get Switch support like Jackbox Party, this could be a real big thing. I think it will be big anyway. I think it's going to be huge. There'll be channels literally come out of nowhere and just become the next big hit on Twitch over it. I have no doubt about that. As you said, get a bit of Twitch support for, I don't know, like skins or something like for the little avatars, whatever they're called, the ooblet things, whatever the hell they are, man. Yeah. I just know for me, I'd play it for like X number of hours or for a whole stream, and literally I would just lose all interest in it, mate. So what's that about PlayStation 4 7 days? What I was trying to say is that this game hasn't been updated on PlayStation 4 since 2017. This game, which is perpetually in alpha. This game's, they've stopped development. Yeah, completely stopped development. We've known that for ages. It's as far as the console is concerned, PlayStation 4 and Xbox, this game doesn't exist from a development point of view. What you have is what you have, as they have made very, very clear. That there will be no updates to the Xbox or PlayStation 4 ever again. End of story. It's gone, and it's not because of the fun pimps. That it was due to Telltale Games, obviously. I don't know. Maybe you already know all this, but. I didn't realise you had any reference to the PlayStation 4 variant, that was all. I was getting confused. I thought we were talking about Fall Guy, and then I think you were talking about support for this, which, it's dead. It's a dead game. I know I own it on PlayStation 4, so I'm just as upset as everyone else, because it's a fun game. And, you know, I did have it was interesting playing with peeps on the console. I think a lot of the people you play with on the PC, we know a lot about the game, don't we? So it's always fun to watch someone new. It never ceases to amaze me just how all the little tricks that we know, just absolutely. You know, as a new player, you've got no idea, have you? It's a lot more complicated than we give it credit for. There's a lot going on under the hood of this game. Crazy amount. You're right, Demon Works. How are you doing, bro? Well, all the legal elements are all resolved now. There's nothing outstanding in terms of the legal shenanigans. That's all been resolved, and now we just move forwards, don't we? What's that, Terra Hawk? Origin shotgun. I'm using the tactical shotgun, the new shotty. Oh, you! Yeah. Can't believe that policeman's not waking up. Policeman's not waking up. Oh no way! Is that a kill shot? Oh, nicey. Right, I want to see if I can find out where those damn vultures come from. I don't think I've ever managed to find them on this one. Yeah, this is a tactical assault shotgun with the drum magazine mod in it. Obviously, I have a whole lot of lead I can spew out on this one. You right, lazy opossum? You right, true morale? Try straight to a military camp twice. I must admit, the very first time I got into a gyrocopter, I obviously heard about a gyrocopter. I deliberately not really watched any footage of it, and the very first time I got into the gyro, I was thinking this thing's going to be a nightmare. But I weirdly enough, it wasn't too bad. It wasn't too bad. I've always liked flying in video games, so it didn't take me long to adjust. I like my flight sims as well, so I played all sorts of ridiculous, weird and wonderful flight mechanics in video games. Oh my god, you are fast! Oh my god, we're going to die if we're not. Let's see, squat. They really have to add in a separate toggle for lights. This makes going stealth with lights and night vision almost impossible to play. It's very frustrating. That's the thing, Grum. I would say this would be like a Sunday partial stream type game. To play this for 8 hours a day for a week would get old. Yeah, it's like, I mean, this is why I mentioned Mario Kart earlier, Des. It's one of the, that game, Mario Kart, it's the kind of thing that you can play in bite-sized chunks, isn't it? You would, you could play it as an intermission game as well. You know, when people go for a break on stream, or they can have like a little, I don't know, like sub-competition kind of thing. Yeah, but people will come up with all sorts of ways to play it, won't they? It's just I just wouldn't pay 20 quid for a game like that. That's not what I support in gaming, and not because I've got anything against it. I just don't like that. I just got better things to spend 20 quid on. But if it's like you say, if it's free on PlayStation, then that's X. I mean, that's fantastic. I mean, that's really cool. Sony sometimes do pull some fancy tricks out of the deals they make, don't they? Stay down, little ones. Stay down. You alright, Grimy? What's going on your end then, Possum? How you doing? Ooh, careful. Still one more, isn't there? Where is he? Someone. Actually shoot through plants. I don't think you can you? Range. 4 AM check, is it, bro? What? It's not even. It's only 20 past 9 here, actually. It's today seems to be going pleasantly slowly, which I always like. Sometimes it feels like it's all over before you've started. Well, that was weird. I was still hitting the head. So although I was shooting through the decapitated head, it was still registering as a hitbox on the head that was no longer there. That was weird. Very weird. Oh, come on, that was a good shot, mate. That's a bit cheeky, but cheeky pants. Oh, that's happening a lot, isn't it? You noticed? I've seen that twice recently, where it seems to be catwalks, doesn't it? I think they might have to rethink them a little bit. Why is the door not open? Oh, what the hell? We just get a bit of server lag then, folks. Group up a little bit. It's almost tempting to lob a grenade in and see what happens, actually. Oh no! That was a terrible idea. Why did he not detonate? I was going to say, frick it out. That took a while. Oh, I thought it was going to bounce off him. That actually went through. I suppose that's because that's not a contact grenade then, yeah? Wow, they take longer to detonate than I thought, actually. Yeah, he's back. He's back somewhere. I think I've got the red dot. I think I've got a wanderer outside, Bob. I think. Okay. Oh, for goodness sake! What is with the phone recently?
Hope all you guys and gals are doing well.
God damn. No, I tell you what. I need to become less popular. That's what I need. I need to become more popular on Twitch and less popular in real life, right? we need to swing the scales of fate the other way. Why is there someone hitting me on the floor or something? Hey down, boy. Alethian, thank you for the 22, and also I do apologise. Tri-Killer, thank you for the 3, mate. And Real Fryer, thank you for the follow. Tri-Killer, thank you for the 3, mate. You get 3 months sub badge today. Do appreciate it, bro. Thank you very, very much indeed. And Alethian, thank you for the 22 and the Prime Alethian. How are you doing, mate? How's things? The man behind the Alethian wall.
Are you?
And Grooze, thank you as well. Thank you for the 3. You get 3 months sub badge as well today, mate. Yeah, I know, Shades. God damn it. It never stops, mate. Never stops. Bloody phone. I need to get rid of it. Well, not the phone. I want to keep the phone. I just need to get rid of the people that have got my number. I also need to go and get a coffee. You're right, Alethian. How are you, mate? Thanks ever so much, bro. Thank you for the 22. Grooze and Tri-Killer. Thank you for the 3. 3 months sub badge in the house. Thank you very, very much indeed. Thank you for the support. Top banana. Oh my god. Worst pistol ever. What the hell? That's just me being terrible. That is me being terrible, isn't it? Can I get over there? Definitely a better way to do that now, isn't it? I think to come round. Oh god, I hate this. Oh, it's so... when will they fix that? So many alphas and it's still the worst implemented lighting selection system I've ever seen in a video game. Oh, I got all excited, Alethian. Red dot doesn't work on the tactical assault rifle. Lights don't work on anything. Oh my god, this game is just so jank. That looks really weird. Like some sort of like potato monster look. That's really, it's like a hot dog zombie. That looks proper strange. That's proper strange. Oh my god, this game is pure jank. It's terrible, isn't it? It really is. So sometimes you just have a run where this game just feels like it's utterly broken. Have a little bad run of it. Look, what, my gun just disappeared then. See, my gun just disappeared. I think this is like the buggiest 2 minutes I've ever seen of 7 days in Alpha 19. It's like everything's hitting me simultaneously. I've still got sounds like a spider, doesn't it? I've got someone fingering around here. Oh my god. Oh, just terrible. Can't hit anything. Just can't hit anything. Right, let's hope that's the end of the jank, man. That was really strange. It's like every little weird, quirky, strange occurrence all hit back to back there, didn't it? Should we see if we can wake them up? Wakey, wakey! Wakey, wakey! Definitely got some down on the ground, haven't we? Trying to get in. Oh, that's interesting. I don't think I've ever noticed that, you know. I didn't realise that was the little courtyard where you come through the window. All the times I've done it and I've just never looked down there. Thanks, Gruz. Thank you. Well, what's this, Gas? What's this? Rocks? Let's have a look. Yeah, guess what t-shirt I'm wearing today? A gay. Do I look like a freaking people person? Right, I got this t-shirt. This will give you some idea of how much weight I've lost. And unintentionally, I didn't need to lose weight. I've lost nothing but pure muscle mass, to be honest. This t-shirt, I think I had back when I played the PlayStation 3. Now, there was a series of games that released across Xbox 360, PlayStation 3, but the PlayStation 3 never had the first game. So that's your first clue. It was a trilogy. PlayStation only had number 2 and 3 in the franchise. Xbox 360 had 1, 2, and 3. And this t-shirt is from that game, from a special event. And they only had this size left, and seriously, I wouldn't even have been able to fit my fucking forearm in it. And I really mean that. And we had a bit of a clear out recently, and the girlfriend found another one I've got. Oh, actually, I won't say it because I'll wear it tomorrow, and you can guess what that one is as well. Mass Effect, that's the one, Dibs, yeah. It is. This is the N7 Mass Effect. The N7 on the front and whatever it is on the back. I can't remember now. It's got the words Mass Effect, I think that's it. I actually fit in this. And it's quite snug. To say my forearms wouldn't even have fitted through the t-shirt arm area, but back when I originally got this, will give you some idea of how big I was back then. And now I can wear it and feel very comfortable in it. Absolutely terrifying how thin I am now. But I suppose it's a good thing. I mean, I always said I needed to make a decision on that, so my knees were not holding up to the core training like I used to. And let's be honest, eating 6,000 plus calories a day was never a fucking fun thing anyway. But it is this is what hit home recently. I mean, I've been mentioning it a few times, haven't I? How radical a change I've had in terms of body shape. Scary, absolutely scary. It's a nice t-shirt as well. It's actually really nice. It sounds like someone's coming in behind me, and that's worrying me a little bit. Yeah, good. Well guessed there, Dibs. Well guessed there, mate. 10 out of 10 to you for that one. I thought I might have to give another couple of clues to the chat there. Now we're back in the swing of things. You cannot handle zombie vomit. What's that, dude? Zombie vomit, sir? You can unlock a hot dog costume. There you go. See, straight away we've got Twitch integration there. Straight away, Des. people will come in for Twitch drops to get, you know... I mean, imagine the deals they can do with cross franchises, Des. Yeah, imagine if they do a deal with Nintendo or someone like that. Bank, mate. Instant bank. Mackie D's, Des. Mackie D's. Slow, nice and slow. What's this about a zombie vomit, guys? I feel like I've missed something there. He had one into the floor of that walkway. Yeah, bloody spider as well, Bob. Yeah, well, let's be honest. The radio menus wouldn't be so bad if they weren't so delayed, because it's a click and hold, because it's click for toggle, you see, but it's click and hold to bring up radial. So you can't quickly switch, can you, on the fly, which is the problem. And if you pre-ordered with Steam, you got a Gordon Freeman with a head crab costume. Oh, man, I can see where it's all going, Des. They've got all bases covered here. Leisure Suit Larry. No, not Leisure Suit Larry or Strip Poker. What sort of terrible t-shirts do you think? I've got this. So this is a black t-shirt, and I've got a really nice white t-shirt for tomorrow. Let me see if I can give you a clue as to what that is. It's a... Again, it's another series of games. So I'm going to be honest, I'm not sure how many there were. It was a very modern... oh, it's really hard to give you a clue there, because most gamers would get it straight away. The lead character is a male with a very troubled background. He rather likes his alcohol. And it was basically there's a rebirth of a very old IP by an extremely well-known developer who kind of rekindled you got it, Max Payne. Yeah, so I've got my black Mass Effect t-shirt. I've got a white Max Payne t-shirt. And there's a load of others as well, but I haven't actually gone any further down the pile, to be honest. But like I said, none of them would. They just didn't make t-shirts of that size. I think gaming t-shirts back then were made for nerds, basically. That would never have seen a weight. You know, the only weight that I've seen would be a bag of popcorn, I think. So yeah, I think that one might be a little bit bigger than this one, but. Yeah, you got it, Rubber. Yeah, Payne though, innit? No, not the Incredible Hulk, not Jet Set Willy. What, Jet Set Willy? What? That's just a random name. That's not even close to the clues, is it? I mean, you're just making shit up now. Take care, Des. Look after yourself. Enjoy. Give us an update on how you're getting on with the old Fall Guys, mate. It'd be interesting to see how people are enjoying it. You're right, Adam. I didn't see you in chat there, bro. How's things? Oh, physics-based puzzler Relicta out now. Press release. Relicta start bending. Oh, disappeared. Let's had a Koch Media PR email come through. Not really, Elysian. Not really. I don't think so. I think you were reaching with the Incredible Hulk guess. I don't remember Banner having an alcohol problem. Although it might explain a lot. Oh, I tell you what we started watching. I forgot to mention it yesterday. I wonder how many of you have actually seen it. I'm not, you know, I've just suddenly realised the reason I'm missing so many shots. I'm not even trying. I'm literally not even trying. I'm just sort of my thoughts are meandering. I'm actually not even trying to get headshots with my red laser. I'm just sort of like shooting where the white reticule is. That's really weird. I just completely forgot about the red laser dot for precision aiming for some reason. What was I going to say to you? Yeah, oh, it's called The Fall. and it's got Gillian Anderson in it. And I think it's quite an old program. I don't know how far back it dates. We caught it on Netflix, and I think we'd thrown it on. We'd finished Good Girls, and we were just bouncing around a load of I guess we thought was just going to be a load of old trash on Netflix. But there's a series called The Fall. I think there's 3 seasons of it. Gillian Anderson, who I really, really like. I've always liked Gillian Anderson. Plays the lead actress in it. And I tell you what, it's actually really good. If you're into like your serial killer police hunts, it's very good so far. I mean, I don't know if it will remain good, but highly recommended if you're looking for a crime thriller seasonal show. What the fudge beans? Red Laser's back on the game. These guys ain't got any chance now, I'm telling you. Weird, isn't it, how my brain just switched out from that. I suddenly realised, like, I don't seem to be like one shot, one kill here, and I just suddenly clicked. Red Laser. I've just been sort of like shooting in the middle of the crosshairs, which, as we know, is the last place you want to be shooting with the shotgun. Huh. Weird. Very strange. Yeah, Grumdad's actually doing quite well, Lady Elvira. Yeah, he's, you know, I was saying about the swelling on his wrist in particular, which was really affecting his ability just to do day-to-day things. You know, just get something as simple as getting the lid off a jar of coffee or taking the top off the kettle to fill it up. He was really struggling, but it's like I'd said, wasn't it? It looked more to me, well, I mean, obviously heavy bruising, but I think a lot of it was due to water retention, because of the bruising and the swelling further up the arm. And it's actually gone down loads. Now it just looks like really bad bruising. But, I mean, his arm was horrible. It literally looked like someone had just, like, pumped air. You know, like babies have those kind of, like, little cute, chubby wrists. almost like folds of fat on the wrists where it joins the hand. And it's just like a pure podge. My dad's hand and arm looked like that. It was ever so weird, mate. But yeah, the water's just like literally just gone now, so he's just left with a really bad bruise. But you know, although it's sore, he's back to being able to, you know, just do his day-to-day thing. I saw a t-shirt once. I had all the ZX Spectrum logos all over it. I've never seen a t-shirt like it since, and I never bought it when I saw it. No, gutted. Dot. I own quite a lot of gaming t-shirts. It's just that I've never worn them, ever. So I just thought I'd throw these on while I'm streaming, to be honest. The problem with the Hulk is that he wasn't very happy. I love the Hulk, mate. I've always liked the Hulk. He's always been one of my favourites. Don't watch Knives Out. Knives Out. I think I've seen it. It's ringing a bell, that is, mate. Yeah, I know what Jet Set Willy was, but in no way, shape, or form did Jet Set Willy conform to the clues I gave. No, not even close, Doc. You were really reaching there, bro. Really reaching, mate. You're just trying to be special again, Doc. What was the name of that show with Gillian Anderson? Oh gosh, The Fall, I think it's called. Is it called The Fall? Now I'm starting to panic because we've been talking about Fall Guys all morning. I'm sure it's just called The Fall, Alethea. Was that the Jamie Dornan serial killer series you were talking about then, Grub, based in Ireland? Oh yeah, it's based in Ireland. I don't know who the hell Jamie Dornan serial killer blah blah is. Yeah, it is. It's based in Belfast. Yeah. Gillian Anderson flies in from the Met to take up senior investigating officer position on a serial killer murder in Belfast. Yeah, have you seen it, SCR? Oh, Jamie Dornan is. Oh, I don't know anything about 50 Shades, mate. Never read it or ever watched it. Speaking of zombie vomit, the Fun People should do a promotion to win fake zombie dog poos with eyeballs and fingers on it. It would do well for the player base, mate. It might implicate some of the people on the forums that are so angry script. Jakobs, thank you very, very much for the sub, my friend. And thank you for the 100 biddies to boot as well. Thank you very much. Appreciate it, mate. Tricula, thank you for the 3. Grooves, thank you for the 3. Jakobs, thank you for the sub. Alethian, thank you for the 22 in the prime. It is, isn't it, SCR? Yeah. I forgot to mention it because, to be honest, mate, I didn't even know Gillian Anderson was in it. I had no idea. We didn't watch it because Gillian Anderson was in it. We just started watching it because it just looked, it's going to be another one of these boring ass cop thriller things. But the girlfriend likes serial killers, so I thought, well, we'll give it a go. And lo and behold, Gillian Anderson suddenly popped up. And I thought, well, I'm enjoying it. And now I'm probably going to enjoy it even more now that I know. Oh, and the other thing was, ERSCR. This is really funny, right? This is really funny. The girlfriend and I, right? And I still don't know how this happened because I don't watch these. What are they actually called? The things like EastEnders. What do they call them? Obviously someone in chat will say shit or something equally unamusing, but EastEnders, whatever they say, EastEnders, Coronation Street, all that kind of crap. I don't watch them. I've never watched that kind of stuff. I do watch EastEnders. Obviously, it's not on these days, but I did watch EastEnders because the girlfriend watched it, and she's watched it because her mum used to watch it. And she's that invested in it these days that she's carried on. She doesn't watch it religiously. Sometimes she might go a couple of weeks without and then binge watch a bit at the weekend. But we both did watch a program called Hollyoaks, and I have no idea why we watched Hollyoaks. It must have been on, or we must have used it as a catch up to another show. It must, because I think it was on quite early evening. So, for whatever reason, anyway, we both loved a guy in Hollyoaks called Brendan Fraser. One of the greatest characters ever in that style. That's it, soap operas. Brendan Fraser in Hollyoaks. Absolutely. 1, a fantastic actor. 2, a fantastic character. And 3, a really, really brilliant storyline. And we were watching The Fall, SCR. And his sister, remember the really, I don't know if anyone watches Hollyoaks, but the really big girl. Yeah, she's a really big lady. And I'm not saying like as in fat and chubby or whatever people seem to sometimes think you're saying when you say that. She's a really big lady. She's very tall. She's very heavy set. Always came across as a very powerful lady, right? And she used to wear like crazy over-the-top colourful clothes. If you watch Hollyoaks, you'll know the character. So sort of blonde hair, but very kind of curly, incredibly beautiful curly hair. And we were watching The Fall, and we spotted her. We saw her. It was like, that's the lady from Hollyoaks. Wow, really nice to see her in something outside of the soap opera sort of genre. And literally, the next episode, Brendan freaking Fraser's in it from Hollyoaks as well. And the rest of the cast in The Fall is just brilliant. There are so many well-known English and, if you like, internationally accomplished sort of stars. I mean, you've got Gillian Anderson in it. You've got half the cast of Hollyoaks in it. And it's really good. It is a really good show. We've been super impressed with it so far. You missed watching all the... Did she really, SCR? Yeah, it's just one of those really weird things. It's like, it's Brendan Fraser! Probably the only reason that I can think of that we watched Hollyoaks was for that character. He was awesome. He really was. Such a naughty boy. Oh, what a dastardly little man. Thank you very much, Jakobs. I appreciate that, bro. Thank you ever so much. I'll tell you what I am interested in, SCR, is like where... Because obviously we know we're near finishing the first one, let alone anything else. So it'd be very interesting to see what season 2 is. Is it a completely different cast? Is it like a continuation of the cast with the same story? Is it set somewhere else with another serial killer? And then please, it is purely return to the question if anybody knows. I'm quite excited to see where it goes across multiple seasons, really. But yeah, if you like your crime. Yeah, you sort of violent serial killer and weird sexual exploits, then The Fall on Netflix, I would, at this stage, just a couple of episodes or whatever it is in, I can heartily recommend it. Heartily recommend it. I thought I had to nip that one in the bud, Alethea. I could just imagine the spamming chat, mate. I wasn't in the mood. Now, I'm going to try something that is probably going to end extremely badly. Oh gosh, my bad. Oh my bad. Oh, very much bad. I think it did a little bit. Oh my gosh. Oh god, run. Oh Jesus, I am proper playing badly here today. Like really, it's a good job I got all my armor repaired, otherwise we'd have been dead a long time ago, wouldn't I? Jet Set Willie had a grasp on the question. In what way, mate? Not really, dude. There are some quite good suggestions in chat, mate. I'm not sure. I'm not sure where. I think I started off. I think the answer we were looking for was Max Payne. I think my clues were it was part of an already existing franchise that existed at least 1 or 2 games previously, right? So I don't know where that fits in with Jet Set Willie. It had a rebirth, a more modern rebirth by an extremely well-known and successful publisher, by which I was referring to Rockstar. And that the lead character was a very troubled man with a very complicated path. And an alcohol problem. How you got Jet Set Willie into that, I think it is you just trying to convince us you knew that Jet Set Willie was about alcohol, which I didn't actually know, to be fair. Oh wait, we're dead. We're actually going to die, guys. I think we might... Oh! Oh no! Oh, I thought I fell off. Oh, you jammy git. But points to try. So Jet Set Willie was actually about an alcoholic, was he not? Is that what it... Is that actually a thing? I find that almost disturbing if that's the case. Wow, I was lucky there. I'm playing terribly today. I think I'm trying. I can only think I'm trying to die. It's the only thing I can actually think of. She does. She does. She loves. She loves all that kind of. Oh wow, look at this. I'm proper bad. Yeah, she does, mate. She loves anything to do with like serial killers and the disposal of bodies and the getting away with murder. She's fascinated, absolutely fascinated by that whole sort of criminology, sort of side of science and medicine. I tell you what, I don't think there's anything she doesn't know about, you know, the more well-known and probably a lot of the lesser-known serial killers, to be honest. She's actually very well read on all that topic. Mine and Willie had left all manners of bottles and glasses around his mansion, so maybe... That's kind of... I didn't realise that, Doc. That's actually quite cool to know that. Can you play that on emulator, Doc? I mean, can you still get that game? I mean that's like freaking years and years old, right, bro? Nah, I wonder if they are playable on an emulator. I bet they are, right? Most of those old... I mean, they're such cult classics, aren't they? Where did you come from? Came out the policeman's butt! Melissa! How are you doing? How are you? Seeker and Mad King, thank you for the follows. Thanks for the bits and the sub, Yarkogs. Thank you very much, bro. What was the other one, Doc, as well? Jet Set Willie and Manic Miner were the two that were sort of almost infamous, really, weren't they? Of that era. hey, Pixie. Sorry, Pixie. How are you? Sorry. Brendan Fraser. That's it. Yeah, that's the one. Dibs. Yeah, he's in the one that SCR and I are talking about. I don't usually like crime series where you've been up until 1 or 2 a.m. last night. Really, SCR? Oh wow, you're the same as us then, mate. Yeah, we've only recently just started watching it, and I'm the same, SCR. I thought it was going to be throwaway. You know what I honestly thought, mate? I thought the girlfriend will like it. I'll stick it on, pretend to be semi-interested, and like I normally do, she'll go, oh, should we watch another one? I'll say, nah, go on, you watch it. I've got a few things to do, and then she'll go off and watch a whole series all on her own, a little bit like she did with Orange is the New Black or whatever it's called. That kind of dwindled for me a little bit, so I thought it was one of those ones that it might get her into something if I start watching it with her, and then she'd love it, and I'd just go and do the garden or something. But I've actually got really into it, mate. I really want to know what's gone. The dude is crazy, bro. To give you an idea of where we are, SCR, let's just say... I won't say anything for spoiler reasons. Let's just say... The bad guy, something just went horribly wrong. Let's just say the plan has not worked out at all, and we've literally just got, we had to turn it off at that point where something happened in a stairwell. I can't wait to see what happens. I'm really excited to see what happens. How are you, Pixie? Yeah, I was just reminiscing with Doc about Jet Set Willy, mate. I can't even. I must have watched, like, honestly, hundreds of hours of YouTube commentary. Is it like a angry video game nerd? And there was another guy. He did a lot of retro games. I must have watched hundreds of hours of Jet Set Willy, Manic Miner, the making of, the history, technology at the time. And I actually cannot even picture Jet Set Willy, and I find that remarkably frustrating. In my mind's eye, I cannot even imagine what that game looks like. And I know that I know it. I know I do. You're actually a bit after that, are you, Essie? I can't wait to find out what happened because it's all gone wrong, dude. I want to see how he deals with it when it's all gone wrong, mate. Is he going to follow through? Is he not going to? What's going to happen, man? Yeah. I'd give it a solid 10 out of 10 at the minute, mate. And not to mention it's got Gillian Anderson in it. And I've always had a bit of a sweet spot for Gillian Anderson. She plays a really cool character as well. A really cool character. Very powerful lady, Gillian Anderson. I've always liked her. I've always admired her. I thought it was Brendan Fraser. Is it just Brendan Fraser? Brendan Fraser. I thought it was. I've always pronounced it Brendan Fraser. Brendan Fraser. Don't pretend like you even know what you're on about. Anyway, you've not watched Hollyoaks, Bob, surely. You even get Hollyoaks over there. Brendan Fraser. I don't know how you spell it, but I've got no what's it? Take care, Dibs. Look after yourself. I hope the uni work's going well, mate. Is it uni work, Dibs? It is, isn't it? Right. You've got a big project at hand in, right? Scrap that and take that. Dibs said it was someone else. It's not someone else. It's Brendan Fraser from Hollyoaks. I don't know what you're on about. Well, what's Dibs said? Let's have a look. Dibs. Brendan Fraser is in Hollyoaks. Yeah. Why would he not be? That's the name of a character. It's not an actor. Brendan, innit? Brendan Fraser. Brendan Brady. Oh, hang on. Who's Brendan Fraser? Oh, is Brendan Fraser an actor? Oh, it is Brendan Brady. Oh, it is. No, you're right. No, you're right, dude. You're absolutely right. Who the fuck's Brendan Fraser? It is. It's the Brady. Yeah, it is. You're right. Brendan Brady. Sorry, mate. I do apologise, mate. Brendan Fraser, is he the one that did? Is he the one that put on a bit of pudding? He did The Mummy. He is, isn't he? That's why I'm getting all confused. Brendan Fraser did. He did a caveman one as well, didn't he? Like where he played a caveman that was in ice. And George of the jungle, watch out for that tree. What else did he do? Obviously, The Mummy, which is where I originally learned probably of him. Because we've had a few chats about him, haven't we? He was like a massive star in Hollywood. Thanks, Dibs, and thank you, Bob. Sorry, guys. He was like huge in Hollywood, wasn't it? I mean, Brendan Fraser was like the flavour of the month, mate. That the man could do no harm, and then like it was really weird. He just vanished, didn't he? Like almost overnight, he just slipped into obscurity. And the only times I've ever seen him are like on one of those stupid ass tweets where celebrities of long ago or whatever happened to so and so, and you always ever see a picture of like Brendan Fraser on the beach with like a proper man tummy, you know what I mean, a proper beer belly, and all puffy jowls from alcohol and things. I wonder what actually happened to him. I wonder, did he just, I don't know, did he just make his money and decided to get out of the rat race, or? Cheers, Dibs, thank you. Yeah, Brendan Fraser was definitely in The Mummy. That's where I first... and was it Rachel... I never know how to pronounce her name. Rachel Wise or Ways or something like that. And yeah, you just said George of the Jungle in chat. George of the Jungle. What was the BC one? The one where he played the... He played a caveman that was sort of like preserved in ice, and it thawed out, and it was kind of like two young hip kids at college, and they became like friends with the caveman. He actually did all of his own stunts and then was molested by a producer. Then divorced by a cheating wife and was ordered to pay a lot in alimony. Oh, is that what happened then? Just basically almost just got bankrupted into oblivion, was it? Yeah, take care, Dibs. Cheers, mate. Thanks, bro. He got cancelled because of a couple of bad films. Do you know what they were, Palomar? Or it was in Scrubs, was he really? I did watch Scrubs, but not kind of a lot, you know. I've seen a lot of episodes of Scrubs, but I've never actually sat down and watched them all, kind of, you know, as a running show, if you like. So literally, it's Encino. Is that what it's called? Encino, man. I thought it was something way more weird than that. Is that what it was actually called? Avoid the final series of Scrubs. To be honest, mate, I don't even know how far up to speed I ever was with Scrubs. I always really liked the program, but it was one of those things. Like I said, I used to catch it just because it was on, rather than turn the telly on to watch it, if that makes sense. You know, I might have been doing a bit of cooking or God knows, cleaning my bloody boots or something, and, you know, just end up with Scrubs on in the background. Always liked what I saw, though. Always really found it a very entertaining show, but I suppose I've never watched a massive amount of TV, I guess, in more recent years. I watch a fair bit of Netflix, which you could argue is still TV, but all I see Netflix as is just long-running films, to be honest. I never really think of them as TV, whether that be right or wrong. I was going to say, that does look like I cannot eat shit today. I literally cannot eat shit. It's called Encino, man. Encino, man. What a crap name for a film. It's a place in California, is it? Is that what it meant? God, what a terrible name. What a terrible, terrible name for a minute. Let's call it California, man, then. For fuck's sake. What a bunch of knobs. So what were the bad films, then? Anybody know... He actually played Dr. Cox's brother-in-law. Did he really? It was called California. Ah, there you go then. It was called California, man. There you go. Fucking brilliant. Thank the fucking Lord for that. Yeah. That does ring a bell. As soon as I said they should have called it California, man, I thought, I swear I've seen a film called that. It's the same film, though. Oh, the way the world ticks, mate. The way the world ticks. You gotta love it, really, didn't you? I thought that was quite good. I'm sure I quite enjoyed that. I mean, it was light-hearted, nonsensical fun, right? His last mummy film, Tomb of the Dragon Emperor. You know what, mate? Never even heard of it. And I loved the first Mummy. I thought it was brilliant, dude. I felt like I got sort of like a new Indiana Jones style series of films. But then there was that hideous thing called the Scorpion King, wasn't there? There's a bit of a spin-off. Yeah. I'm pretty sure I would have seen what I guess was the Mummy 2. And I'm assuming that isn't that one, right, Plower? Was Dragon Emperor like a third one in the series? I mean, you might even surprise me by saying it was the fourth one in the series. But on a serious note, though, serious. If you even if you don't necessarily like police dramas, which I do not like police dramas. They've never been something I'm particularly bothered with. I've seen a few good ones over the years, but it's not something I'd go out of my way to watch. If you've got Netflix, check out The Fall. It's it looks like it's going to be really fun. I'm already absolutely captivated by the smaller tales of the characters. On the police force, there's kind of like this running theme about, I guess, let's just say it's set in Belfast. So there's a lot of that Irish shenanigans going on around the main storyline, which will keep you very much on your toes. And the serial killer element of it seems to be intriguing, to say the least. Bedazzled. Now I know the name. I can't think of the storyline for that one, Blower. You're right, Grease. You did a POI yesterday, and at the end where the loot was, I fell down a trap and into a room full of zombies. I felt betrayed. I wonder which one that is, Grease. An Egyptian mummy in China. What? What you want about an Egyptian mummy in China? What was that all about? The Fall's not on your Netflix, but it is on your Prime. Yeah, well, it's definitely on the UK one, because that's where I'm watching it. But that wasn't Bedazzled about a witch. What was it? Because Doc's just made me suddenly think about something. Oh no, I'm thinking of Bewitched, aren't I? What, wasn't there like a kids remake of an ancient American kind of, was it a sitcom or something called Bewitched? I might be getting confused. Well, mummification in China wouldn't have been an unusual thing. But I'm trying to think what Jan's on about, an Egyptian mummy in China. The mummy that I watched had nothing to do with China. But I'm going to assume that's what you're talking about, that last one, right? That's the one I haven't seen. The Dragon Emperor. I might have to give that a go. Even if it is a bad one. Just so I can see it all. No, not Sabrina. No. Bewitched. Bewitched was an old American show, wasn't it? Sabrina's something completely different. Sabrina's really good. Sabrina on Netflix is excellent. Really good show, new model. I know nothing about Sabrina, the Teenage Witch. Nothing at all. Never seen it. Never read, I guess, I'm going to assume, books. But Czar, I think, was watching Sabrina. And I sort of chuckled thinking that sounds very unlike Czar to watch something like that. And I thought, well, if he's enjoying it, I'll give it a go. And I fell in love with Sabrina. I can't remember what it's called, though. It's not called The Teenage Witch, the Netflix show. It's actually bloody dark, mate. Proper dark. Some really nasty things happen in it, I'll tell you. Was it black and white? But well, bloody hell. I didn't know it was that all. I'm sure Bewitched had a rebirth or some sort of kids show over here in the UK. It would have been an American thing. I'm not going to worry about the loot. Is that what it's called? The Chilling Adventures of Sabrina? Yeah, I really enjoyed it, actually. Really good cast. Really good cast. The mothers in particular in Sabrina, they were brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Fantastic pair of actresses. Sabrina herself was very good. The rest of the younger cast were all very, very solid. I loved it. I'll just say the bad guy. I'll just leave it at that. Of which there were two. Let's just keep it loose and say the principal. But the female principal, she was brilliant as well. God, the whole cast's brilliant. The whole cast of Sabrina is excellent. The original Bedazzled was about a nobody wanting to impress a work colleague, so gets the devil involved. Oh, I got me thinking now. Maybe I should rewatch Bedazzled. I don't remember that at all with Brendan Fraser. I can't believe I got mixed between Brendan. I know the name because I know the girlfriend said it's Brendan Brady, but for some reason today I've been saying Brendan Fraser. Yeah, but Brendan Brady was the actor with his gorgeous moustache. Sequisha can suck it. Brendan Brady's got a proper moustache, mate. He wears a proper moustache like a proper man, not that pretend wannabe Sequisha thing. And thus starts the rioting in chat. There are 4 The Mummy movies. The last one is with Tom Cruise. Ah, yeah, but that's not the Mummy series, though, is it? The Mummy with Tom Cruise has got nothing to do with the series that was begun with Brendan Fraser, has it? Surely to God. Completely different lore, right? Which was the goings on of a husband wife where the wife was a witch. Then yeah, I don't know that one because I never watched the more recent kiddie version. Yeah, I was gonna say yeah. I mean, there's hundreds of Mummy films. Christ Almighty, Christopher Lee and Peter Cushing must have banged out a few of them back in the old Hammer horror film days. I mean, I dread to think how many Mummy and Frankenstein films have released over the years. I was so hopeful that we were going to see an ending or at least a dwindling of superhero films. And I remember watching, it was like a behind the scenes of Hollywood within the script world. And there was this big sort of push towards revitalizing the superhero genre has been going for a long time, and I think they were struggling to keep the relevancy of it all as some of the big long running superhero I suppose stories came to a close, and there was an understanding I think that there was going to be a big push to revitalize another, if you like, genre within Hollywood, something that hadn't been visited for a while. And it was going to be that kind of, but putting a modern take on all the old vampire, werewolf, Frankenstein, mummy, sort of Hammer horror theme stuff. And the big one that was going to kick it all off, of course, was The Mummy with Tom Cruise. And you know, I watch a lot of films, and even a bad film, so sometimes I can appreciate it for what it is. You know, so sometimes you've got to take the bad to appreciate the good. And I have to say, I watched The Mummy with Tom Cruise a second time not that long ago, because I remember thinking it can't be as bad as I thought it was. It really can't be that bad. And it is that bad. The Mummy with Tom Cruise, and I've got nothing against Tom Cruise. I think Tom Cruise has done some fantastic films. And the fact that he does all of his own stunts, and some of those stunts that even Hollywood stunt people would say they would never do that. But Tom Cruise does it himself. That alone, I think, makes him worth a watch in some cases. And the Mummy is absolutely, utterly a terrible film. There is nothing. I don't think there's anything good about The Mummy, and I you know, it's hard for me to admit that. Normally, I can find something that's pretty reasonable about a film, but that whole film, from the minute it starts to the minute it ends, is absolute trash. And I can only think that kind of killed the whole shebang, to be honest. Where's all my mods gone? Oh, they're over here, aren't they? I moved them all yesterday. Jesus Christ. Sitting here throwing all my opening all my boxes just round and round and round like a merry-go-round there. So that can go back, that can go back, that can go back. We don't need that sniper rifle, but I can't scrap it yet. It's not a good move, but I don't mind watching it a few times. What the Tom Cruise one? I will never watch that again, mate. I couldn't believe how bad that one was. I really do remember thinking, come on, there's got to be something worth watching here. You know, I know I was a bit too overhyped for it, but that film was, god damn. To talk about messing it up. I'd love to see all that stuff come back. Do you remember all the old? I've been back and watched them a few times over the years. The old, is it like American Werewolf in London films? And there were some pretty cool vampiric ones as well, weren't there? With, I'm trying to think now. Was it like Brad Pitt and a few other big stars of the time? All that stuff. I love all that. I really do like those supernatural tales. That's why I love The Mummy. It was like watching Indiana Jones, but with Brendan Fraser, with like a legit, proper, spooky, supernatural shenanigans going on. That's the one, Mario. Yeah, was that the one with Tom Cruise? Yeah. Is that an Interview with the Vampire? Is that who's in that? Is that like who plays like? Is Tom Cruise? Is it Tom Cruise? Does Tom Cruise play the young vampire? So he's like the head vampire in there. Or is Tom Cruise plays the head vampire and Brad Pitt plays the young vampire? So it's something like that, right? I mean, it's a pretty blockbuster cast, yeah. I'd love to see something like that. Everything just became Twilight, didn't it? And you know, I did try and watch Twilight, and I made it right up into the scene where I think a girl is about to get run over in a car park, and he moves a car with his mind, I think. And that's as far as I got into Twilight. I just didn't. It wasn't a case that it was hip to hate it. I just didn't like that take on vampires, to be honest. It was Brad Pitt, Tom Cruise, and Antonio Banderas. No way. Jesus, I need to watch that again. I like Antonio Banderas, always have to. He did a couple of films called Spy Kids. And I know it sounds silly, you know, because they are very much kids' films, but I tell you what, mate. Nailed it. Absolutely nailed it. Spy Kids is brilliant. Definitely worth a watch. Don't care how old you are. Find your inner child and go and watch Spy Kids 1 and 2. Bloody brilliant film. 10 out of 10. No doubt about it. Nailed it. Right. I want to make some 762 rounds. So we'll make boxes. How many can I make? 8 boxes. That'll do us. Yeah, Interview with the Vampire. I've seen it a few times, but probably not for many, many years now. Because that's old, right? I mean, that is an old film. The other one I'd like to see again is... We mentioned it the other day. I think it's... I can't remember which way around it is. I'm sure it's Anthony Hopkins and Brad Pitt, and one of them plays the devil. So presumably it's Anthony Hopkins makes a deal with Brad Pitt, who is the devil, and then there's a little bit of courting going on with his daughter and things. That was a really good film. Can never remember the name of that one though. Despicable Me, fantastic. There's 2 of those, aren't there, Doc? Despicable Me. I'm sure there's 2. There was a follow-up, wasn't there? Dark Shadows with Johnny Depp. I don't think I've seen Dark Shadows. Or is that the one where he's a vampire and he comes back to the family home, the modern family home? Is that one? I remember. I'll be really careful with spoilers. He's kind of sitting at the head of the table, and they're all kind of asking him questions. Is that one, York? Yeah. I'm not sure I've actually seen the whole film. I seem to remember that was one of the ones we might have popped on at the end of another film and just ended up having a bit of a natter. I'm not sure on that one. But I know I was intrigued because I love Johnny Depp, mate. And Johnny Depp with a character like that, you just can't go wrong, can you? That was it. Meet Joe Black. He plays Death. That's it. Sorry. Yes, that's the one. Thanks, Bob. Meet Joe Black. Yeah. Yeah, wasn't Sean Connery in Zorro? Sean Connery. Didn't Sean Connery play Zorro? And Antonio Banderas was like the upcoming new Zorro because Sean Connery was going to retire or something like that. Dusk Till Dawn's brilliant. One of my favourite films of all time. Dusk Till Dawn came on TV or Sky or whatever it was. I knew nothing about it. I didn't know who the cast were. You know, a vague recollection. Is it George Clooney? And obviously it's got, what's his name? Oh, God. What's the director? God. Quentin Tarantino, isn't it? Didn't even know who Quentin Tarantino was, mate. And I started watching Dusk Till Dawn having no idea what the hell was going on. No idea. Didn't know it was about bloody vampires or anything like that, mate. The Titty Twister and all the rest of it became one of my most watched films ever. I actually watched it. I don't know whether it's a Netflix seasonal show, but there was a show called Dusk Till Dawn. And I did start watching that. I think I watched the first season. It wasn't terrible, but that's it. But you got it. Oh, I love Dusk Till Dawn, yeah. Yeah, absolutely loved it, mate. Oh, he was, wasn't he? I forgot. Yeah, I forgot about that, Mario. Yeah. Yeah, I forgot he was in it. And there was a second Despicable Me. Don't know about it. Around the same time the second was released, those minions were being hyped and used to advertise almost everything, so I avoided the film. Yeah, I seem to remember Despicable Me 2 was alright. Yeah, you know, they didn't deviate too much from the formula, if I remember. Right, so what do we need to cure these damn things? Let's have a look. Deep lacerations are sewing kits or first aid kits. And arms broken, which is the casts or the splints. Now, I actually have got... Well, I tell you what. Does swinging with an axe actually affect a broken hand and arm? It only says ranged or power attacks. Should we just go and put that to the test? Well, it doesn't sound like it's going to have any impact. We'll give it a little dabble. I'd forgotten about that, Mario. I totally forgot. How do you pronounce his name? Danny Trejo, is it? Trejo? Silent Trejo? I don't know what you mean. I mean, yeah, God almighty, he's played major roles in tons of films as well as a bazillion cameo roles, hasn't he? I mean, Jesus. There's actually 3 Despicable Me's, are there? I'm going to assume... You know what? I might not have seen the second one then. I don't know. I don't know which ones I've seen. Because I'm sure I saw one not that long ago. So maybe I actually saw 1 and 3 and not 1 and 2, perhaps. Trejo. Danny Trejo. Trejo? It's something like that, is it, a Daikoi? Trejo. Are you picking up Fall Guys? That sounds like that's the new flavour of the month at the minute, mate. Not quite my cup of tea, but I'm sure there will be many a tale and adventure to be had with all of that. As your as the head today, Pixie, you were suffering a bit yesterday. You all singing and dancing today. Fall Guys, like I know you tend to pick up all the latest games, don't you? Fall Guys is the new like multiplayer sort of, or mass multiplayer party game, I suppose. Like I said, not my cup of tea personally. But. So the last one's 3 years. That makes me think I've probably seen 1 and 3 and not 1 and 2 then. Because I saw one not long ago, so I can only assume maybe it was on Netflix or something like that. It certainly wouldn't have been something I'd have gone to the cinema to see. So, who knows? The one I really liked was Wreck-It Ralph. I really liked Wreck-It Ralph. Like really liked it. Fantastic tale. Yeah, I'm the same, Dyke. I mean, it looks like fun, but I certainly wouldn't be spending 20 quid on it. So around 43 and 44. So if we suddenly see that spike back up, we'll know that... I don't, that's what I'm saying. Yes, yeah, I don't know, mate. All I know is I've seen 2 Despicable Me's, so I don't know, mate. I don't remember the stories or anything really about them. So I seem to remember I've seen one where I think it's his brother. I'm sure it's his brother pops up. Not sure if that's second or third one. think it's time for a coffee. It's really weird because today's the first time I've not had a coffee in my Yeti mug, and I'm missing it because around this time it becomes extremely drinkable. You know, that fiery heat has dissipated at this point, about 10:30. So we get sweet time. First one is the kids he gets. Second one is the girlfriend he gets, and the third is the family he gets. Oh, I'm not even sure. I mean, I know Despicable Me. I mean, it's the dude with the giant nose, right, and the really long legs and sort of like roly-poly body, right, and he's a bit of a crazy inventor. And he's got all these minions running around. The one I watched, I seem to remember him and his brother in sort of like skin tight, freaking jumpsuits. But I can't remember. I don't know whether his brother betrays him or something like that. I can't bloody remember. That's the third one, is it? Okay, there you go then. That's the one I've seen. So I must have seen 1 and 3 then. I don't think I've seen one with a girlfriend involved. Oh, I'll check that out then. Because I did definitely like Despicable Me. I like the character. And you can't go wrong with a few minions running around as well. I like all the animated films, to be fair. The one I still haven't watched, I know Pixie, I think she said she really enjoyed it, was The Lion King, if you like. Live action, but basically CGI, if you like, as in the non-animated Lion King. I still haven't seen that. And I've not seen Dumbo. That's another one, isn't it? And I don't think I've seen The Jungle Book either, which is another one, isn't it? There was something like a rebirth of these sort of like live action stroke CGI films, wasn't there? What was the name of the film where the boy's in a boat? I'll be really careful what I say here because I might end up dropping a major spoiler. It's basically a boy in a boat with like a tiger and a donkey and whatever it is, and I'll keep it really loose so I don't give everything away. But actually, the story is far more. Oh, I can't say without giving the plot away. What was the name of that film though? Story of Pi. That's it. Thank you, mate. That is one I have to watch. That and Shutter Island are the 2 films I have to watch again. The Story of Pi. Yeah. Right, that's the phone. What I'm going to do, I'm going to grab this because the phone just hasn't shut up all day, and I'm going to get a coffee. I'll be back in 2 minutes. And back. Sorry about that. It took a bit longer than I thought. Jesus, I tell you what, the phone at the minute, I'd never done anything like it. You caught near the end of the CGI Spielberg version of Tintin. Tintin. So that's the French one, right? With the little sort of detective sleuth boy with a little dog, right? And I seem to remember a sailor or something. Was there like a sailor involved? I never knew much about Tintin. but I do know Tintin. In the same way, I don't know a huge amount about Asterix. But I do know Asterix, and I've definitely read quite a few of the Asterix comics, and I'm sure the same with Tintin to some degree. But I certainly don't know, you know, I've never read them all or anything like that. Because they were both French, weren't they? If I remember correctly. The Tintin movie's quite good, is it? Yeah, I don't know, I suppose maybe another one for me to check out. Cars movies. I don't remember those, to be honest. Seem to remember the main car being a little red one. The one I liked was what was the one with the snail? I seem to remember a snail at the very start ended up in like the nitrous injection of a supercar street racer. Anyone remember that? I am thinking of a film, right? Little Diddy snails, so in like his little antennas turned into like sort of like bright spotlight things. Turbo, that's the one. Turbo, I like Turbo, mate. Captain Haddock, that's the one. That's from Tintin, right? Oh, it's actually Belgium, is it? Oh, it's a Belgium, not a French one. Oh, I didn't know that. Yeah, the Sea Dog type guy is Captain Haddock, that's the one. No, it wasn't Alethean. I was sitting there thinking, I wonder if that's a comic or not. No, that was definitely Turbo. Yeah. I like that. That was awesome. I can't remember Cars. I actually can't remember Cars. I know it was a massive hit in the UK though. Like it was everything, wasn't it? Everywhere was cars. And McDonald's had cars. It was just like mass saturation, wasn't it? Yeah, the only time I fell foul of Pixar, and I still to this day don't think I've seen it, was Up. I was really looking forward to Up, and Up started in a way that I never ever want a Pixar movie to start again. Now, I'm sure many people will say that actually it's a wonderful tale and a beautiful tale. I just didn't it kind of knocked me a little bit at the beginning of Up. It was so far removed from what I was expecting from a Pixar-based or created film that I didn't... I wasn't prepared for it, and as a result didn't enjoy it Up. And in fact didn't even watch it, actually. I didn't go to the cinema for that one. And ended up turning it off thinking, oh wow, that's not quite what I thought, you know, not to worry, I'll carry on watching it tomorrow. And I'm pretty sure I never went back to Up. But I understand it's supposed to be very good. Oh, and the other one was WALL-E. I seem to remember WALL-E when that first came out. I kind of started watching it and thought, nah, whatever. I think I did end up watching it over the rest of the weekend that I bought the DVD or Blu-ray or whatever it would have been. Yeah, it wasn't, you know, that I was like angry or anything about the start of it. I just thought, oh, you know, I was so excited to watch a fun Pixar movie, and it just put a bit of a Debbie Downer on you know, because I was going out, I think, so I thought I'd start watching it. And then watch it when I got back or on the Sunday, and I just thought, fucking hell. It's not quite what... not exactly lifted my spirits at the start of it, so I thought, yeah, whatever. What's Redbox? What the hell's Redbox, dude? The Disney movie. I like that Disney movie for flying carpet. What's that, dude? The only thing I can think of with a flying carpet is Aladdin, right? Is it Aladdin or something? I have now seen the Will Smith Aladdin, and that is proper weird. I still haven't quite come to terms with what I saw there. that was a truly bizarre experience, to say the least. The Old Guard. The Old Guard. So, someone mentioned this in chat the other day, Lady Elvira. Is that the one about the mob in America? It's like a docudrama. Is that one? And it's advertised as having, you know, never before seen footage interview thing, something like that. No, it's not that one. Okay, maybe I don't know that one then. I know there's one that's something to do with the mob, as in Mafia in America, that's just popped up on our Netflix in the UK, which actually looks quite interesting. I might give that a go at some point. Oh, old God. Oh, shit, I know what you mean. Oh, fucking hell. Yes, I have seen it. Oh, it's bloody brilliant, mate. Oh, God. I'm getting confused. I'm terrible at this. Yeah, Old God's absolutely fantastic, mate. Absolutely bloody brilliant. Really enjoyed it. And I really hope we get at least another film out of it. Yeah. That's top banana. Yeah, as soon as you said Immortals. Yeah, that's brilliant. The opening of that, the very beginning scene, I was like, what the hell, dude? What's going on here? And then you know what happens. Yeah, really good. Ever so well done. Highly recommended. Yeah, we mentioned that the day after I watched it. You're right, Serdi. Thanks for that, Serdi. I was off on a completely different tangent there, I think. Up is a real feels movie. Good, but like you said, yeah. Unfortunately, I just assumed I knew nothing about it. I hadn't really seen any of the advertising or anything around Up. So I picked it up, like I said, on a Blu-ray or something. And HMV or Virgin. Oh, Pixar movie I've not seen. Up, yeah, I remember hearing about it, but not actually anything specific. And pops it on, and going out tonight. Yeah, gonna have a few drinks. Yeah, it's gonna be great. Come home, get a Chinese, carry on watching it or something. Started watching it and thought, shit, dude, what the fudge? You're right, James. How you doing, mate? How is No Man's Sky? Was that the first time you've played it, James? What were your thoughts, sir? Nice to see you, Sadie. How are you doing, bro? How's things? Right, What started watching? We just talked about a new show we're watching, Sadie, called The Fall with Gillian Anderson. Highly recommended, mate. Yeah, I've got that to watch when the girlfriend's not busy watching something, James. So I've just watched the last couple of over the last few days. The last 2 from season 1, just to refresh my memory. So yeah, I'm all good to go with that, mate. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I would err on the side of suggesting that I've never actually seen Up. I really don't think I ever went back and finished it off, or if I did, I did so under insane intoxication at the time. And Chinese spare ribs, probably. So, but probably why I don't remember a lot about it. And like I said, the same with Wally as well. First time you played it, yeah. As I thought, so far not for me, but I'm going to plod on and see if there is any hook. It's a tricky game, James. I wouldn't be surprised if it doesn't end up being something you just don't see the sparkle of, because I quite often feel like that myself, mate. I think I will make a comment. No Man's Sky is a really good game. There is no doubt about that. There is so much to do and such a wealth of content there. It is a really good game. The problem for me is it does nothing particularly well. It really is the jack of all trades of video games. And what I mean by that is yes, it's got some ship combat, but the ship combat is incredibly simplistic. It does have some, if you like, third person or first person combat with you as your character with essentially a gun. But it is so mindlessly simplistic at times. And I think that's why I struggle to carry on playing it, because I like the building. I mean, I really do like the building. It's a very, very well done element of the game. But like Grounded, so sometimes I almost feel like I'm building just for the sake of, it's got cool building, to be fair to No Man's Sky, there's much more reason to build. You know, I mean, I've got like intergalactic farms all over the place, mate. You know, making bazillions of credits when I can never be asked to harvest them. So there's more incentive, but it's like it has a little bit of everything you want in a space game, but nothing specifically has any real meat on the bones, James. I don't know if that resonates with you at all. I mean, oh, for fuck's sake, this is getting ridiculous. Damn, it's just like never ending on the phone these days. I've never known anything like it. It's crazy, man. You're right, James. It feels like a very extensive tech demo. Yeah, and the thing is, James, I think what you've said there is absolutely bang on the money. And you know what, mate? Nothing's going to change. All the things that I'd love to see in No Man's Sky, you know, like more fleshed out combat systems, it will never have it because it's not what No Man's Sky is trying to do. You know, No Man's Sky is not actually and never will be about flying around in a spaceship, shooting up other spaceships, or running around in, you know, in rovers infiltrating enemy bases. It's just not what No Man's Sky is. And I think that's the problem. I love No Man's Sky as a game. I just wish it was a different game. You know, a bit more hardcore, if you like. You know, they've clearly got a heart and soul to No Man's Sky. And it's not about turning it into Call of Duty or Elite Dangerous in space. And I think I just have to accept that No Man's Sky is what it is. And, you know, I go back periodically and I have a lot of fun with it for a couple of 100 hours and, you know, shove it until the next big update. And, yeah, but, you know, I enjoy that, you know. So the job hunting's not going so well. Vicky's good. She's got a couple of weeks off, so she gets to nag me more. So you're both in the house together during lockdown, James. Quality family time, they call that, James. We'll see what you're calling it by the end of the week. You watched the Fall on BBC quite good. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to it, Sadie. Yeah, SCR's watching it as well, so... Yeah, I hope so, Lady Alvarez. I'd be very surprised if we don't get an Old Guard 2. I mean, the ending is literally just screaming, give me a sequel, isn't it? Yeah. And you're going out to your mates today. First time socialising since February. Oh, nice one, Sadie. What are you up to, mate? You alright, Azzy? You alright, Miss Grip? You alright, Badass? You alright, Subquake? Can No Man's Sky be modded? It can actually, yes. In fact, there's a lot of mods for No Man's Sky. The only downside of it is always make sure you read the mod info from the mod authors specifically. There was always the danger during the early modding of No Man's Sky that certain things meant that if certain key changes were made to the game, that saved games would essentially become unusable. So it's why I decided not to use them back in the day, SCR. But I'm sure the modding scene's moved on a long... We're talking 2 years ago when I was looking into that, mate. But a lot of the mod authors made it very, very clear, like, you know, this mod does, you know, change X, Y, and ABC, which means that if anything were to change in terms of the game save profile configuration around those things in a future update, you will not be able to play. So I was a bit cautious at the time because I always thought of it as quite a long-standing, almost MMO experience. But I'm sure there's a lot more. I mean, there's a lot of visual things that won't screw things up. You know, you can change your cockpits and things like that, and then general color schemes in cockpits, and there's some nice ones for streamers where it changes like the, you know, the faster than light travel, which can look really pixelated on a stream because of the graphic style that it uses. You can get a much nicer one for a stream, so your stream doesn't just completely become a blur during FTL boost and what have you. So yeah, I mean, there are mods for it, and there's some amazing mods. I mean, you know, behind closed doors, I know some of them are openly advertised, but there's some really nice ones that aren't so advertised, where you literally can have an X-Wing or a TIE fighter, mate. So some of the bigger No Man's Sky actual mod sites, I think, are a little bit cautious about where they advertise some of the blatantly straight out of Star Wars mods. But yeah, absolutely, dude. There's loads of mods for it, bro. Yeah, that's right, Doc. Yeah, I mean, like anything, some mod authors have come, some mod authors have gone. So some mods that were viable are no longer viable because of key changes. You know, I think the modding community is reasonably healthy. I'm sure if you really need to find something, you could probably... I mean, there were mods that added, you know, swathes of forests and increased plant size, reduced the amount of water in worlds, and you name it, all sorts. But as soon as you start getting into those realms, I drew the line there, because to me, that changed too much about the game. So I tend to stick with things that just changed, like the internal cockpit design, so I had better visibility. Things that cleaned up, for example, what was it called? The Omni tool. It just made the Omni tool look cleaner and sharper, things like that. I know how you feel, Grim. There seems to be something lacking on each element of the game. Yeah, yeah. It's a really good example of a game that just does everything you've probably ever wanted to do in space. You can get out of your ship. You can walk around a space station. You know, you can meet your friends. You can have space battles. You can have on-planet battles. You can have rovers. You can have, you know, hover bikes. You can have aquatic submersibles. You name it. You can build, you can farm, you can extract gaseous resources. You can do anything, right, James? But no one element is stand out amazing, apart from things like the exploration. And you know, Subquake, you know, he finds that quite actually repetitive. And it is, although the planets are all unique. You know, it's a slightly different shade of grass and a slightly different looking grass, an infinite choice of possibilities. You can argue, yes, it is, but there's definitely a point where you start feeling like I've kind of seen this before. Elements of exploration, and I'm not knocking that. I think the exploration is part of the reason I love it. You know, I still get a jump of glee and excitement when I land on a new planet, and it feels like wow. You know, one of those ones that's like really low G or really high G and things. It's good fun. This is an underground farm, Jimbo. Underground farm, mate. So you left about 10 minutes ago, did you, Miss Creek? Did you have a lovely time, mate? Did you manage to get some quality of time together? You're right, Knots. What's that, Knots? You haven't... What was that? You haven't driven, or... I did wonder, not. What's that all about? That was because it was boiling hot in her room, Sally. That she had hid a yogurt under her pillow for earlier in the day. Oh no, James, gutted, mate, gutted. One might I miss is the blackening of space. No Man's Sky now won't let you alter the colouring of space. Oh really? So all that kind of stuff's gone as well. As yeah, because there was some nice nebula stuff, wasn't there, back in the early days. Yeah, I disagree with you to some degree. I know what you're getting at, though. I do see what you're saying, but I mean, I don't quite agree with that, to be fair. But I think there's still a massive. I could easily choose X number of desert planets and say that there was a significant difference between them. In fauna, flora, shape, geography, and 1,001 other things. I think it's too dismissive to say that once you've been to a desert planet. I don't agree with that at all, personally, but I see the point you're making. I see the point you're going for. All a bit too quick, Miss Groot. I suppose it's been a while since you've been able to get together, right? So, as long as you had fun, Miss Groot. As long as you had fun, mate. You're right, Vinna. You just messaged the Bob to see if they can do Finley's hair. Not sure of the rules at the moment. He starts nursery in 9 days, and his lockdown baldy we gave him has grown in and is a mess now. Does he like having his hair cut? Is it something he looks forward to? Or is he one of those kids? Ah, don't cut me hair! Yeah, I'm not sure the rule what the rules are on any of that, to be honest. It's an interesting one, Edwina. I think I came to the conclusion a little while back that no one knows what the rules are in England right now. It seems to be everyone's just making shit up, quite frankly. I have no idea what's supposed to be open, what isn't open. But people definitely are not wearing masks where they're supposed to be wearing masks, which I still find very strange, considering the ease with which we can get them now, without jeopardising NHS stuff. But God knows, mate. Sat really well last time. Manimal took it. Was it the promise of sweeties and a McDonald's afterwards? That always helps, I'm sure. Oh, really, Miss Group? Not seen each other since Christmas. Wow, mate. Wow. I should imagine that was really enjoyable, right, mate? Really enjoyable. Because you stayed for a while, right? Was it a whole week, was it, Miss Grief? Or... Seems that way, doesn't it, James? Yeah, I mean, you know, it's... I don't know. It just seems crazy to me. I honestly, I could go and stand outside Radge's, right, for like 15 minutes. And Radge's has always been one of those shops where, you know, people pull up in a massive car and they literally leap out, grab what they want and leap back in the car and even fucking stop traffic, I think, sometimes. But I just never see anyone wearing a mask in Radge's. In fact, to the point where I'm trying not to go there because obviously with a girlfriend and my dad... You know, I really am trying to make sure that I'm not the weak link in the chain at the moment. And, yeah, it pisses me off a little bit, to be honest. You're like, Crease to feel? What's the matter, mate? You're cooming, are you? Oh, wow. Interesting. So, where are you cooming from? The problem is he probably won't wear a mask. I did try. Oh, but I should imagine that's a nightmare with a little in, isn't it? Trying to get him to wear a mask, mate. Didn't think of that. You haven't seen volcanoes? Is there a reason why you should be seeing volcanoes? I don't even know if volcanoes exist. Right? I'll tell you what, who was that? Who was it who put that tech demo in Discord? Holy wow, did you see that Subquite? It might have been you, mate. That's, was it done in Unity just as like a little tech demo? Of someone like using a laser beam to cut through a rock. And the rock itself was actually melting. And the molten rock was sort of pouring down the rock and everything. And you could sort of carve shut. That was amazing, mate. Kids under 11 don't need to wear a mask. What, for real? So does that mean kids won't be wearing masks at school, presumably, then, right? Just forgot, James. I've been to Radge's and forgotten. And so to be fair, what I did was I sort of waved to him through the window and asked him if he could get it ready. And he was kind enough to bring it out to me. And I just gave him a note and said I'd pick the change up next time. So I am trying. I am trying. Yeah, I was thinking that, Serdi. A way to make it fun. Yeah. Yeah, like if Finny really likes Spider-Man or something, or whatever it is. I mean, I'm pretty confident somebody out there has seen a way to make money out of that, haven't they? Wear a Spidey suit with a Spidey mask. Bit tricky if he's trying to get his hair cut, though. What can anyone think about? How else could you convince a little one? I suppose the promise of sweets, or it's like you say, James. I suppose if the little one doesn't have to, you don't want to make them feel too uncomfortable, do you? So you don't think No Man's Sky is going to be the next flavour for you then, James? No. I suppose you're not too worried at the minute though, mate, because you've got Cyberpunk, haven't you, James? Which is, I mean, that is dangerously close now, right? What's the release date for that? It's is it November? Is it? I mean, that is not far away, is it? I know it might seem it, but you know, the speed with which this year is just disappearing. It's right, so great it is. It's that makes me laugh about all the hoo-ha we've had in the UK with people concealing their faces, and now it's like masks on, everybody masks on. I didn't think of that, Cool Fresh. That's a good point, yeah. Complete with licked faceplate and everything, and snot still dribbling down the front of it, yeah. That's a good point, that is. That's a nice idea, lady over here. I bet Z could make some glorious ones. Z was making masks, wasn't she? Some really nice cloth masks. I bet with some, you know, some nice superhero print or you know, Pixar movie prints and things. So Cyberpunk's November. Yeah, it's difficult, isn't it, James? I think you're right, Jimbo. I think, you know, the excitement was ravenous earlier in the year. You know, when we were expecting that. Was it April like 26th or 27th was the expected release date, wasn't it? And, you know, with COVID and lockdown, you know, people were like, oh my God, you know, I've got time off work and Cyberpunk's about to release. And I think a lot of people were very excited. It will re-emerge, Jimbo. I think everyone's in the same rut at the moment. There's just so much uncertainty. And just everyone's just in such a tiz-was about, you know, what's going on. And as soon as we get closer to release date, Cyberpunk will be back in the limelight. I don't think it's been forgotten. I think everyone's just put it on the back burner, to be honest. I mean, that is a huge game, an absolutely huge game. You know, I think even for fan or not, I guess fans of the cyberpunk genre, you know, oh my God, hang on, something's not right here. What's happened here? Oh, what has happened here? That's better. Oh, Jesus, I thought I'd gone completely wrong then. The red debuff is my broken arm, or yeah, I think I had a broken arm and a, I don't know, sprained wrist or something. I had a double whammy a minute ago. Yeah, I've heard things like this. Yeah, it's the return to school. I think a lot of us were just thinking it was, you know, they just go back and they mill around. But as you say, there's going to be some degree of segregation within the schools, isn't it? It'll be very interesting. It'll be very interesting to see how they do adapt to it. And things like lunchtime as well, Subway. So instead of having like all of the year going to lunch at exactly the same time, they might stagger it out. Sort of compartmentalise contact with one year to another year, perhaps. I mean, how much scope they've got to do that in some schools, I don't know, but... Here I sir. How's things your end, fella? The balls are well today, sir. The balls are well. We'll see. We'll see what the future brings. Inglorious Blighty. You tempted to get Fall Guys, James? I know a lot of people have been playing that. It's like I said to Daiquiri, it's just not my cup of tea, you know. I've watched a little bit of it, and yeah, you know, I think the game looks wonderfully good fun. You know, it's a party game or something, but there's no way I'll buy it. It's just in the same way that I wouldn't buy FIFA. You know, I like football, but I just don't buy FIFA each and every single year. It's the same way I don't really buy party games. I already have a game that I use for that, which is very much Mario Kart for me, so I've got no inclination to buy Fall Guys. But it looks like fun. It looks like a nice little community game. Yeah, I get you, James. Yeah. The thing is apparently it's free. I mean, big shout out to Chat because I didn't realise it's free on PlayStation Network or PlayStation Plus. So to be honest, if I was even humming and hawing, instead of spending 20 quid on Steam, I'd just spend like 6 or 7 quid or whatever it is for PlayStation Plus for a month and get it on there. It's certainly not something I'd ever stream. Bit of a peep start to the weekend, if I'm honest. Got a funeral tomorrow, which was a little unexpected. Oh, bloody hell, mate. Sorry to hear that as well. That doesn't sound good, mate. Are you off today, Zara, or just on a night? I think this is done. I think we're just going to get a little bit of wood. We'll just make sure that that tower hasn't done anything strange. We have my underground farm back at long last. It didn't feel right without one of these. I like this. This is something I always look forward to building. Oh, hang on. Go up one more, don't we? I thought you might do that, you cheeky little bugger. Certainly won't be wanting for frames for a few days, will we? Got a few days off, have you, well, with everything that's going on, that's probably a good thing, mate. Well, you have it for, you pretty much have it forever, though. I mean, most people that play it for PlayStation Plus. The only reason I let mine drop some quite, because I have PlayStation Plus all the time. I was saying the other day, I just stopped remembering to not download the game, which is the discussion we had before. I just forgot. I just kept forgetting to claim the games, mate. So I was just wasting £6 every month or whatever it is, or £7 or whatever it was. But yeah, I should imagine most people that have PlayStation Plus have it pretty much indefinitely, to be honest. I think if you're invested in the PlayStation ecosystem, there's no reason not to have PlayStation Plus every month. So grab Fall Guys, you know, it's a third of the price you'll play elsewhere, and get your other free games monthly. It's a no-brainer, really, isn't it? Have a bit of a laugh out with it for the next month, like you said, even if you don't carry on the subscription. And to be honest, for me, that kind of game, I would never play a game like that on PC. I just wouldn't. Even if I did play a party game, the last place I would play a party game is on fucking PC. It's never gonna happen. Not in a million fucking years. It would be in the living room. Even if I was playing on the internet with friends, I would not be sitting in front of a PC. Not in 1,000 bazillion years would that fucking happen. It's just not the way I play video games. There's something wrong. There is something wrong here. Or is there? Or is it just an optical illusion? It's, even something like Gangbusters, which I was quite interested in, you know, the reason I wouldn't get it is because I don't like party games on PC. It's not what my PC's for. You know, my party games are PlayStation, Wii, get it up on the big screen, you know, sit on the couch with someone and play it across the internet. It's the same with Monster Hunter. I don't like Monster Hunter on the big screen. Monster Hunter to me is a handheld game. I'm not saying you know that's the way it's meant to be played. I'm just saying for me that is what Monster Hunter is. It's a mobile bite-sized chunk of gaming. I cannot play it on a big screen sitting down at a PC or even a PlayStation 4. Just can't do it. You're a bit far from your TV in the new house, and the eyes are adjusting after a night shift. And I could have sworn Jan just said job titties. He probably did. You're right, fat middle-aged man. What the F am I building? This is an underground farm, mate. An underground farm, sir. With a rather elaborate roof. Yeah. Yeah, you're right. Some quite, yeah. It's we were saying the other thing to take into account there, some point. I think you hit the nail on the head, to be honest, mate. Is doing rotations on a lot of these services. You know, let's just say you're doing gaming on a budget for a year or a few months or whatever, and you know, if you can put aside about £15 a month, which is, you know, pretty much what you're going to be playing for Netflix or whatever it is these days, you know, on multiple accounts and devices. You know, 10 to £15 a month will get you a subscription to one of those free-ish services or subscription-based services. I mean, not technically free, but very good value for money. So this month you could get the Game Pass. Next month you could get PlayStation Plus. The month after that you could get, you know, Origins Pass. The month after that you could get the Uplay Pass. The month after, you know, you see where it goes, don't you? you know, I think people see it as, oh, you know, I can't afford to subscribe to all these different, you know, subscription-based digital distribution services for games. So you don't need to. There's only so many games you can play. I mean, for me, it's very easy because I tend to only play 1 or 2 games, you know, simultaneously. You know, there are definitely ways to game pretty cheaply these days, to be honest. You don't have to have, you know, £15 a month subscriptions simultaneously, do you? They pick and choose a little bit. And I think people do that with Netflix anyway, don't they? You know, what 1 month get Disney Plus, the month after that get, I don't know, Hulu or whatever it is, the month after that get Netflix, the month after that get whatever else is out there, you know, Amazon Prime. Yeah, not too bad, middle-aged man. How are you? How's things? God, that coffee's hot. You buy PlayStation Plus for 12 months at a time, yeah, because you get a big discount for that, don't you? Yeah, I just don't have the PlayStation plugged in regularly enough. You know, and it's just the case of laziness, really. You know, I'd have to switch out some HDMI leads. You know, get it jacked in, probably update it, and then after that, you know, get that month's free games. The thing is, the chances are I'll never play those free games anyway. I think which wood have we actually got? We've got 1,000 wood. Let me get. I think if I can get a little bit more wood and bring some cobblestone and concrete across, we can probably finish that off. Let's just go and check the tower. Yeah, ammo's good. Yeah, I think I made 1,200 magnum rounds. That's actually 2 hordes worth. But they're still free games, though, aren't they, Mario? I mean, that's the point, mate. It's a case of building up the back catalogue, isn't it? I think what you've got to do is you've got to stop looking at it from the point of view of what is free this month. More, what can I get this month and what can I have got all the other months that I've subscribed to it for. You know, if I'd kept my subscription going for just about 6 months of last year or whenever it was, you know, I'd have to. I mean, Uncharted 4 and all sorts have been on it, haven't they? You know, you don't just get that month, do you? You get all the other months that you've subbed to it as well, you know, when you refresh it. So, it's like Yeti says, you know, you get a year's worth, 1 year. Treat yourself at Christmas. Get all those free games. Play them when they come out or not. Anytime you go back, you've got, you know, a whole wealth of things to play. Great to think what I've missed out with my PlayStation Plus, because I didn't realise it was still active at one point. I honestly thought I'd cancelled it, and I hadn't. And so not only was I not looking for the free games to see if it was worth activating them, I didn't even check them. That sounds like that's inside my face, doesn't it? The point being, a free game's a free game, isn't it? I mean, if you you know, I think the way some of my friends have seen it over the years, which will be interesting to see this change Microsoft again, you know, you did need the live service to play online, didn't you? So Xbox Live Gold was always like that. PlayStation Plus this time around. You want to play multiplayer, and they do, you see. So to them, they're not subscribing to get free games. The free games are, you know, they're a bonus. It's a chance to play a game that, you know, otherwise they would never ever have ever touched with a barge pole. You know, but if they want to play FIFA or they want to play Call of Duty, they have to be subscribed to that online service, don't they? So to them, it's not something to tempt them into the ecosystem. Whereas the Game Pass is very different, isn't it? That's Microsoft taking it to I guess a new level, right? You got Tomb Raider for free, yeah. There's been some. I mean, to be fair, you know, 1 month might be a bad month, but another month could be a holy shit. I mean, Bloodborne. I mean, Bloodborne was free. I'm sure Uncharted 4 was free. Crazy amount of games. You get your good months and your bad months, don't you? I think it's more for people originally. I mean, I think things will change with the next generation, but I think those freebie games were a nice way for people to experience genres that they otherwise wouldn't have touched. And it's still the same way I see the Game Pass. You know, the Game Pass has so many games that I would never ever have bought, but I really want to play now. You know, because you're essentially getting them for such a small price of entry, right? Have you got anything on the horizon, James? I mean, anything that you think might be a gap filler between now and Cyberpunk? I can't really think of what's coming out. I was talking about it earlier. Obviously, we've got Valhalla and Cyberpunk come out pretty much back to back, so that yeah. So some people will choose one over the other for whatever reason. Anybody think of any big releases between now and then? I mean, we don't even have a release date for the next gen consoles, do we? You've got to think it won't be any later than sort of like mid-November, right? I just, that's getting dangerously close to Christmas for a console release. I mean, you know, if I had to put money down, I would be guessing the new, you know, at least one of the new consoles will release early November. But we just don't know, do we? Unless there's been an announcement this week. I mean, that's crazy exciting to think, you know, whether or not you're buying one. Just the fact that we are about to embark on a whole new console generation. That's fantastic. I think I'll leave those up there. There. So if I grab some... We take some concrete and a little bit of that. That will be enough to upgrade the central shaft. So if I can just get a little bit more wood. So if we fly... Oh gosh, yeah, it's Horde Night. Oh, bloody hell, Shades. Jeez. You know, I've only just clicked. It's just bright red numbers at the top of my screen. God damn it. God damn your game. It's like Hordes come around so often these days. Weirdly enough, it's exactly the same consistency every single horde, but it just seems like they're getting closer and closer for some reason. Oh, which reminds me, I need to take some steel over and some iron over, and I can't remember why. I think it must have been iron for the iron bars. I'm sure I've already repaired the fidget spinners. I don't know, yeah, no, everyone's more than welcome, every horde, so... I do miss my old console days. I've said it many, many times. I just miss that. I don't know, part belonging to that ecosystem. You know, for me it was Xbox 360 for a long time, and then I migrated to PlayStation 3 because I just ran out of stuff to play on the Xbox 360, I guess. And I really miss it. I really miss that excitement of a new game coming out and knowing that I'd saved my pennies to go and get a game on day one. Nearly every single release, more or less. During the early days of me getting the Xbox 360. Because that was, you know, a reasonable chunk into its lifespan, to be fair. But with the PlayStation, I was getting new games dirt cheap, you know, long after they'd released. But then, you know, I'd work my way through that back catalogue over, you know, probably a couple of years. And yeah, it was so exciting. It was so exciting. The word, you know, I think the problem is we have so much choice now, so much choice in video games. You go on Steam and literally you see absolute shit selling bucket loads because people are so desperate to play something fresh and new. And you know, there's a lot of people in this hobby that have, you know, a good disposable income, and you know, why not? You know, why not treat yourself to a game at the weekend after you know, a shitty week at work and all the rest of it? But oh my fucking god! I don't think I've ever been so popular. It's fucking annoying. Oh, dear me. I don't think Hordes have ever... I don't think anything about this game's ever been particularly challenging, Jimbo. It's more about, do you have fun? It's like playing, saying... I don't know, man. It's as challenging as you want to make it. I mean, I haven't spent... I mean, what have I got? I've got 72 skill points I haven't spent, mate. I'm sure there's some people that will find it extremely challenging playing without having spent any skill points, but... yeah. I don't care. I mean, does fun equal challenging? I don't know, mate. Only you can answer that, Jimbo. I just like the game. You know, whether or not I'm having a bad day and getting frustrated because I can't shoot for shit, or I've had a tower collapse, which I didn't think was going to collapse. You know, the game always keeps me on my toes. You know, it's... I don't think Hordes have ever been difficult. It's just a case of how you approach them, I think, more than anything. I've had Horde builds where we've gone toe-to-toe with the zombies. We've had Horde builds that are more like tower defense, where you sit back and laugh at the zombies getting mashed up. It's... I think it's still... It's always going to be one of those games that very much is spiritual Minecraft, isn't it? You get out of it what you put into it, I suppose, Jimbo. Members going to the store asking if they have any new RPGs, and they said yes, and they tried to figure out if you're going to like the game or not. Yeah, there's the screenshots on the back of the boxes, yeah, the little spiel. The amount of times I've sat in game with my mobile phone Googling reviews of games. My fame, actually. This is something I used to miss about buying physical copies. And again, another reason why I like my console games so much. I'd go into the game and I'd have a look around. I'd say, okay, oh, well, brilliant, that's actually come out this week. And I think this is when I wasn't such a manic gamer. I mean, these days, you know, we know the exact release dates. I mean, we even see, you know, exactly what time does it release, you know, digitally and things, and we're ready to go at a midnight stream. I think back then, you know, I was still very much involved in gaming in general, but I didn't devour it like I do these days. And I used to like going into game, and I'd have a look around the store or Game Station or wherever it would be. I'd have a little mooch around, and I'd see a game that I didn't know a huge amount about, and I'd think, oh, that looks interesting. So I'd get the mobile phone out, and I might go over to Mackie D's. I might treat myself to a Mackie D's. And I'd get that, and I'd go and sit on one of the benches outside in the city centre, or the, you know, the park or the fountain, and I'd watch a review of this video game, and I'd be so excited. Oh, that looks amazing! And you know, I'd go to the bank and I'd take my cash out, and I'd race back to Game Station, and I'd buy this game, and I'd go to the pub and have a pint with my mate, and we'd have a chat about it, and he'd be checking out the back of the box. It's like, you know, should we go out tonight? What do you reckon? Should we fucking stay and play computer games? Fuck it, stay in, mate. Let's get a smoke, a couple of beers in. And I miss all that. I really miss it, mate. It was just so much fun. Everything about it, even the purchasing of the games used to be just that little bit more risque, you know? Like you said, sometimes all you had to go on was a bit of a blurb, didn't you? A blurb and a screenshot. And how many times did you get that game home, Subquake, and the game was like nothing like what you thought it was going to be? Like, so sometimes it was like just mind-blowingly, like so much better than you could possibly have imagined. You know, one of those games where the cutscene ends and you're actually in the game, and you're like, oh my god, it's the actual graphics, dude. And other times where you'd boot it up and you just think, what the hell is this? This isn't what it said on the back of the box, mate. Have I got everything? I think I've got everything. Don't really need that generator because I think we've only got... Oh, actually, I never checked how many shotgun shells we've got up top. You know, should we have a quick canvas? That's going to be that level, isn't it? What do you got left? 45. I better whack some in there, actually. We only have the one defense tower, don't we? I should have parked the gyro up on the roof. You guys find this hard, Jimbo? The thing is, if you're a new player, mate, this game is very difficult, Jimbo. Like, and I really mean that, dude. This game is a very, very, very complicated game under the hood, Jimbo. It doesn't mean to say that you have to know everything that's going on underneath the hood to beat it, you know. But seriously, dude, I mean, even in yesterday's stream, I was asking things that, you know, I don't know anymore, you know, because things changed in different alphas, or you know, I've got confused with a mod Jimbo. Do you know what I mean? It's nowhere near as easy as sometimes we make it look. Yeah, as Gaz said, yeah, exactly. You know, I still make silly mistakes, Jimbo. You know, I think if you were to come into this, Jimbo, having never seen it, having never watched it, having never watched the, you know, a video on it, you would have a really challenging game, mate. A really challenging game. Edge magazine. Was that a paper magazine? Was it back in the day? I only know Edge from like digital media these days. How many on the server? I think we've got about 10, 12 people with access, but it's very rarely more than a few of us on during the stream, DLE. Yeah, that's right. So quite hordes are as difficult as you want them to be. Yeah. Yeah. You're right, Rev. How you doing, bro? Yeah, just about to ding into it. I'm just going to glug some coffee down so we can. In fact, I'll adjust the sound in a minute as well. How's it going, Rev? How's life? We were just talking to James about. Oh, Cyberpunk, mate. It's getting closer. We're getting there. Yeah, I used to buy... Oh, what was it called? PC... I'm wondering now. What was the name of the big PC? Is it just called PC Gamer? I think it was. In my last house, I actually still had all my old magazines. A massive stack of them. It was actually quite scary. I don't know why I kept them. It's not like I ever went back like 2 years worth of PC Gamer magazines. You're right, Jimbo. So you play the game for like about 100 hours or so and have gathered very little. Like when you start playing a new game, after a while you know what to do when you start a new game, but every time I try, I just get more and more confused. Just not my game. Yeah, this is it. I mean, it's like anything in it, Jimbo. You know, some games are going to tickle your pickle. I think I don't know when you last played this, Jimbo. I mean, if you were to say you last played in Alpha 17, you wouldn't be the first person to say they had a pretty weird experience as their first experience of the game. I think if you haven't played for a while and you still own the game, then this would be a really time to jump in with Alpha 19. It's reasonably beginner friendly. There are some issues I still think potentially with how you might find stamina and hunger as a brand new player, but it's fairly easy to overcome that with a little bit of reading of the tooltips or asking in a Twitch chat if you're genuinely struggling. The thing you've got to remember, Jimbo, it's come a long way, mate. I mean, the game that I'm playing here today is so different to the game 7 months ago. And way different to what the game was like 18 months ago. It is constantly evolving, albeit less radically now. Got a nice big stack of Playboys, did you, Grues? Like, I always like Club International myself, mate. And the other thing is, Jimbo, as well, you've got to remember, it depends on what you like in the game. The game's now got a lot of content for a whole bunch of different players. So, back in the day, Jimbo, and again, I don't know when you last played it, it really was a builder's game. There was not a lot to do but build bases. And those bases were designed to survive the horde. Lots of spikes, lots of clever construction work, you know, to try and survive the hordes. And beyond that, there wasn't a mass amount of, if you like, day-to-day content. You know, we didn't have vehicles, we didn't have questing, we didn't have POIs with you know, elaborate traps and loot, etc. You know, so some people will play this game just as a Quake wannabe. You know, just get tooled up you know, shotguns and assault rifles and just mow through tier 5s like they're playing like Quake, you know? Just nothing but pew, 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 back-to-back destruction of zombies. Other people might play it as a very stealth-based game. You know, just creeping through, you know, the POIs under cover of night with their night vision goggles. Some people love to build, you know, the farms and support a server. Other people just love to make tower defense builds. You know, like I said, where it's just nothing but traps. Other people love to run around melee combat in the middle of the night on Horde night. You know, it's one of those games where it almost the exact opposite of No Man's Sky in this regard. We were talking to James about No Man's Sky and how No Man's Sky sometimes feels like it has 1,001 gameplay mechanics, but no one of them is really taking it to the nth degree. You know, really like saying, okay, let's take space combat. Let's make this the game where our space combat is like absolutely freaking amazing. You know, No Man's Sky's got a ton of things that will keep you very much entertained and bring a big smile to your face. But ultimately, you might think, you know what? I now want to go and play Elite Dangerous because I really want to do bounty hunting and have full autonomy over all my ship's controls and power and shields and energy weapons and all the rest of it. I think with this game, what you'll find is most of the mechanics are reasonably well fleshed out. You know, just take farming. You know, there's so many different ways to build farms, design farms, underground farms, you know, supported farms, floating farms. If you like farming, there's ways to make farming reasonably good fun. There's a lot of mods that let you enhance farming to make it either more difficult or to add new crop types in and new food types to tie in with cooking. That really is the strength of this game, I guess, Jimbo. You know, if you're willing to put a bit of work in and play with some modlets or some mods, you can probably find a version of 7 Days that you'd like. No Man's Sky, you know, if I really want to play a combat-centric No Man's Sky, I'm going to have a bad time of it. You know, there is no mod out there that really does that. Jesus, that was a bit dodgy to say the least, wasn't it? You like to farm, do you, Grizz? Yeah, I tell you what, Bare Balls Oasis, I did this multi-floored farm, and we actually had an elevator as well, which made it really fun. That was the last time I got heavily into farming. I even had like an irrigation system using pipes and things. It was only a visual thing back then. But then, of course, we had things like starvation, you know, where you needed water for the crops to grow, and they even had rats that would attack the crops or insect plagues that would attack the crops. And you could have like, you could spray the crops with pesticides, or you can have like these little, you know, like the buzz zappers to kill the insects and things like that. You used to get rodents and rats would come and eat your crops, so you had to make sure you had a way to keep them at bay using these like little sound systems, or you had to go and kill them when they invaded. It was, you know, it's like I said, there's very little in this game that hasn't been modded into infinity and beyond, you know. There's something that makes this game worth the price of purchase. No, I'm not saying anyone is going to get 6,000 hours out of it, but for £7, you're going to get £7 worth of fun in you, no matter what you like. And you'll get that in the vanilla game, let alone, you know, without mods. And you get to shoot zombies in the face, and sometimes, you know, that's all you want out of life in a computer game. You want to boot a computer game up and shoot zombies in the face with a big shotgun. Sometimes it doesn't have to be complicated, does it? You're really surprised. Darkness Falls. Yeah, Starvation was brilliant because Starvation actually drained the water. So if you had an irrigation system next to your farmland, so what was essentially the hoed ground back then, and you came back 2 days later, the water would have gone. You had to keep topping it up. Very clever. Very bloody clever. Starvation was amazing. It was more talentless than Paco. Just before their time, man. I dread to think what they could do with it now. Maybe less. This is the point, you see. It's easy to think that Starvation happened because of the modding skill at the time. But I bet you, if Paco was still with us and Mortalentus was still modding the game, I think they might actually find it even harder now. I think Alpha 14 was just so accessible to modders, wasn't it? I bet Wookiee, for example, has had nothing but trouble getting even basic changes in compared to what they might have done in previous alphas. Right. An interesting delay there. I'm starting to feel like we've got something bad happening. I'm not going to go out and check. I think that's the golden rule. Do not venture out. Yeah, of course you can, Milky. Yeah, I must have a wave of zombies doing something weird somewhere. It's just stopped, hasn't it? What the hell? I'll tell you what I did for the first time in ages. Was it? Yeah, it was. Oh, it was about 3 o'clock this morning. I think. I watched a little bit of RimWorld. I watched like a non-spoiler review of RimWorld. A game I've never booted up, and I've refused to watch any play of. And I watched, or should I say, I listened to a review of RimWorld. Fascinating. I had no idea just how completely batshit crazy the modding community is in that game. Shotguns are going, so we've got vultures up top, but have we got more than vultures up top? I'm starting to think they've gone into the tunnel, the spires, and have gone up to the roof. No, I don't know. I'm not sure. I'm not going to risk it. That is weirdly quiet, isn't it? Like really, like, what are they breaking? How much is this going to cost me in repairs? There is something amiss. I don't know what. Who knows? You know, I mean, they haven't touched those towers for a while. I hope I've not made a silly mistake with my digging down. Or digging up, as I should say. Santi Dominati, thank you for the 29, my friend. Thank you very much indeed, bro. Thank you kindly, mate. 29 months, sir. Thank you very, very much. 12 Seeker, Mad King, Indie Lover, James Lawrence, Victor C, Ghost King, Dragon Slayer Mode, and Lissay. Thank you for the follows. Thank you very much. And Santi Dominati, thank you for the 29, bro. That's a lot of support, Santi. Thank you very much, mate. What's that? Rewatched Fire in the Maternity Ward. What the hell? I see Ploa was as confused as I am with that one. I don't think there is a bug with floating bugs. What's that? Floating bugs? You're right, Stubble. Jan 80. 2015 when you first played. I can't remember what year it was, but I played in Alpha 5, so if anybody knows when that was the first time I actually owned the game. I'm going to assume I played it pretty much as soon as I bought it back then, so. A stand-up comedy, with who? Cat said something about picking up vomit earlier. Is this what he meant? Is there a way to pick it up? Can I get like a vomit scoop? Maybe we can make batteries out of it or something. Or acid Molotov cocktails. Oh, that'd be nice, wouldn't it? Yeah. So instead of a fire Molotov, you could have an acid that would melt the zombies. I'm melting. Oh, that needs a repair. A Vomitol. Did it not? Did I not just repair? I repaired the wrong bloody one, didn't I? Oh yeah, acid arrows. Well, I like the sound of that. Yeah, that sounds good. Acid arrow. Oh, and yeah, maybe they could melt through safes and things, or doors, locked doors. You could melt the doors. That'd be cool, wouldn't it? Or you can use acid arrows to splash on the floor, and as the zombies walk through it, their legs dissolve and they turn into crawlers. Oh, I like the idea of that. Yeah, that'd be cool. Imagine that shooting an acid arrow at a zombie leg, and it just melts it, so it turns into a... That'd be so cool. Yes! Well, they wouldn't dissolve in your quiver. Come on, dude. Think of it as like a little glass capsule on the end of the arrow. And when it hits the zombie, it shatters. God damn it, guys. Don't you ruin our fucking fun. Knobber. Oh. Look, we've got jam jars, all right? So basically, it's an arrow with a very large jam jar duct taped to the front of it, guys, all right? It's extremely aerodynamic, mate. Who is this Ploar instead? Oh, Anthony Jesseling. Sorry. I do not know the man. Acid. You're thinking outside the box now, ain't you, mate? Just think of all those glorious new choices on that radial menu. No demolishers. No demolishers at all. Although I'm not going to say I mind that. That horde went so fast. So fast. I'm gonna be very interested to see the damage. It feels like something catastrophic, but to be honest, mid-horde, every time it feels like the same kind of thing happens. Right, let's go and have a look. No, everything's intact. There's going to be a few areas that we're going to have lost, but yeah, look, not touched the tower at all. Tower's 100% intact. A little bit of damage, but nothing that, in fact, it's even less damage than I would have otherwise thought. We're going to lose these and normally here and opposite on that side, isn't it? That's, yeah, there you go, look. That's perfect. You just can't ask for anything better than that, really, can you? Considering the size and sort of scale of it. And like I said, if I knock out one of these arches to give a pathing route, say, through this one, and what I might do is make it a large arch like this one. So, sort of try and centrify it. Or center it, should I say. Perfect. Bloody perfect, mate. Oh, you'd already thought of that one, had you? What, the Vomitov blower? I quite like the idea of that. I like the idea of lobbing something at... I like the arrow one. Specifically, if the arrow hits the legs and it dissolves the... dissolves and turns them into crawlers. I like the idea of that. Very dark humour, is it? Is he? He's not on Netflix by any chance, is he, Sadie? Damn, so little damage. So little damage. In fact, the only damage is from that. I think I had one cop explode, or possibly even two that I just... I think sometimes what happens is they've taken a little bit of damage from the fences and it's just enough to trigger them, isn't it? They slide off, so they're out of my... Oh, we did lose one fence by the looks of it. Oh, that's interesting. So we actually lost it on this side then. Oh yeah, we did. Well, I'll tell you what, let's go and get the fences back then. Got a little stash. I said I'd bring them over, didn't I? The Vomlet. Oh, yeah. So it is on Netflix. I might, I'll see if I can get a chance to check that out. I've been watching a bit of Bill Burr on and off. Just catching up with all his stuff. I really like Bill Burr, so... Doesn't hurt to catch someone afterwards. I like a little bit of stand-up here and there. Did we bring them all over, did we, Crazy? I couldn't remember if I did or not. I know I need to bring some iron over, so, for my bridges, so we might as well get it all cleaned up. You like it, do you, Wentex? Yeah, it's not my cup of tea, mate, but I've been hearing really good things about it, so yeah, fantastic. And the fact it's free on PlayStation Plus as well makes it a no-brainer, I think. Unfortunately, not the kind of game that you'd ever catch me playing personally. But I was saying earlier, Wentex, it's just bringing so much joy right now, isn't it? In this like mad world, and sometimes we don't need anything complicated, do we? We just need something that's just bloody pure, simple fun. Stick it on and put a smile on your face. I think if I'd known it was free on PlayStation Plus from day one, I think I'd have been more likely to have paid a bit more attention to it. But because it's not, it's a bit like sort of football being a genre video game. I like football, but I don't like football games that much these days. I do play a little bit of FIFA here and there if I'm around at my friend's house, but or family in particular, they love their FIFA. But I would never pay money for something like that, you see, and certainly not 20 quid, because I know I'm not going to get that much, I guess, time out of it, I suppose. But I was saying, I mean, the viral marketing on it has been absolutely freaking awesome. Absolutely bloody awesome, mate. I mean, even though it's not something I'm overly concerned with myself, I have checked it out and I have watched streams of it and I do know about it. And we've been talking about it in chat this morning, like all morning. They have done such a good job. I mean, absolutely. How to sell a game right. And the whole point is even the PR is fun. You know, even the PR itself has got that kind of light-hearted jovialness to it. You know, don't take life so seriously. Come and enjoy a fun computer game. Not everything has to be complicated. And you've got to respect them, mate. They've done such a good job with it. Des has been playing it this morning. Wentex, he's been really enjoying it. Where's the clothing go? You know what? I'm just going to get rid of that. Let's take that out and scrap that. We'll pop those. Scrap that. Don't really care about maximizing brass. Right, now I need to take iron over. So we'll take all the forged iron. We'll take what steel we've got left for the fidget spinners. I think we've got some more fences in there. So there's 8 electric fences there. Anything else? I don't think there is anything else. I'm going to take those because I might pop those down in my my farm just to add a little bit of ambient light. We should have everything else. Yeah, I think we've got concrete and everything, haven't we? Are you okay playing it, Wentex? I mean, I know I was talking earlier about whether or not it was like super duper mega controller compatible, and Des was saying like, you know, that is the way to play it. You know, it feels really good. Are you okay with the hand and arm and everything, Wentex? Yeah. Oh, managed to play for 10 minutes before my arm started playing up. Oh no, dude. Very fun, perfect light game. You laughed out loud. Honestly, man, I couldn't wish him the you know, more success. I really couldn't. Wentex, you know, it's exactly what I think the gaming world needs right now, mate. I just wish it was more up my alley, you know. I really do. I really wish I could sort of like suddenly find you know, funny these big party games, if you like. But it's unfortunately it's like Tetris. Yeah, I understand the fascination with Tetris, but I just it's one of those games I'd start playing it and I just like, sod it, I'll go and do something else. You're right, Milky. Did you guys see that ludicrous display last night? What's that, Milky? Sorry. You're right, Isla. Sorry, Isla. Is this Alpha 19? It is, mate. Yes. Sorry, I missed you there, bro. So you already came up with the acid bombs, did you, Plumber? I didn't know you were in the 7 days set. I'm going to assume that was in 7 days, was it? Or were you talking about in Grounded or something? Enjoyed your time playing it. Yeah. I'll tell you, I'm going to speak to my bros later. I've not spoken to them in a little while. And see if they're picking it up on PlayStation 4. I think it's the kind of game where Friday night shenanigans, they normally hit up either, well, Rocket League tends to be the one if there's been alcohol imbibed. Because they do take their Rainbow Six Siege rather seriously these days. So Rocket League is for when inebriation has hit a certain point. I should imagine Fall Guys being a free game will almost certainly be a major entertainer this coming weekend. Right, now what we'll do, we'll go and repair the fidgets and then we'll immediately put the steel back. Well, actually, I do have one steel block somewhere, don't I? Let me go and pop this back. Last thing I need is steel blocks all over the place. Oh, right. So you... Oh, no, hang on. So that's weird. It's almost like it was making me have to let go and then repress the nail gun trigger. Yeah, this is build 173. Alpha 19 build 173, which as far as I know is the latest experimental Isla. Sorry, mate. How did you get to day 200? Well, to be honest, mate, this is actually the longest possible save that you can have, because although we play for like 7 hours a day and we have played some other games since release, this actual server, or this save game file actually rolls all the way back to the Stream Team weekend. So this is about as old a server as you can get. I mean, I'm sure there's people on a much higher day than we are. But that's actual my playtime, because the server only runs when the stream's running. So we do stream 7 days a week, 7 hours a day, and normally we stream 7 days to die, mate. So yeah, it would actually be a lot higher, but we've played a few other games, haven't we, over the release of Alpha 19 this year. We've been treated rather kindly as gamers, haven't we, recent months? Yeah, to be honest, you're doing the right thing, mate. I mean, absolutely. It's why I tend not to worry too much if there's a weird glitch or something. You know, you can't really complain if you haven't started afresh on each build. So I had a little bit of a weird occurrence earlier. I was doing a tier 5 earlier today, and it's like everything that could have gone wrong went wrong. My I'm not all weird things happened, and my zombies were acting very strange, and it's just like all of a sudden, like, it's like every little minor bug and inconvenience just hit me within the space of about 3 or 4 minutes. It's like, for God's sake. But yeah, it's just been pretty stable throughout, to be fair, mate. I had one moment where I triggered a tier 5, and I had this weird bug where I couldn't stand up, and I was stuck in like crouch speed movement. But I quick turn it on and off again, and everything resolved itself. So. But yeah, I mean, a little cheeky wipe. It's probably the best way to play the alpha anyway, is to wipe each time there's a new build, because you get a chance to keep experiencing that early game, don't you? Which is where I think a lot of the balance issues probably still remain for new players. But I like getting to the end game, mate. I really do. I like getting my tier 6 weapons and eventually spending all those glorious skill points. Yeah, no, was that today, was it? Or was that yesterday that I fell off 3 times? Probably today and yesterday, Groove. Oh, I'm really struggling to make that jump. What's blocking me on that jump? That's weird. Yeah, well, to be honest, they recommend pretty much for every build that you should probably redo it. I think for build 173, there was a very specific reason, wasn't there? Which was to do with, I think, reading between the lines, due to the implementation of the new tiered proximity detector, wasn't it? For questing. So, of course, in my game, what could happen, I could actually potentially... I mean, it's never happened, to be fair. It's never actually happened that I can think of. Unless that is part of what seems strange. But I can complete a clear quest, in theory, even though there's still zombies around. But it's a very minor inconvenience, even if it happens, which I don't think it has. So yeah, it definitely wasn't worth me restarting at that point, because I've got quite an interesting build I was working on. So I want to just pop this in there, don't I? They're still there. In fact, I mentioned it earlier on the stream, guys. I did mention, you know, that maybe. I think it's why I took my eye off the ball on that tier 5 I did earlier, guys. I did say I should really consider, you know, going down Gaz's super stealth route, but I still feel, I don't know. We're on day 200 now. I always set my target of day 100, or at least day 49 with no major skill points spent. We're on day 200 now, so I must admit, even I'm thinking, maybe we can treat ourselves to a few skill points. And like I said yesterday, guys, the beauty of it is if I decide, like, oh wow, that is just so OP, it's ridiculous, I can just do a reset, can't I? It's not like 30,000 Jukes tokens is going to break my bank account right now, is it? It's time to fly high, Gaz. There you go. That's the horde base, completely repaired by 9 o'clock the day after the horde, and that includes a bit of rewiring as well. Can't be bad, can it? So no, this has been running all the way through Isla. The oldest server you can have. And you'd have to have been on the part of that stream weekend to have one this old. It's still doing us proud, mate. And in fact, the only person that seems to have any bad luck is Shades. If anything happens, it's poor Shades that seems to... I think the next big update, Missy and I will probably vanish in a puff of smoke, and Shades will become all omnipotent, sort of like a superhero. An all-knowing, all-powerful super being on the server just to make up for all the crap luck she's had. Wow, so little damage. Jesus, that's actually weird. Bloody hell. Wow, okay, well, who knows then? Who knows what's going on? But I'll take it. Considering my outer wall is made out of well, cheesecake would probably be more durable than flagstone, to be honest. But yeah, that's pretty decent, isn't it? That's that steel block. Keep chipping away at that until she's gone. Yeah, so next one, 210 is it? Yeah, that would make sense. Right, let's throw everything back. So you. The steel's already in there. I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to drop in a couple of repair kits just in case we come over 1 week. And we might as well keep the wiring tool in there as well, right? Very nice. And that's for the bike, that's for the bike, that's for downstairs, that's for downstairs, and that's for the forge. Let's go and sort of forge out. Don't really need that running outside of Horde Night. Excellent. So let's go and get some wood, and then we're done for the new farm, aren't we? The roof. Ah, shit. Yeah, I must remember that. Yeah, well spotted, Odd. I think the roof is okay. A couple of blocks over there, maybe. Probably. What do you reckon? Vultures, maybe. Yeah, I just need to upgrade that splash plate because that's my AP rounds. You can see the 2 primary blocks there, can't you? A little bit of damage up there. Yeah, all right. In fact, shall I do that now? Let's get it done because I know I'll forget. Oh, hell. Is that all I need? At least they survived the Horde Night. Whereas we had to replace them last time, didn't we? I mean, this whole thing, presumably, can't see myself not making it all out of reinforced concrete at some point, and then we'll just make sure we've got plenty of paint to go back over it. But it's still fairly bare bones at the moment. I think, you know, I just wanted to make sure it worked without massive repairs, and then we can make it a little bit more elaborate, can't we? In terms of the design. But I don't want to start making all sorts of fancy towers and access routes and drawbridges just to find out they all get knocked out every horde. As she stands, she's simple, she's clean, and she gets the job done, don't she? Or when you set up there, didn't you, crazy? That's taken some damage there, hasn't it? Way out. Seem to be confused. Must be there. No, it's down a level, isn't it? Yeah, you've got to think this is from vultures, right? kind of strange because we assumed the vultures would all attack on this central area, didn't we? Yeah, I saw that. I've just not had the archers in yet. I think that's on the front, isn't it? Odd. And my OCD snaps every time I see that, mate. Oh, shit. Shit balls, shit balls, shit balls. Ah! It's gotta be vulture spit, hasn't it? Don't you reckon? Does vulture spit actually slowly eat through the blocks? I'm going to assume it does. So annoying. What would be really nice, is like a little lock. So I know it's not needed. I'm just saying it would actually just be really nice. So what you could do, right? You could imagine you've got the nail gun out like this, yeah. And what you do, like I said, I'm not saying this is needed, but it would be really cool. Okay, so you have the nail gun, but you have a radial menu like the bow, and you can bring it up. And for some of the primary blocks, what you could do is you could lock. So each one of these would have like a little tangent coming off it. So you'd have like, say, this would say be a wooden block, and then you could click on phase 1 or phase 2 upgrade. And this one here, say for example, would be flagstone. And the next one would be cobblestone. And the one after that would be cement. The one after that would be reinforced cement. And you could lock it. So I could say, if I'm using the nail gun, never upgrade flagstone beyond cobblestone. Or never upgrade it beyond flagstone. And wood, I could say, only ever upgrade it to tier 1, never to tier 2 wood. You know what I mean? Like I said, I'm not saying it's something that I would ever want dev time to be spent on. But it would be a really nice little quality of life thing. So you could just like mercilessly just run around and get it repaired without having to worry about over upgrading and having to fanny about with paint and things. You could just run around, click, 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 and everything would just be back to normal magically. Yeah, repair only mode. I mean, I suppose that would be an easier way to implement that, right, Bungimus? Yeah, so I like that. I mean, that would be an even easier toggle, wouldn't it? Yeah, nice. I suppose that's more implementable, isn't it? Than the more elaborate suggestion I've come up with. But yeah, I mean, either. Yeah, nice. Yeah, that would be a nice simple toggle as well, wouldn't it? I wonder if there's a way easily to implement that. I'm not sure how the the system works in the code, but I like it either way. Like it. Wrong passage. Whoa. All we've got to do is hope this box never gets hit from any acid spit. In fact, has it taken any damage? No. So you can go back, you can go back, and you can go back. Now, wood, wasn't it? If we go and get, how much have we got? We got one. Let's go and get like another 1,500 wood. Take the gyrocopter out. I should really take the chainsaw, but F it. What's that? What's that, Jan? It's immersion build. Why all need look spottled? What's that do? What's in the dungeon? Well, that downstairs is going to be the living quarters and the farm, the underground farm. What I'm not sure about is vehicle storage. Now, the gyrocopter's easy. The gyrocopter just stays on the roof. And during Horde night, I'm going to assume I can park it in an area that will... I mean, it probably won't take a huge amount of damage. I'm not sure. I'm really not sure. To be honest, this whole build only really works if we have a odd numbered... Well, what we need is an even numbered door. But the whole build really... I should have rethought it from day one, but... I've never really done an even numbered build for a long time. And unfortunately, the Fun Pimps have kind of given us quite limited doors. In particular, when it comes to building, we only have access to odd blocked doors. You know, 1, 3, 5. We don't have any even numbered doors or gateways, which is a major pain in the ass, mate. You want to see what Missy and Shades have built? They actually have got a dungeon. You want to be very careful over there, especially if you go anywhere near Missy's little area. That collapsed ages ago, guys. The tower, yeah, the left-hand tower. The reason I've not rebuilt it, guys, is obviously primarily because we had the collapses happening as we were building the underground farm. But to be honest, mate, I'm not sure whether to convert that into a vehicle garage. The thing is, I don't know if I want a ramp. I just don't know if I feel comfortable with a drawbridge ramp to come up top. I just... because it's... Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how to get vehicles up there, Gaz, without literally having a bit of a boring-ass ramp up there. It's a tricky one, mate. I kind of wanted an underground car park and vehicle park. But I can't really do that because of the limits to the... Like I said, the blocks... What the hell is that? We've had a zombie digging down there, haven't we? Jesus. What happened then? Oh no, it's a treasure. That's interesting. Do they respawn? Did? What's that all about? True, Missy. True. Sorry. One does not speak of the Missy bedroom. In particular, the large vaulted door behind the bed. One is not allowed to speak of such things. They do respawn. Do they really? No way. Oh gosh, I didn't know that. We should start marking them when we dig them up then. Ooh. I didn't know this, Shades. Now that is worth knowing. Ooh, something else learnt today. Does it work on the same system as just normal, whatever the global respawn is? Like 30 days default? You're right, Bungimus. That was a good idea, that was, Bungimus. I like that. Just make, you know, to take a rather overly convoluted idea and just simplify it down to what I guess would be more than adequate, right? I like it. So, I'll tell you what I've just suddenly realised, and what we should do at the start of the server. What about this then? What we could do for buried supplies, what we could do, you do the mission, you complete it, you take the stuff out. As you take the stuff out, quickly seed it with a wooden frame. Mark it on the map with a day count. And you could just go back and round robin it, couldn't you? So as long as you seed it with a wooden frame, it won't matter if anybody else interferes, will it? assuming seeding still works. So that would be a nice little trick for big servers. You know, where potentially resources are getting a little bit tricky. What was that one I just got? Did anyone notice? Was it just a buried supplies one, was it? And that's one of the ones we'd get from the trader, not one of those ones we'd get from the parchments, no? Because there's a difference between the two, right? Because one of them you actually have to lockpick, don't you? The normal trader quests, you just open them, yeah? I'm going to assume that was a supply one, Bjorn, but that's why I'm asking. You've got the same, you've asked the same question as me there, mate. And it's a valid one. I'm sure, should we just go back and see what it actually says? I'm sure it actually said buried supplies, didn't it? Which would be a mission. Oh, was that everything done? Oh my god. How much wood have we got? 3,000. That should do it. Yours is a buried quest. Yeah, I just got a nice bit of nosh out of that one. You shouldn't have to. I mean, to be fair, you shouldn't have to resort to seeding and things in this game, but I know a lot of people really do like to be super efficient, don't they? So I suppose it doesn't hurt to look into some of these mechanics. I am super tempted to visit the forums one day this week, just to try and get a general vibe for how well, let's say not the community, the more vocal community have found Alpha 19. Does anyone spend any sort of significant time over there? What's the general vibe? You know, has Alpha 19 been sort of seen to be a happy time? 7 days to die, or is it kind of full of doom and gloom? It's terrible. This is awful. What have they done to our beautiful game? Pitchforks. Did you notice how I very carefully reworded that, Gaz? And it was very much based on a comment that you said couple of days back, mate, or possibly yesterday, actually. I was very specific with my my selection of words there, sir. yeah, it's to ask Mara, it's something that I would always have done, and the thing is, mate, I never used to do buried. I used to hate digging for treasure, mate. I really did not like it. So it was so rare for me to dig a hole anyway. And all I could think of all the way through the beginning of Alpha 19, Mara, was like, I really should be backfilling these. Because I know at some point, this mini bike is going into one. You know, front tyre first, straight, you know, proper over the handlebars jobby. But yes, how do you even make soil anymore? Is it just, do you need... It's just, yeah, so literally you can make it back almost, couldn't you? Yeah, I should start doing that. Keep Grumbodia clean, Mara. I don't need it, crazy. Yeah, I don't bother with airdrops these days, mate, unless they're right on my path. I don't really need anything, and it's better. To be honest, mate, all that's going to happen for me is I'm going to end up shoving it in a box. It's better for me to leave it for other people, to be honest, dude. I get more than enough from my hand-ins and my tier 5 runs to be sort of poaching air supply drops from other folks.
could you help, traveler? No need to
What are the... So, hang on. This is 1 and 2. I want to do the apartment block. I really want to do the apartment block. So, we'll go to another trader in a minute. I just want to go and do a little bit of work. Well, no. Let's go and do that now, actually. Have I got everything I need? Let me just go and drop some of this stuff off back at home. You alright, Diz? How you doing, bro? How's things? You're right, Bjorn. Most people enjoy the Alpha 19 update, but most are still moaning about the cons. Yeah, that's going to haunt them forever, mate. It really is. It does go to show the damage that something like that, to be fair to the Fun Pimps, could never have been foreseen. But it does make me quite sad for them. You know, all the piss tanks aside and all the laughs and the jokes, and you know, I'll be the first person to admit, you know, so sometimes I make a mountain out of a molehill with things, but it's part of playing a game day in, day out. You know, I like a good rant and like pointing ridicule at silly things in the game. You know, I do it with any game. You know, it's not like this one gets treated specially or anything, but I do have to say, it does make me sad for them. As a developer that's got a cool new thing to show their audience, and whatever that could be, whether it be a new asset or a new zombie type, and you've gone to all the trouble of having your official Twitter account, and you jump on there and you think, oh, I can't wait to share this. You know, I've been working on these new HD zombies for ages. You know, let's go and post a couple of screenshots. Let's build up a little bit of hype and a pat on the back for us as people like talk about, oh, they look really good, yeah, good job, lads. And all that happens is that they tweet out, and literally like the very first post will start an escalating war of hatred about the Fun Pimps themselves, and you know how the console version's been abandoned and the whole game is just an early access scam. And the thing is, right, for those of us that actually look at it and sort of chuckle going, oh, what a bunch of idiots, if only they knew the truth. For every one of us that says that, I can pretty much guarantee there's probably 10 people that read it and go, what? So they made a console version, what, and just ditched it? Oh, that doesn't sound like a very good developer, does it? Oh, I'll remember that game. Oh, that sounds a bit under the belt, doesn't it? And people believe, even the people playing the game believe that the console version has just been dropped by the Fun Pimps because they don't care. and that's people playing the game, that own the game, that you'd think would be reasonably invested to do a quick Google on what's going on. Imagine what it's like for people that are just, you know, browsing zombie games or just see it on their Twitter feed and think, oh, I won't be picking that one up then. It's amazing how much harm that kind of just misinformation causes in the industry. You know, it's got to be so frustrating. Not only is that tweet that was supposed to garner a little bit of happiness and a little bit of like, come and join us, you know, come and have a sneak peek. Even those little moments to celebrate together as a community get turned into what is essentially a completely ridiculous argument. That's got to hurt. It has to hurt, and especially when it happens every single fucking time. It's not like it's just like one or two tweets. It's like 90% of the tweets on any given post are about the console version, aren't they? It's like, oh, for the love of God. Soul's 250 health and Dirt's 200, is it? Yeah, I was just thinking about like backfilling it so you don't fall in, that was all. Why is the trader honest? He slips through, mate. It's the second time it's happened to me, Bjorn. Alpha 18, Joel just decided to drop through the floor, and the same happened in Alpha 19. I don't think I'd trust myself with rocket launchers, guys, to be honest with you. There's definitely a point in this game where things like range and tight confines lend to bad things happening. You should have seen my epic grenade lob earlier in the smoker room of the Shotgun Messiah, mate. You've got both PlayStation 4 and PC. I've got both, yeah. You got your hours out of the PlayStation 4 before Telltale went broke. €20 game. But maybe next console they'll relaunch. Yeah, I'm pretty confident they will be. Very confident. Well, here, this is interesting, Diz. Now, here's a really interesting comment, right? It was never sold as an early access game on console. Therein lies the intriguing part about it. I don't know if anything changed, but for example, if you were to go into game, I can speak about digitally myself. I know some people gave us some information about this, but if you were to go into, say, Game, which is a retail store in the UK, and pick up a physical copy of 7 Days, nowhere does it say that it's an early access game. And this is the funny thing. Telltale never sold it as an early access game. It was sold as an as-is game. No promises of updates, no promises of DLC, no promises of parity with the PC version. When I bought it as a digital version, at no point during the purchase process was I warned that it was an early access game. It was sold as is. It's a completed game. There you go. You buy it, you play it. And it's in stark contrast to, say, for example, Ark, who's purchased digitally on, say, Xbox at the time, because I think it came on Xbox first, didn't it, Ark? Every single step of the way, it was like, this is an early access game. There are going to be problems with this. This is not the full retail product. Be warned. Are you aware that? Yeah, really, Diz. Yeah, really, mate. Yeah. And I think that's where, again, that whole console element, it gets murky. So not only do the console owners, myself included, who may or may not be moaning and bitching on Twitter, they were never promised anything anyway. They were never promised additional updates. They were never promised PC parity. They were never promised anything above and beyond the day one launch of the game. So they haven't even got a leg to stand on anyway. The whole thing is a moot argument. It means nothing. That's right, Miss Grip. Yeah, that's what I was saying about the physical copy of this in game. It's 7 Days to Die. You buy it just like you go and buy, the latest Battlefield or whatever. You buy it, you take it home. There's no promises of anything. It wasn't the Fun Pimps. It isn't an offence to Fun Pimps. Again, the Fun Pimps won't take offence to it because it's got nothing to do with them. The whole deal was that Telltale bought the publishing rights, and if you like, the actual, they were even responsible for rolling out the console version. So the Fun Pimps had nothing to do with it. All they did was say, there's the publishing rights, do whatever you want, Telltale. And Telltale went off and they gave Iron Galaxy, presumably some sort of contract to create a version of the game, which at the time was around Alpha 14. And Telltale did that, and they also included, I should have imagined, I can't imagine the Fun Pimps instigated it, the live action trailer to build a little bit of hype for the console release. That's all down to Telltale. The Fun Pimps had no say in any of that. Yeah, exactly, Gaz. Exactly, yeah. And it's So the whole Twitter argument is not only a misunderstanding that the Fun Pimps have got anything to do with it in the first place, but actually you didn't. Even if the Fun Pimps had done it and had released it in the same way and published it in the same way Telltale had, it was never sold as early access. It was never sold as a work in progress. What a part of poop it was on release. It was really bad on release. It was really bad. We couldn't get past. I know the tier 2 Horde we struggled with. Tier 3 Horde we couldn't play on PlayStation 4. We basically the frame rate and the actual inherent lag was so bad that even if you tapped forwards, because we had a wall, the lads had built a wall. The Hot on Legs didn't survive the first Horde, so they're genius. Rugby players are brilliant, right? Horde 1 on PlayStation 4, they built a box on legs. As you can imagine, that went hysterically badly. Especially when they learnt the joys of structural integrity. Because apparently it just miraculously collapsed, but that doesn't happen in Minecraft, so the game's broken. So I did have to point out that maybe there might be something called structural integrity, which alone caused raised eyebrows and what the fuck hollers down PlayStation party chat. But by the time we got to Horde Tier 2, we'd managed to build a wall, which is obviously going to really make a huge difference. And on Horde Tier 3, so day 21, because it was tiered Hordes back then, wasn't it still? They They stood on a wall, and the problem was if you went to move the camera or went to move at any speed along the wall, you stopped moving. But you didn't stop moving. In terms of what you were seeing rendered on the screen, your character just stopped and froze, but actually your character was now in the middle of the horde on the wrong side of the wall. And it was unplayable. You just couldn't play it properly. It was the case of just keep starting again and hoping it got fixed and draw distances. You remember the perpetual smog we had? But they did fix it. I mean, like I said, the PlayStation 4 version, I can't speak about the Xbox version. I'm sure they're very similar to the PlayStation, but it became a playable game. They did. They fixed it. You could definitely play it. You can still have fun with the PlayStation 4 version. No doubt about it. Yeah, oh, it does this. Oh, yeah, oh, they were left to they were left high and dry by Telltale, this. But that's it. None of the anger, none of the discontent, none of even the reasonable discourse and arguments and discussions are ever directed towards Telltale. It was all directed towards the fun pimps. You know. You're blaming a company that had nothing to do with it, you know. A game I shifted a draw thinking I would never play again, and a year later it became one of my most played and beloved games, yeah. I'm not saying that to Johnny, because I don't know what it means, mate. So, I think I'll refrain, sir. I am not your Twitch plaything. I am not your puppet, sir. Console draw distance was never good. They don't have the horsepower. They did improve it. They did improve it. And I'm gonna, you know, this is one of those weird things that it's a bit like Silent Hill. I'm not saying that the low draw distance on the console was a good thing, but I can tell you what it did. It added to the game, just the way the horrendous fog in Silent Hill added to the game. Both for performance reasons and technical reasons was the reason that the fog existed. But I tell you what, I used to really like jumping on the PlayStation 4 version and not knowing what the hell was just round the corner, mate. It added quite a nice element of surprise going through a city. Because you couldn't see shit. You know, never knock things like, you know, low draw distance, you know, if they've added a nice fog of war to it in a zombie game. Sometimes it actually, you know, it's not as bad as you think. It kept me on my toes a lot more, and especially if you heard a dog, you would think I can't see it, I can hear it, I can't bloody see it though. I remember we had a base just outside one of the cornfields, and that was proper spooky, that was, mate. The way the corn rendered with that fog of war, it definitely gave a. And if you remember, the dogs always used to spawn in the barn in and around those cornfields back in the day as well. So it really was like the worst place to have built a bleeding base, mate. But your PlayStation 4 Pro used to go haywire cooling mode when running 7 days, did it? I suppose that's the CPU just getting hammered in it. You managed to get to day 49 on PlayStation 4. So that would have been a tier 7 horde back then, Zara. Presuming that was in the early days, mate. Wow. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it, Yeah, definitely. This next gen of consoles, mate. Fingers crossed, bro. Fingers crossed. Let's see what it brings to the gaming world, not just the consoles, you know. Right. Let's go and see if we can find the apartment block. I do need to get some shotgun shells. Yeah, it's one of the things I actually mentioned about the snow biome when I played Alpha 19, Gaz. Was that very early on in this playthrough, I was moving to the town just behind us, which is on the edge of the snow biome, obviously. And as I was coming through here, you know, well, whether or not you want to call it a blizzard, but a blizzard-like sort of post-processing effect kind of settled down on me, and you know the snow was coming in, visibility dropped, and I knew there was a cougar out there, mate. We'd seen a cougar the day before. And I knew it was out there, and it bloody well was, mate. And it came out of like the blizzardy fog, and it was like, you know, that, you know, seriously, you know, it actually added a little bit. You know, I'm not trying to make out like it was anything more than it was. You know, a technical limitation in the case of the PlayStation 4, but yeah. So sometimes being able to see for miles and miles and miles and miles, you know, it's not necessarily gonna always add to the fun. Sometimes not knowing what was over that horizon, even in the early PC versions. Again, you've got to remember the draw distance in this game. I mean, what we're seeing now is nothing like what we used to have. I mean, we've only just had like LODs and things implemented, haven't we? But it's, you know, I used to drive for miles back in like Alpha 14, and it was like, we'll just go over one more ridge. And sometimes you could have stopped like literally 6 blocks away from a bloody city road rendering in or something. Let's throw that in there. And that in there. Oh, I've got way too many. Let's throw those on there. We don't need them, do we? I'll just grab a couple of repair kits. Right, now which trader? Let's go and see Trader Hugh over here. Oh, it's 10 o'clock. God damn it. See what we'll do, because I'm not going to be able to get the mission, am I? So if we go down into the farm, we could carry on working on that until it goes... Oh, damn, I'm going to need concrete and cobblestone. What, for stealth gas? Nah, we'll be alright, mate. Is there much difference? Let's have a quick look. Let's see what the damage difference. Can you compare arrow damage? Does it give you an arrow stat? What do I want? Gas. Presumably that. Some of those, is it? Can I even make steel arrows, guys? I didn't even know how to make them. I think I've ever made a steel arrow, mate. Oh, I'd have to go and actually make the steel arrowheads as well, bro. Nah, can't be asked to. I'll, well, we'll go and make them now, see if we can get some ready for the morning. Whoa, fast! Get out of here, knobber. Oh, blimey, governor. What's she like? When's that new dinosaur game coming out? The one that's kind of like T-Rock, but Quake. Wait, when's that new... I wonder if Serdy's in chat. Are you out on the lash tonight, Serdy, with your mate, or...? Oh, thank you very much, Mythical Magic. I think you actually have to do the raid, dude. You got to do raid things. How's it go? How was your stream, man? Did you have a nice one? Stone. Right, let's start making some steel arrowheads. So we'll make 150 of those. Then we'll start making some cement. There we go. Take care, Lady Elvira. Have a lovely day. Thanks for the raid, Mythical. Peaks, Fear Effect, Cooper Isla, and Chelilistic. Thank you very much for the follows as well. You can get Quake 1 for free this weekend, and if they make 100,000 bucks, then we get Quake 2. That doesn't make sense. How are they going to make 100,000 bucks if it's free? I don't get it. You can get Quake 1 for free this weekend, and if they make $100,000, I'm confused. If it's free, how are we giving them money, Mario? There's a flaw. Right, okay, Quake, you got to be a bit more. You got to explain a bit more, mate. So we can give money to the QuakeCon charity, can we? Got you. I would love to say that that's awesome, and I'd love to go beat up Quake, boot up Quake. And you know what, mate? I might actually do it. I might actually see. I might see if Quake is one of those old games I actually still can enjoy. You know what I think will happen? I think I'd boot it up, play it for exactly 5 minutes, and think, yeah, I remember that, and go, fuck it, let's go and play the new Quake. I just can't see it happening, bro. That's nice that they're giving it away, though. That's awesome. That's really cool. Let's hope they hit their target. Oh, I didn't bring... Gaz! You got me sidetracked and I didn't bring my bloody... I'm going to blame you, mate. I didn't bring my concrete. We'll go and get some from up top. I still to this day sometimes get a little bit confused between Quake and whatever the hell Quake 2 probably was. I really can't remember a lot about them, to be honest. I really can't. I know a lot of you had a lot of fun things to say about the more recent Quake, but you know what? It's still one of those things where everyone goes, oh, the latest Quake's amazing. Oh, it's so good. And literally like 1 week later, no one's talking about it. It's like it just comes and goes, these games these days. The one I liked was Wolfenstein. The most recent reboot of Wolfenstein. So we're not talking about the last game. We're talking about Wolfenstein: The Old Blood or New Blood. I can never remember which was the actual game and which was the DLC. But I really enjoyed that. I really enjoyed it. So I have no doubt I'd probably like some of the newer Quake and... Did they do a redo of Doom or anything like that? Or is it all just Quake these days? Well, fingers crossed to them. I mean, that's not even a lot to... I mean, the Quake community is a pretty tight community, right? So I'm sure they'll easily hit that target, won't they? Oh, is it a lady friend is in this group? Oh, I thought it was one of his... Oh, sorry, I thought he was just going out for a bit of a piss-up with one of his mates. Oh, I've got you. Oh, is he going out with Yam Yam? I think he should just shave one half of his face, Miss Group. Just to add, you know, a little topic of conversation. You know, when he first walks through the restaurant door. A little bit of razzmatazz, don't you? Oh, come on. Really? Quake, Doom, all kind of the same. I can't really remember. I mean, what was there any inherent difference between Quake and Doom in terms of what they did? I mean, they were basically just, you know, well, for me, I suppose all I remember was first-person shooters. Eventually, didn't they make it so you could actually go? Oh God! I could almoys nerd pole up and do it. Oh, I want to take the wooden frames back a little bit. That's all. Yeah, they made it so that like the levels could be on. It wasn't like Doom very like linear in the sense it was all on one plane, wasn't it? And then Quake kind of, you started getting things, you know, where levels went up and down and even went around and underneath each other, didn't they? So it was more an evolution of level design. What was the big thing, and obviously also the complexity of what was being rendered. I seem to remember the main gameplay elements was it key cards and buttons? There was a lot of backtracking, wasn't there, in the Quake games, if I remember. You'd have to go through a level to get maybe a key card and then backtrack to use the key card at another door and then go and press a button for another. It was kind of like that, right? Am I thinking of the right game? I mean, a huge amount of fun. I mean, huge amount of fun. Yeah, I mean, Doom was super old, right? What was the other gentleman's name? It was John Carmack, and he was the Daikatana guy. What was his name? I know Wentex actually. I think he went to a dinner, didn't he? Where there was a speech by him and his wife. What's the gentleman's name? It was like the early days of id Tech, so id Software. John Carmack, and who was the other founding? That was it. John Romero. John Romero. That was it. Yeah, I know you spoke very highly of them, didn't you, Rev? It's the two Quakes now, Rev. One a couple of years back, or whenever it was, and then like literally this year or late last year, there was like Quake sort of 2 or whatever they call it, I guess. Yeah, I mean, I don't know much about that and Daikatana. I know, wasn't that like John Romero kind of going off on his own and trying to sell game as like the greatest game of all time, but it kind of didn't quite work out, did it? It did eventually have a release of sorts, did it not? But not quite the pinnacle of gaming that it was sort of heralded to be. Is that right? Two Dooms. So there's been 2 Dooms and 1 Quake remake. Is that right? Or... You right, Neo? I still find John Carmack one of the most nerdy bastards I've ever listened to. I find him absolutely fascinating. John Carmack is just so beyond so many other people in terms of VR in particular these days, that even listening to him try and explain it to an idiot like me, he can't do it. He literally cannot oversimplify what he knows to the point that I can understand it. It's like me trying to teach a complete idiot how to cook an egg. But I just can't, you know, I'm operating on a plane of existence so beyond that, as some sort of Michelin super chef, that I don't have the vocabulary or the ability to wind in the IQ to explain it to a normal mortal. John Carmack's like that. You can see him sort of struggling to explain it to an idiot. To him, it just makes total sense. It's like, you know, it's like waking up in the morning. Yeah, it's not stressful. But listening to that man try to explain really what are inherently complicated issues around virtual tech, you know, virtual tech these days, you can sort of see him kind of. There's no real way to explain this to an idiot. He always makes me feel even more stupid. I love him. I think he's brilliant. He's an absolutely fascinating bloke. I know nothing about him as a person. You know, I don't know, like if he's married, got kids, where he lives. I know nothing about his personal life. But I have watched endless talks, debates, lectures that Carmack's done over the years. Fascinating bloke. I suppose in some ways he was like the inverse of Peter Molyneux, wasn't he? But Peter Molyneux could talk the talk and never quite walk the walk, did he? Peter Molyneux could sell you a dream, but it wasn't anything in the end. Whereas Carmack sort of can make things happen if any people would let him. Yeah, I'm fascinated by him, Darth, as an individual, you know, in terms of his genius, really. Yeah, not bad, Neo. Not nice to see you, mate. How are you? You remember when Quake first came out, my PC had to run the game with a tiny res, and even then I kept getting alerts about low frame rates. He's the beautiful mind of software development. He is, yeah. Has anyone tried Terminator Resistance? No. Is that... Oh god, no, that's the new Terminator game that came out back end of last year, right? Oh my god, that was trashed, wasn't it? No, I didn't. No, I've never played it, mate. The guy dreams in assembly. The last time I ran Quake, I was running some software-based ray tracing in full screen, no frame drops at all. Oh, I remember the tech demo of that. Yeah, I remember it was linked in Discord. Yeah, that was fascinating, actually, Doc. I remember seeing. I still think Minecraft's one of the greatest showcases for what ray tracing. I think a lot of people don't get what ray tracing is, and I've got to admit, the Minecraft stuff really opens your eyes to what it's really about. Minecraft is just such a beautiful game to showcase it. You know, you can sit and stare at a picture of Metro Exodus all day long, and think you kind of get an understanding of it, right? You know, if you're not in the know, you're not technologically minded. But I think even someone like my dad could get ray tracing when showing a Minecraft video showing about how light works in video games. Really easy way to get your head around it, you know. Get some of this coffee down my neck. Quake 2 is the one that blew you away, and I'm going to assume that's an old Quake, right, Rev? I get ever so confused with what we call new. It's like God of War, mate. You know, if I talk about God of War now, you know, I'm supposed to in my head be referencing what really is God of War 4, right? But you know, I do like God of War 1, 2, and 3, and there was another spin-off as well, wasn't there? What was the other one? Well, not a spin-off. There was another one, right? There were 4. Well, wasn't one of them the PSP made? I can't remember that. But yeah, you know, when we mentioned Quake, I'm never sure whether we're talking about Quake 1, the old one, Quake, the new one. They just keep regurgitating the names, don't they? Stick to numbers. Just stick to... Call it God of War 4. It's fucking easy, right? You don't have to just call it God of War. There's already a God of War. Knobs. Quite let down with Sony on that. Sony have always been good. You know, there's none of this Xbox Series X Series X wannabe X1 360s. PlayStation 1, 2, 3, and 4. Simple, right? And when they add a pro version, they call it the pro. It's the pro version, right? It's professional, mate. Professional gamer. It's simple, right? There's none of that Nintendo DS XL Wii U wannabe Switch. Sorry, what? PlayStation 4. PlayStation 5. Simple. Get around it, can't you? It doesn't have to be complicated. You decide to call it the Xbox, which was a shit name to begin with, right? You made your bed, fucking lie in it. Xbox 1, 2, 3, 4. Easy peasy, mate. The Xbox One Series X. Have you ever heard such a fucking load of bollocks in all your life? It makes me not want to buy one just because of that. Oh, dearie me. Fuck you, Microsoft. And fuck you, Nintendo. Plants vs. Zombies Garden Warfare. Oh, I must admit, although I don't mobile game, I remember Plants and Zombies being very much a mobile game in more recent years. But I think I played Plants vs. Zombies originally on PlayStation 3. And I can only think I got it free as part of one of their PlayStation Plus things. I love Plants vs. Zombies, mate. Cracking little game. You got it, Rev. You got it, mate. It's bloody ridiculous is what it is. Well, Nintendo are stupid, aren't they? I mean, come on. You got the Nintendo, you got the Nintendo DS, you got the Nintendo DS Lites, you got the Nintendo DS XLs, you got the Nintendo DS XL fucking shoved up your pooper shooters. You got your Nintendo Wiis, you got your Nintendo Wii U's, you got your Nintendo Switches, you got your Nintendo Switch Lites. I mean, fuck off. Numbers. Just numbers. It's so much easier. Which Xbox you got, mate? Oh, I've got the Xbox One Series XXX 360, mate. Yeah, it's very good. What have you got? I've got a PlayStation 5, mate. So is that the one after the PlayStation 4, mate? Yes, it is. It's brilliant, isn't it? Yes, marketing absolutely at its finest. Yes, I can see even you can understand it. You Neanderthal fucking cockwomble. Who cares I had a PC? Oh, yeah, because that makes it really easy, doesn't it? Yeah. My PC is a really good PC. Why doesn't it run this game? Because my PC is really good and it runs all my other games really well. So why does this game not run? What's your hardware, mate? It's got a GPU, CPU, RAM thing, mate, and a power supply, mate. It's what yeah, my mate built it. Yeah, totally built it for me, mate. Yeah, he did. Straight out. Got some parts out of Skippy, did, mate. State of the art, man. State of the art. No, I'm not Azar. Even Nintendo internally know that was a terrible mistake, mate. The DS in particular was a disaster for them, wasn't it? It was just I must admit, even myself going and buying an XL was sitting there going, what the fuck, dude? Because wasn't it called the Nintendo New DSXL? It was something, didn't they stick a new in it? Oh, Nintendo are terrible. Nintendo are fucking awful. Hopefully, we'll just get a Switch 1, a Switch 2, a Switch 3. Nice and simple, mate. Brilliant, Grease. Yeah, brilliant, mate. Top banana. The Nintendo Lite Switch Portable. God, you guys, hang on. The new Nintendo Lite Switch Portable. Yeah, only a matter of time, mate. Crazy, mate. I gotta admit, that's what I like about PlayStation. I do like it. It's, you know exactly where you stand. Even things, I mean, you know, they've changed the name of the DualShock, haven't they? You know, PlayStation 3, DualShock 3. PlayStation 4, DualShock 4. PlayStation 5, DualSense. Sorry, what? No. DualShock 5. No, it's called the DualSense. Well, I'm not happy. I'm not happy at all, mate. Now, is this the DualSense 1 or is this the DualSense 5 that goes with the PlayStation 5? You see, already we've got an issue. Of course I can. Yeah, I'll sneak. Do you want me to go show you now, bro? So I'm down in the bowels of the Shades Oasis here, mate. So this is kind of like, this is going to be my underground farm, including water, which obviously you don't need, but I like to have a splash. Keep my little hobbit muggle feet all clean. So let me show you where we are at the minute. We're at the beginnings of quite a large project, aren't we, at the moment? I'm looking forward to doing a tunnel system, actually. It's been a long time since we did a tunnel. So this is a fully functioning... Oh my gosh, that looks very high, actually. Yeah, so this is the underground farm. Obviously, this won't be the entrance, but that'll look quite nice once we get it all... I'm still, you know what I'd really like to do, don't you? I'd really like to knock that out. Daz, I'd really like to knock that out, mate. I really would. But what we'll do is we'll paint it wood, obviously. And maybe try and make a bit more of a feature of it. But anyway, so that's the farm. And this is the main entrance in. Now, down there will be the living quarters, and that will loop around to the farm, because this will actually be blocked up at some point. So let's go and show you the base. Yeah, Nvidia aren't doing too bad. I mean, Nvidia, you know, they throw in the Titan and the Ti, but you kind of know where you stand with it, don't you? You got you know, your 9. Well, since I've been playing, we had the 600 series, the 700 series. I think they skipped the 800 series, right? Am I right on that? I seem to remember. I think my upgrade path was something like a 670. Then maybe a 780 Ti. Then I jumped to a 980 Ti. Then a 1080 Ti. No way was I jumping into the 2000 series, and then later this month we'll get the reveal of the 3000 series, and they tend to have, you know, the big flagship Titans. They tend to get the consumer, oh my god, I really regret buying a Titan, why the fuck do I do it every year? Because now the Ti makes, you know, apart from a bit of RAM difference normally, innit? So yeah, you know, Nvidia's, yeah, you know, it seems reasonable, doesn't it? How tall am I? I think officially about 3'9". Depends on if Czar's feeling generous. You know what I mean? Yeah. You're still pissed at Nintendo for dumbing down Legend of Zelda Majora's Mask for the 3DS? Oh, I've not played that, mate. The Garden is a support beacon. It's called... we've got Gaz's dong box. That is actually Gaz's support dong. We think terrible things would happen if we were to remove it. Terrible things, to be honest. Yeah. Sort of daft. To be honest, what's happening shouldn't really be happening, but... yeah. We will err on the side of caution. So, well, let me just throw these back and say, yeah, I mean, this is the battle. I mean, if there's anything specifically you want me to show you, then I will happily show you before we go off and murder some zombie scum. But yeah, this is the main base. So the idea behind this is to have an all singing, all dancing, all in one base. So horde build, storage, vehicles, living quarters, crafting quarters. That door would not open. Literally all in one. Well, I was going to say super condensed base, but as always, I couldn't build a condensed base if my life depended on it. That's what you were saying, wasn't it, Odd Crazy? So yeah, we've got up there is like, well, there were 2 towers, but I've lost one. It's gone on holiday. It's got it's nipped off to Lanzarote for a weekend in the sun, and that's it, really, mate. It's weirdly a very easy, a very simple build. I mean, all that is just sort of, well, I don't know why I built it, to be honest. But and here's an interesting. Oh no, I thought they were holes. I was about to say, here's an interesting conundrum. We've had a couple of ceiling blocks disappear, but we haven't. But yeah, that's it. That's the base, mate. If you want to know anything about it, now's the time to shout out. Oh. You're right, Loki. You upgraded from a 60 Hz monitor to 240 Hz. Yeah, it's amazing what a difference it makes just on desktop applications as well, isn't it? That's one of the things that I was quite surprised by. Just, you know, you add an SSD, don't you? And all of a sudden Windows, whatever it is you're on when you first upgraded, I mean, at the minute, you know, Windows 10 for me. And, you know, I sometimes do have access to a PC that isn't Windows 10 on an SSD. And it's like, oh, Jesus, that doesn't feel quite the same. Mine's actually on an M.2 and it feels super slick. And you know, the difference between having a Windows 10 desktop running at 60 or above is really weird, isn't it? You don't realise like how, I suppose over the years we've kind of almost got used to the vapor trail on the mouse icon, you know, at the cursor. Just finish the pyramid already and put 1 tower on top of it. I don't think I want to, Darth, because I like it as a landing bay up there, mate. Yeah, I did think. I mean, originally I did think I was going to take the pyramid a lot higher, because the original plan, which hasn't been ruled out completely, but now I've built the tower, it probably has. So see, what I was going to do, that there was going to actually be. Imagine just here. So imagine the tower's not there. So the pyramid's gone up to this point, and what I was going to do, I was going to put a garage door, or sorry, a drawbridge. I was going to put a drawbridge here on the edge and a drawbridge here on the edge. And that would open out to a ramp that would come down here and here. So you could, on the one side, like you could have your bikes, and on the other side would be the 4x4, and they'd go into a garage area for maintenance work and refueling. And then the pyramid would carry up. So it would get carried on up there. So you can imagine the garage door would have been sort of central left and right. And that would have carried on up higher to form a second ceiling. And then up there would have been like the gyrocopter landing bay. It's just I decided to build a tower prematurely. And I still don't know why I did. So everything's, just every day I just change my mind, I think. And Iliam. Oh, Iliams. Those things I keep seeing on scan.co.uk. Like Iliamas are these like super cheap monitors, right? I mean, I don't know if they're any good. I've never owned one, but right, let's. Hang on, was that one of those ones that I borrowed? Oh my god, no, it was. That was one of those ones. I remember I borrowed one from my friend for it. I wanted to say it got an Iliama monitor that you could rotate, so you could have it in portrait mode. And I swear to fucking god, right? It was the weirdest thing. I'm not saying, look, I'm not knocking Iliama monitors. I only ever tried one. Unless you were looking at that thing dead on, right? You couldn't see fucking anything. It was the weirdest view angle I've ever seen on a modern day monitor. If you looked at it even at a slightly oblique angle, you couldn't see shit. It was just like a white screen. Weirdest thing I've ever seen, mate. Ever so strange. So I kind of realised at that point there was no way I could use that as a chat monitor. It wouldn't be. I mean, it wouldn't have been impossible, but view angle was. I'd never seen view angle so bad in all my years with computer monitors. I mean, I'm using 2 really old Dells, and I mean really old Dells for my chat and OBS. And I could literally sit on the fucking side of one of these things and sort of read it word for word. But yeah, I see Iliamia monitors all the time, like really cheap on scan.co.uk. Who knows? I know nothing about them as a manufacturer, so. And I'm sure the one that my friend had was stolen from his workplace. So it was probably like a 30 quid monitor, to be fair to him, you know what I mean? It's Iliama, not Ilia. I always thought it was a llama. I always like to call it Iliama. It reminds me of llamas, you see. Everyone likes a llama. Is it someone? It's Iliama. Iliama. Make a landing platform on the side of the pyramid. No. You got to land on top of the pyramid, ain't you? So you can't be landing on the side of pyramids, mate. Oh, we need to do an emergency landing. Nose down, nose down, nose down. Dive. Oh, this looks like a beautiful neighborhood. Look at this. Oh, I bet house prices around here are through the roof. Look at this. Gorgeous. How you doing, Pokemaster? I still say some of the best monitors I've ever owned have been Dells. They have been absolute workhorses. And never underestimate Dell monitors. I've seen Dell monitors abused like no other monitor ever. Virtually set on fire and Dell monitors still go. But I know a lot of peeps like these Asus. Oh god, have I brought any fuel? These new Ace. Oh, I haven't. Right, well, there's a bit of an oopsie, isn't it, eh? There's a bit of an oopsie indeed, sir. It's a good job we brought the old ratchet with us. Brr, brr. I'm trying to think. I think I've owned Asus, Dells. I'm sure I've owned some others, but that's all I can think of. Oh yeah, I've had a Hewlett Packard actually. Yeah, I've had a Hewlett Packard, and back in the day I had an old and extremely expensive Sony Trinitron actual PC monitor, which was an old CRT thing. No, it wasn't a security feature. No, it was just a shit monitor with a shit viewing angle, mate. I did read a review of them because I just wanted to try one because I knew they were cheap. You see, I'd seen them in scan, and yes, it's a common mark for that whatever that particular model was. It's a known. Yeah, it's why they were so cheap. They were a 1920 by 1080p. I think it was a 22 or 23 inch, so something weird like that monitor. Really bad colors, really bad viewing angle. No doubt designed for, you know, fast setup in a call center or something, perhaps, something like that. So no, not a security feature. Right, now, how much does that give us? 1,830. The full tank, isn't it? So we are nearly at Hughes. Just over there, is it? I can just see him. Oh well. Turn that tail around, sir. You want to get a little bit of height over that as well. Is that in there? It is, isn't it? BenQ. I don't think I've ever owned a BenQ. Are they supposed to be good, are they? BenQs. I would love to switch my monitor to a portrait one for my Twitch chat. I would really like that. But it's I don't need to. It's not going to make any difference. It really isn't. It would just be one of those things just to, oh, I've got a new monitor and now I've got portrait chat. Can I honestly justify it? Not right now, definitely not. So it's just not worth me worrying about really. Right, LG Factory 1, no good.
I don't trust
Skyscraper.
But
Ooh.
back when you grow some you need work. Great.
Skyscraper it is. Let's do it. That's going to be Dishong's Skyscraper too, isn't it? Got a 13-year-old BenQ. Jesus, dude. I tell you what, my Dells are notoriously power hungry. And they get very hot. Is the only thing I'd say about my Dells compared to more modern screens. They do get warm. Which does not help with the heat in this room during a late evening stream during the summer months. And BenQ are used a lot in the professional gaming arenas. Are they really? So they're, if you get a BenQ monitor, I mean, like anything, you want to make sure the model's not a weird one, but yeah. Thank you for the bits, Paprika. Thank you very much indeed. How are you doing, sir? Kogan monitors. Never heard of Kogan. You've got an Acer Predator Ultra Wide, which is the best I've had so far. I've had a few of the Acer Predators. Yeah, they've been quite... Well, the whole Asus range has always been... The Asus has an insane BFGD, though. $3,000. What's that, Diz? You right, PC? How you doing, bro? I like the shades, mate. I like the shades. Where's this? Anyway, fuck it. I don't give a fuck. Fuck all these shitty monitors. PlayStation 5. A Sony... I don't know, actually. What would we go for? What's the new... what's the latest tech on the old panel front for big screen TVs? So some sexy LG or Samsung or something. You know, 4K 60-inch. That's what I want. Fuck all this PC bollocks. Time to get into some proper serious Gran Turismo and whatever's coming out. All these little diddy fucking computer monitors. Fuck it. I need big, mate. Big will go home. You hate any monitors that have power bricks. God, what? Do they still do monitors with power bricks? Fucking hell. I don't think I've ever had a monitor with a power brick. Is that even a thing? Monitors with power bricks? I've never had a monitor with a power brick, dude. Why would a monitor have a power brick? Is that for real? Mine just like have a like a power cable. They always have done. Is that like the like super high end these days? Is it? Is it actually like indicative of like a really good monitor? They have their own power bricks. So you see, mine are ancient Dells, mate. You see, so it's it's just a plug in the back, bro. I can't remember when I can't. Sorry, the whole point. I can remember. Sorry, I couldn't believe it when I pulled out the Xbox. My girlfriend bought me the Xbox One for Christmas, and I'd already got the PlayStation 4. And I couldn't believe the Xbox. You know, I couldn't believe the size of it. And then I found the power brick. I was like, you're taking the piss, mate. The power brick for my Xbox One was probably half the size of the fucking Xbox One, mate. I've never seen a power brick like it. Is that what it is? Is that how they get them super thin? I suppose it makes sense, doesn't it? I mean, it does make sense. So if you want like a really low profile monitor with like a really thin bezel, you're gonna have to trade off with a power brick. Is that what you're saying? I suppose it makes sense. I mean, I guess it depends on what your setup's like, doesn't it? But yeah, I've never had a power brick for a monitor, like ever. I clearly don't own such expensive products. All right, here we go. Down. Big format gaming display, 65 inches, the big showcase TV, and less than 1 millisecond latency. Fucking gorgeous. Oh, dude, is that for real? Is that what that is? The BFGD, $3,000 US. That sounds quite cheap. That actually sounds pretty decent. 65 inch for $3,000 with 1 millisecond latency. That sounds good, dude. Wow. Oh, I may sell a testicle or three. Didn't say it was going to be mine. Have you got a link to it, Diz? Yeah, if you got a link that, mate. I'd love to see that. That sounds like heaven, mate. God, can you imagine playing that? Oh my god! Imagine racing games on a 60-inch, 1 millisecond out of the box monitor without having to switch to gaming mode. Holy shit, dude! All right, yeah. Everyone chip in a testicle. How many? 65 inches not too big for a normal desk because I've got one sitting right here. No, it's not 65. This is about, what's this? I think this is like 48 or something like that. I sit about 12 inches away from a 48-inch screen, mate. 65-inch, no fucking problem, bro. Not when you're playing racing games. Get rid of as much peripheral vision as I possibly can, mate. Yeah, curved monitors are be beautiful, wouldn't it, mate? Be beautiful. Without having to have one of those crazy setups, you know? Where you got all like angled screens everywhere. Yeah, just the nice simple ones are, you know, not outside the realms of a normal household. Nice big curved, massive screen. Bit of cheeky Gran Turismo, your G29 or whatever your steering wheel and you know, gear systems are. Beautiful. Let's have a look then, Diz. So this is so it's a Republic of Gamer Swift, is it? Let's have a look. Right. Okay, let's have a gander. The ROG Swift, the PG65 UQ big format gaming display. So it's 65-inch, running at 2160, FAL 384. Not sure what that means. 1000 nits, overclockable 144. Sounds strange. What does it mean by overclockable 144? Native 144 or not? G-Sync, so that's that out of the way. Where's the price? I can't see a price on here, mate. And what's this? It supports is that oh the VRR tech, isn't it? Asus Sonic Master technology and stereo. Oh, it's got speakers as well, which is always nice. See, I sometimes like it if I do play on my like TV, if you like, my TV screen monitor. Just to have a really bit of low sound in the background, just if I'm tinkering away without having to, you know, have it in like, you know, a headset or some fancy surround sound. I always like it when a set's got a built-in speaker system. I'm not expecting them to be brilliant. I just like it at times. It's just very convenient. Just watching a little bit of, you know, simple YouTube without having to have it blaring out in the middle of the night. Say 3,600. Fucking hell, that's a lot of dollar in it. But it's, I mean, to be fair, that seems like, you know, for what you're getting, that doesn't seem too bad. I mean, you know, I'll never be able to afford one, but that's not bad. That's not bad. They do, Zar. Yeah, they do reset. I think we're all right for fuel. Let's have a quick ganders. Oh, mate. We're professional. I like this. This town is gorgeous. The two towns we've hit. You're right, Gravy. How are you doing, sir? Have they been out for long, Diz? To be honest, mate, I didn't actually realise that was a thing. I mean, it's only about 18 months ish that I was looking to see if we'd got any decent, large, low latency computer monitors. More in the realms of TVs. And I'm going to be honest, mate, there wasn't a lot of choice out there. And there certainly wasn't a lot of choice once you hit a certain price point. Now, I'll be the first to admit that is not cheap, but... you know, big panel TVs with lots of tech in can be expensive. Not the best entrance, not gonna lie. That is not how I planned that. That is not how that was supposed to go down. But that bloody music. Engine. To be honest, we've got a load. We made a bit of an oopsie, mate. I thought I'd lost like 7 engines on one of the Horde nights. So I went out and got 7 engines. In fact, I think I got 8 engines back. Rather stupidly, me being me, I hadn't actually lost a single engine, mate. So I've got 8 engines back at home, sitting there doing nothing. See, I don't need any, mate. But yeah, I mean, you're absolutely right, though. You can double your engine crafting or scavenging from exactly what you said. Yeah, for some reason I thought I'd lost a whole bank of generators, and I'd never actually installed them. Nothing unusual for this channel, mate. I would come and tidy your flat, Serdi. Are you out with Yam Yam today, Serdi? I hope you have a lovely day out. Sorry, mate. Miss Group said I didn't realise you were out with a lady friend. I thought you were out just like for a bit of a pint or something. Yeah, but it wouldn't be you wouldn't get a 60-inch G-Sync panel, would you? See, this makes me laugh some quite. The amount of peeps that have like these like £3,000 PCs and playing some little shitty 60 hertz 1080p fucking HDMI crappy fucking low pixel density monitor, mate. And some clicky clackety keyboard and like a £2 Microsoft mouse, mate. It's ridiculous. It's the same as having a Lamborghini but driving it to Radges and back. You need to get yourself out on the racetrack with it, you know? You alright, Miss Nordic? Oh, in fine vocal form today, Miss Nordic. So Linus has got. What did he think of it, Diz? What was his conclusion? That would be nice, mate. That would be really cool for my sim racing, I'll tell you. That would be nice. Like you said, Zara, a cheeky little curve to it, Zara, as well. Well, I hope, whatever, Zara. Sorry, Sadie. I hope you have a lovely day, mate. I really do. I hope the sun is shining, the conversation is pleasant, and the food is fine, sir. Well, it wouldn't surprise me if Raj has actually got a Lamborghini somewhere. I swear that man's a wheeler dealer. He's up to summers, Well, when I said clickety clackety, I was talking like VTech equivalent dot. They even still make membrane keyboards. I suppose. I mean, the thing I will say, at least they're fucking quiet. Always makes me laugh when you see a streamer that spent about $3.5 grand on audio equipment and has no fucking clue what they're doing, and all you can hear all scream. It's like the loudest mechanical switches known to modern man, you know? It's like, really, dude? Ooh, I wonder what that was there, then. Oh, you cheeky devil. You cheeky... Oh, Gaz, I forgot to make the steel arrows, bro. I knew I'd forgotten something. He sounded good, didn't he? Proper gurglies he went down. Multiplayer, to be fair, scavenge all, then do quest, but not loot is a way to make sure everyone gets a crack at that POI. Oh, what's that? Yeah, okay. I think I know what you mean, Santa. Yeah, that sort of makes sense. Yes. The penny has dropped, sir. What's the plans today then, Miss Nordic? You got anything exciting going on? You're right, Gravy. Did you happen to get my DM? Who, me, Gravy? Or no? Where would I have got that, Gravy? Sorry, bro. Going full Joel. I would love to get a good scissor switch keyboard. I hate mechanical clickety-clackety keyboards with them all bolt cherry switches, cherry this, cherry that. I wish there would be a market for super quiet keyboards. Same here, mate. And I did a lot of looking into this, and even the ones that are the quietest out there are They're not that quiet, mate. They're really not. What I did discover was there are some fantastic ways to mod the keys yourselves. It's just that there doesn't seem to be any manufacturer that's really embraced it. But yeah, there are the rubber O-rings and things. There's some really good companies where you can... I mean, obviously you've got the MX Silent Cherries, haven't you? Which are far from fucking silent, I'd like to point out. But with a little bit of shenanigans and some specialized O-rings and things, you can certainly stop the upwards clack. So I think you can get there, Subquake. You've just got to be willing to put a little bit of work into it, to be honest, bro. I unfortunately just couldn't be arsed. I just wanted a good feeling but very low sound keyboard. And it's like, there just doesn't seem to be a market for that, really. I mean, like I said, you can get those Silent MX, and there's lots of manufacturers that do the equivalent, but they're still freaking loud, dude, you know. You know, if you're talking about a microphone environment... Wow, I didn't know that was a collapsing floor there, actually. Is this the Dishong Tower? Or is this another one? This isn't the one that people call the Crackerbook Tower, is it? Because it's not a Crackerbook Tower. It's just got a Crackerbook shop at the front. An infrared projection keyboard. I think that might not quite be what we're after. Corsair do quite a nice one. And their low profile version of the Silent Cherries is supposed to be reasonably good for sound profiling for I guess studio environments, but I don't give a shit because I just don't use the keyboard. I just use my Steam controller, and therefore I don't have to put up with that stupid issue. It's not often you'll hear a clickety clack on this stream. Professional streamer, maybe. Lovely jubbly. Is that the Strafe? Is it the Corsair Mark? Because there's a Mark II, isn't there, on the Strafe portfolio? Is that the one I'm thinking of, Bruce? Corsair Strafe Mark II RGB. I think it is, isn't it? Well, I mean, to be honest, I don't worry about the actuation point. You know, that wouldn't be my. I mean, obviously, I would care ultimately, but I just want the low sound. I really wouldn't give a fuck about that. I just want a quiet one. Yeah, I disagree, Grease. I actually went out of my way in the end, and they had Curry's had actually got a second-hand Strafe original. And I discovered a friend that actually had a Strafe too, and they're not quiet at all. They're not quiet at all, mate. So I disagree. I mean, I will meet you halfway. They are quieter, obviously, than say a Cherry Blue. But to say that they're quiet, not at all, mate. Not at all. I was actually quite horrified. I genuinely thought they were quieter than they were, because I made the stupid mistake of going on YouTube, and the one thing I discovered on YouTube is that people are fucking idiots, and literally people doing reviews of keyboard sound, not doing reviews of the keyboard, reviews of keyboard sound, and they have a microphone on the desk, and then they compare 3 keyboards, and all the keyboards are in different positions. Completely different positions. So rather than like putting the microphone in a static place and moving the keyboards individually to the exact same location, say underneath the microphone or near the microphone, they literally had the desk with all 3 keyboards laid out, and then they press the buttons on keyboard 1, and then they press the buttons on keyboard 2, and keyboard 2 is like exactly 12 inches closer to the microphone than the other 2 keyboards. So it's a really, really good test. But yeah, no, it's not. I just don't find it quiet at all, Grizz. It's like I said, it's definitely quieter, and like I said, the low profile version of the Strafe Mark II is as quiet as I could find, but I never actually had any hands-on experience with that. It's when we were playing World of Warcraft, mate. I was looking into this. So I've had some hands-on experience with the Mark II, and yeah, it just wasn't quite enough. Yeah, it is. It is. That's what I just said, Darth. Yeah, you're saying exactly what I've just said. It is quieter, but it doesn't stop the sound getting picked up. See, the thing is, you could probably use the new NVIDIA RTX. I can't remember. I know Fist was talking about this the other day. You might be able to cut out keyboard sounds using that for a tiny performance hit on CPU, right? Because it was what's it called? What is it? They sort of discovered it on the 2000 series cards, didn't they? The RTX enabled cards. There was like a mode or something that you could use to cut down background noise. There was a fascinating YouTube video put up by a Twitch streamer who's also a very well-known YouTuber in the tech world, and he even had things like a leaf blower. Do you remember seeing it? And honestly, it really does cut down background noise. So I should imagine you could probably get rid of the clickety clack anyway, Grease, if you were a streamer using that. I would have thought, rather than actually trying to get really, really quiet keys, you know? Have you tried that, Grease? Because you also don't. I don't know if you stream, but you don't actually need a 2000 series card. You can actually use it on well, at least the 1000 series, because I know Fist has got it up and running on his 1080 Ti. Yeah, that's the one we're on about. The Corsair Mark II Cherry MX Silent. Yeah, it's far from silent. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, exactly. The low profile, I could argue, is supposed to be. I didn't have any hands-on experience with it, you see. The Roccat Vulcan 120 AIMO might also. What sort of switches does it use? The RGB part is very, very buggy though. Other than the default profiles, and any moisture at all, and your keyboard instantly fries. Well, that doesn't sound very good. That doesn't sound very good at all, mate. I recently spilled coffee all over mine. And the only lasting issue, and to be honest, it's only happened once, was I remember clicking the spacebar. I was doing a tweet, I think it was last week or the week before. I was just doing my daily tweet out, and I hit the spacebar, and there was no fucking noise. I was like, what the fuck? So hang on a minute, what's going on here? And I clicked it again, and there was no noise at all. It was silent, completely silent, mate. And then it just started working again. So, because I remember saying at the start of the stream that day, I might have to take my spacebar off and give it a jolly good clean with some isopropyl alcohol, which we again mentioned this morning. But I haven't had to. Might have just been one of them days, right? Might have been a fly. You know what I mean? Could have had a fly up into it. Miss Nordic, thank you very much for the gifted subs. Thank you very much for a total of 66 in the channel. Big shout out to Shadowstorm, Saiyan, Superb, and Nanny Og. Hey, Nanny Og. From Terry Pratchett fame, no doubt. Granny Weatherwax and Nanny Og. And Bad Nerd Cooking as well. Thank you ever so much, Miss Dory. That's extremely generous of you, my friend. Thank you. So it's a Titan switch. Oh, I don't know those, Doc. I don't know those. Does it? Have you got a link? Yeah, show us in chat, Doc. Go on. Grab us a link for it, mate. I don't need one because I don't play World of Warcraft anymore. So again, it's like I could have a portrait monitor and I could see more chat and it would be a great quality of life thing, but absolutely not worth the expense. I've got a perfectly functioning keyboard. Doesn't matter if it goes clickety click because I never use it on stream. But it doesn't make you not want to look around, does it? Thank you so much, Miss Nordic. That's really, really awesome of you, mate. Thank you very, very much. Oh, that does look sexy. Oh, that does look fucking gorgeous, mate. Oh, that is gorgeous, dude. I take it that horrible plate on the front can be removed, yeah? You don't have to have that, do you? Or would that create an issue? I hate those things, dude. It looks like if you were to take the wrist plate out, would you not end up with like a weird indent in the main keyboard? I'd have to have a look. Is it even detachable? It's gotta be, right? It's gotta be detachable. Oh, that looks beautiful, man. It's even got a knob. Holy crap, it's got a knob, everyone. Keyboard with a knob. I dread to think how much that is. Thank you ever so much, Miss Nord. That's very, very kind of you. Thank you. German, is that what writers rock out a German brand, is it? I don't think I knew that, actually. Your keyboard glows as well. I always have just blue backlit on my keys. I've always liked blue backlit. But I like it when they have a blue backplate and not just like a normal black backplate or whatever. So you give, I mean, I've got, what's this one over here? What is that? Is that a Corsair? Is it a Corsair? I can't remember. It actually has a blue backplate, which is perfect for my blue lighting, you see. Only 150 quid? Fucking hell, dude. I suppose if you haven't got a keyboard, oh my god, that is slimline. Holy balls. That is thin, Doc. Jesus, that looks amazing. Look at that pulsing RGB. It's making me want to buy it, Doc. That is gorgeous, mate. That is actually really, really nice. Is that aluminium or is that plastic? That's the only question I've got there. There's something about aluminium brush on a keyboard that I love, but 9 times out of 10 it turns out to be some nasty shit plastic. Because that does look freaking sexy, bro. It is aluminium. Oh. Stop it! What are you doing? We need more testicles in chat. Anyone got any testicles? Testicles, testicles. Buying testicles. 150 quid as well. And you reckon that would be quiet? It'd be nice to compare it to the Corsair Silent. Which, like I said, he's not quite silent, to say the least. Over here, Sunny Jib. Pop, pop. Pop. Okay. See, the thing is, it's like I said, the sad thing is, all this stuff. I mean, I know, I mean, for you, Doc, it's different, isn't it? Because you actually collect keyboards. Well, whether or not you collect them, I don't know. But you like your keyboards, don't you, mate? It's an area of gaming and technology that you really like. And like I said, to be honest, mate, my keyboard, I would say, because my gaming rig is only used for gaming. It really is. And I really, really can't stress that enough. This thing doesn't browse the internet. It doesn't even go to the Nvidia site to download drivers, you know. It has Steam on it. That's it. It's used to play computer games. You know, I can't even remember the last time I opened the browser, really. So sometimes I do if I want to tweet out, and my screenshot for that daily tweet is only on this PC. I haven't shared it, you know, via cloud, for example. So this computer, for example, today, right, which is a fairly stereotypical day, I came in late, got back from my dad's, made sure he was all okay this morning, got back in. All I did on my keyboard today was type in my Windows 10 password. And that is probably the only thing that keyboard will be used for today. So as much as I would love, you know, a sexy keyboard and then maybe be able to play more keyboard games without clickety-clack on stream, the reality of the matter is I've actually got a perfectly functioning keyboard. but it's the gaming sort of prerogative, isn't it? You show someone a keyboard like that, Doc, and it's like, well, you know, I've had this keyboard for a while now. You know, it's about time I upgraded. Well, no, you don't need to upgrade the keyboard because all it is a bunch of keys that you put a Windows 10 password in each day. But you can start to convince yourself, can't you? You've got huge testicles. What's up? You just give me one of your testicles, Grizz. We'll see if we can get 150 quid for it on eBay, mate. Have you just bought it, Adam? Are you getting it? I would love that keyboard if the switches wouldn't poke out like that. And the keys. See, I like the keys that poke out like that. I find those keyboards extremely pleasant to type on Subquake. And you know what makes them? You know what's really nice? It makes them very easy to clean as well. Very easy to clean. Advina, I don't even have a computer. But you could have a really good keyboard, Advina. I mean, think about it. I mean, you could sit there, you know, you could just press buttons while you're watching, you know, your favourite Netflix shows. Clickety, clackety, clickety, clack. Why not, right? You're right, Freeze. Yeah, hopefully that one Doc's linked is actually silent. Is the whole point of discussion here, really. But well, let's have a look. Doc, thanks for this, mate. I mean, like I said, I mean, it ain't happening. I'm in love with my Roccat Vulcan. Is it called Roccat? Or am I pronouncing it? Is it called like, is it like Roccat? Roccat. Roccat. Like a rocket. Is it a Roccat? Roccat. Or is it just Rocat? Like a cat that rows. Rocat. Row, row, row your boat. You're right, Boy. You use a flat wireless Logitech mouse with 3 buttons on a keyboard. If it works, it works. It doesn't make any sounds. You see? Pro streamer, mate. Pro streamer, bro. They did any of that like Joel. Clickety, clackety, clackety, clack. I swear that dude just beats his fucking meat on his keyboard. You still get your Model M mechanical keyboard from the 80s. Oh, wow. I love it, but it's super noisy for conference calls. Yeah, I can imagine. You're right, Imhotep. Can I just have another shout out to Miss Nordit there? Thank you ever so much. Paprika, thanks for the 50 bits. And seriously, Miss Nordit, thank you so much for those gifted subs. That's extremely generous of you, mate. Thank you very, very much, Miss Nordit. What the hell? Oh, she's pushing me. Oh my god, that was really weird. She was actually pushing me. Huh. I've had that happen a couple of times. It's not the first time, but it's like I couldn't turn. Almost like she was holding on to me. How bizarre. But game probably thought I was standing on a toe. Same way if I stand on like this dude's toes if he's getting up and I start sliding around all over the place, or he starts gliding across the floor. Yeah, I know what you mean though, Subquake. It's quite subjective with stuff like that, isn't it? It's I know back in the day, the first time I saw one of those, like, what do they call those styles of keyboard? I bet Doc knows. You know, where the keys look like super raised, almost independent of like a frame, for example. Is there a word used to describe that type of keyboard? And like Subquake says, he doesn't like that kind of thing. And I must admit, I was the same, Subquake. I thought, I just don't like the look of that. I just don't think I'd be comfortable typing on it. And the first time I had a chance, it's the same with low profile. I didn't think I'd get on with low profile keys. And actually, I really like typing on low profile keyboards. I was very, would I want to make a permanent switch for everything? I'm not sure, but I know if I had a lot to type, I would be fine with a low profile keyboard. I'm just not sure if I'd want to game on one, if that makes sense. But again, you know, in the bigger scheme of things, I don't do a lot of gaming on keyboard and mouse, so. You gotta go. Well, if you get it, Fridge, you'll have to give us a little Grumbodian mini review, mate. Let us know how it is. You still use a type machine? What's a type machine, mate? Don't know what that is. I know what a typewriter is. You know, from Stephen King films and you know, like you press a button and a big piece of metal springs out and smashes. Oh god, what would it be called? Oh god, an ink ribbon? Would that be the word? And you have a big metal arm and you click it and it goes and I don't know, it goes down a line or something. And is it, am I right? Oh god, Doc linked something. It's got to be Doc, mate. Linked something like if you press too many keys simultaneously on one of those old typewriters, all like the metal arms would come up. And if you press like certain buttons all together, like they'd all jam as they all try to hit the ink ribbon at the same angle. And you'd end up with this mash of like octopus metal arms. I know I've seen it on YouTube. I'm not sure if it's something Doc links or not. You don't like low profile keyboard? Yeah, I was really surprised. I thought the same. I thought I'd hate low profile. I was really surprised at how quickly I kind of, you know, felt comfortable with it. So for typing, I think I'd be all right. I just don't think gaming, I'd feel the same. Typewriters are the devil's invention. All the big laptop companies make some decent RGB themed keyboards for the laptops. They do. Why can't they simply make it as a standalone product for desktop PCs? I do not understand. Do you mean like as in membrane keyboards, Subway? Because you can get membrane keyboards. There's loads of them, dude. Or are we talking about something different? You've got a Roccat Iscu. I did break the enter key on it though and got it replaced once. I mainly got it because there is a hand rest and I type a lot. See, I'm one of those weird people. I cannot stand wrist rests that are hard and built into the keyboard. Now, I am happy with like a rubber or soft cloth or beanbag style wrist. They call them wrist supports, right? No problems with those, but you know, if it's built into the keyboard, like that Rockat's got that big plastic shield coming down it, I hate those things. Absolutely hate them. If they're not removable, I wouldn't buy the keyboard. Yeah, laptops are weird, didn't they, Diz? Yeah. Used the laptop to game until the start of this year. Oh right, so yeah, so like a plastic membrane that goes over a normal keyboard freeze, yeah. What, are you saying they're actually bad for you, Clown? I mean, to be honest, the only time that I've ever used a wrist rest myself, because I've never used it for general typing, was actually playing World of Warcraft. And I remember a long time ago, back when I gamed on a laptop, and I played World of Warcraft on a pretty juicy laptop for a fair while. And I used a wrist rest then. And Simpsy actually got me one for playing World of Warcraft. And that was a really nice kind of soft foam rubber one. And that really took the pressure off my wrist, especially, weirdly enough, on my mouse hand more than my keyboard hand. But yeah, I've never used one. I've never used the keyboard rest for typing. You know, if I'm just using the computer for typing outside of gaming, if that makes sense. Where are you? Oh my god. Well, I'll be Jesus. Oh, we don't need those. We don't really need any of that, to be honest. Do you remember the good old days of barbed wire? I miss barbed wire. When did I just get on the Magnum schematic there? Oh, was that just the Magnum? I still use my, what's mine? Mine's a G600. I've had it for ages. I have a G600 for my main day-to-day and a Razer Naga for my stream computer. And I've never felt the need to try anything else. I'm quite happy with them. I don't seem to... For the first time playing WoW with Shades and Missy, I used my G600 to actually have some hotkeys, so some mouse hotkeys, which was very nice way to actually take advantage of all those little button. Well, they're not mechanical on the G600, but yeah, I thoroughly enjoyed it actually. It does the job. You know, I'm not hungry to test anything else, but they both seem to. In some ways, I prefer the Razer, and in some ways, I prefer the G600. You know, I could happily use either, to be fair. Again, I don't use my mouse a lot, to be fair. You know, because I don't really game using mouse and keyboard these days. Manimal's keyboard is a Microsoft SignWider X6. It's old. I don't know that one. What was the one that lots and lots of people had? It was it a Logitech? Something had like a little LED display, and you could show like your CPU temperatures on it and things like that. What was that one called? It's like everyone owned one. I never had one. It's like it shows your gaming setup, and everyone had this. I'm sure it was a Logitech little LED panel right in the middle of it. A bunch of macro keys and things. It was like the state of the art gaming computer keyboard, you know. Because it was very important to be able to monitor things. I mean, I think you could program it for all sorts. I mean, different games had different profiles. You could even see like ammo counts and things in some games, right? Stuff like that. Your left mouse button's giving up. Yeah, that happened to my the worst mouse I've ever owned was the Razer Mamba 2014 edition. And not only did it start to quite literally dissolve, it had like this weird rubberized coating, which was actually really nice when you first buy it, and then later on it just started dissolving into this like mushy, weird, probably carcinogenic paste. And the left mouse button on that went as well. But then again, the left mouse button also went on one of my Logitechs a long time ago. And it was quite funny, actually, because in sheer frustration one day, I was so pissed off, right? And it's not like me. And I don't get the impression I hold it in great anger, but I kind of sort of like screw you and sort of dropped the mic with it and dropped it on the floor. It was a rechargeable mouse. And I just sort of dropped it on the floor like that. I thought, fuck you, dude. And it started working. And it worked for about 3 or 4 weeks without a single hiccup. So, of course, the next time it started working, what did I do? I went, all right, I've got to fix that. And I dropped it on the floor again. And it did a little bounce. And I thought, yeah. And it didn't work. So I thought, well, what's the next natural conclusion to draw? We'll throw it on the floor a little bit harder. So I got his Logitech mouse, and I sort of instead of dropping, I kind of added a little bit of momentum, and it kind of bounced a little bit further that time. And I tried it again, and it sort of wobbled a bit. I thought, ooh, and I thought, wow, I'll lob it again. And I think the third time I lobbed it, I hurled it a little bit, slightly overzealously, and it kind of bounced off the skirting board. And I wasn't very happy because I've not long painted the skirting board. And luckily, the black mark that it left actually just washed off just with a bit of spit on my thumb. So I eventually got back to the keyboard and put the mouse down. And it worked. And I thought, oh, brilliant. And it went like that for about 3 or 4 months. And every time it started working, I used to just lob it at things. And then, of course, one day, it didn't work at all. So I kicked the living shit out of it to see if I could get it working again. And of course it didn't. It was gone. And thus I bought a G600. And if you're listening, G600, this is what awaits you. Oh no! I realised I'm crouched and I made a terrible mistake. This is a disaster. Ooh! Unless you've got an auto shotgun, in which case you literally can't die in this game. Oh, or can he? Oh, it could. Oh, hello, sir. Hello. Oh, look, I've got another shotgun. Damn. I did not remember that up here. Is this a different skyscraper to what we normally do? This isn't the old creepy up at the top where I lost Timmy one day, is it? This must be a different PO1. Where's Timmy gone? Timmy! Where's Timmy? Oh, I picked him up. Is it you? It was you, Grooves. Yeah, this must be the Crackable Tower, as you folks call it, then, right? Yeah. So if you get any ideas about not working G600, you too can have 6 months of being trashed around the computer room, mate. So I suggest you keep working, bro. Thank you for the follow, R Games. Thank you very much. Is that the one I was talking about? The Logitech G15. That rings a bell, Freeze, yeah. The G series of keyboards, programmable for single games, really nice, works with the mouse too. Yeah. Let's have a quick look. What's this one, Advina? Is this one Manimal's got? Yeah, you see, it's just that bottom plate. I just like an edge to my keyboard. You know, probably in total contrast to everybody else and ergonomically making no sense. I would hate that keyboard because of that massive wrist area. I don't know why. I just don't like it. I just do not like having that large plastic bit underneath the spacebar. Never have done, and I've never found any deviation from that. Weird, isn't it? It's really strange why I struggle so much with those kind of things. So obviously because of my giant, hairy hobbit hands, you see. And more importantly, because I actually obviously type with my feet, as you all know. So he puts like a wrist support on the wrist support, does he, Edwina? Ah, right. So, oh, I see. So it's the what? Oh, right. So it's just had a little bit of a makeover, has it? Oh, you little gits, come here. I need you. Hey. You say that's got to be the easiest tower ever, and this is the one with the infinite amount of paper, right? I think we plucked the paper out of this once, and probably only took about 50% of it with us, didn't we? And I'm still using the same batch. Is there a faster way down? Probably a quicker way down, right? Get down that level. Go, here we go, me old mucker. Oh, I know that room. Correct. What could possibly go wrong, right? Oh, good lob on the knob, Grum. Hey, look at that. Skills, mate. Yeah, I was reading about something, Diz. You might know about this. Because I was thinking, I really need a second mouse. So, or should I say a third mouse? Because I have a mouse over on the left, which is for the stream computer. And I have a mouse over here on the right, which is for the gaming computer. But sometimes I need to do things on the stream computer while I'm streaming. And obviously I don't like to reach over with my left hand. It makes it very difficult. In fact, I've still not turned the music back up from Horde Night, which is a bit annoying. It would be a lot easier to do it with a mouse on the right, but on the monitor on the left. But apparently, in this day and age, it's very, very easy. There's a piece of software you can get, which literally lets you use a mouse, so a single mouse, on any monitor on any computer on the same network. Which I didn't know about that. So I might look into that, because then it means, one, I don't have to have another mouse cluttering at my desktop. But I'm not sure how that would work in things like, I like to run my games like full screen and things. I don't like to worry about, you know, borders and things like that. So, a multi-screen display. So I'm not sure if that would have an impact. If you make a hard fist and tilt your fist towards your inner arm, yep, and you see two tendons with a bit of space between them. Yeah, I got a massive fucking gap between mine. Yeah, fucking. In fact, I'd say I'd got tendon, then the gap of a tendon, and then another tendon, mate. Fucking huge fucking rivet. With a great, huge, pulsing fucking vein running down it and all. Never noticed that before. Oh, it's a squinchy one. I can see the valves in it. Ooh, you fucker. That's a jolly good blue. That is a vein, because that's bright blue. Yeah, well, I definitely haven't got a carpal tunnel, if that's how you tell the difference. Clear as day, mate. Clear as day. What's this? Hang on. What? A huge RGB penis? Well, hang on. Where did that come from, mate? Flying through the air? What was that? Where did you come from, sir? Right, we need to get out of here. That was way too easy for the skyscraper. That was like a literal walk in the park, mate. Super easy. Well, my wrist's throbbing a little bit now where I've just poked my tendon really hard. I can actually feel it sort of like it's quite warm. That's weird. You currently use Multiplicity, but there is also an open source app called Synergy that I've used. I control 6 monitors with 3 PCs and 2 laptops with only 1 keyboard and 1 mouse. Yeah, my only concern is, you know, when you have a multi-monitor setup, because I do. I mean, I actually have monitors left and right of my primary monitor, all stemming from the stream computer. So obviously, I take my mouse on the left monitor and move it to the bezel, and it suddenly warps all the way across my field of view to my right-hand monitor. But if I set that up with whatever those programs are, I'd be worried that in the middle of the stream, bringing a cursor across my central monitor, which it essentially doesn't even know exists, obviously, at present. I don't know, would it cause some problems? I know some folks have issues with this, don't they, on multi-monitor setups, where they have to sort of have to add like a game boundary and things like that to certain games, so that having a multi-monitor setup doesn't cock things up or cause games to minimize or pause when it's not the focus. Take care, Sneaky Fingers. Look after yourself, mate. Stay safe, bro. Stay safe. Where's the way out? Multi-device wireless keyboard. Let's have a look at this one. Oh, it's a bit of an ugly bastard, don't it, mate? I mean, that is an ugly. That's an ugly fucker, right? I mean, round fucking keys. I don't know if I don't know, and it's 80 quid as well. I don't think I could work with that. I don't think I'd enjoy typing it. I certainly couldn't game on that, mate. Kind of cool that you can use. I mean, you can presumably use that like with your TV for Netflix searches. You got obviously your phone. I mean, cracking bit of kit, but I just don't think I could use that day in, day out. It uses AAA batteries, which is kind of nice. I do like being able to have your own batteries. It's got Bluetooth. Windows 7, 8, 10, Android 5 and above, iOS 5 or later, Chrome OS. It's just the ugliest, nastiest. It looks like something from a and I'm not even sort of saying this just for some sort of pathetic comedy attempt. It actually looks like something I buy from the pound shop. You know what I mean? It really does look like, yeah. How much did that cost? Oh, I got it down the pound shop. Oh yeah, cool then, mate. Yeah, nice one. I paid 80 quid. What? Sorry, what? What did you do? Did you get mugged and like lose 79 quid before you went to the pound shop? Or... It's hideous as fuck. It is. and you know what? I know it's ridiculous, right? I do know this. I mean, how many of you, right, have been there? And I know I've done this. I know I've done it. In fact, I did it with my 1080 Ti. How many of you have sat there going to go and buy a new graphics card? Yeah? You don't even have a computer with a windowed side panel. You are the only person on God's green earth, apart from your best mate, who you're going to EP and show it to, right? Who's ever going to see your graphics card in its physical format, right? But you're on scan.co.uk, and you've narrowed it down. You're going to buy a 1080 Ti, right? So you're looking at all the specs, the clock speeds. You've read some reviews, and you know it's it's between 3 GPUs, right? How many of you choose it based on what it looks like? Because I know I do. Even if there's a little bit of price difference, but that one's got a gorgeous backplate, I'm never going to see the backplate. No one's going to ever see the backplate, apart from me the day I unwrap it, and then I'll never see it again. Apart from my monthly clean. But it is. Aesthetics in the PC world are extremely important these days, aren't they? You can have the best keyboard in the world, but if it looks shit, no one cares, right? Whenever you say Synergy, I keep thinking of Synapse, which is Razer's software, isn't it? I'm not sure. I don't know what Synergy is, but yeah, I'll look into them. Free thanks, mate. It doesn't hurt to check, does it? September 15th is the official date for Microsoft's xCloud service integrated with Game Pass Ultimate. Is this where they're getting rid of Xbox Live Gold and everything, is it, Mario, as well? Oh, really, Freeze? You used to know you motherboard directly to the wall. I have seen some beautiful setups in some of the forums where it's like show us your gaming setups and things. And people that have like, you know, almost got like a pool table and put a sheet of glass over it, and it's got like all the workings of everything on the felt and things. Oh, it looks gorgeous, mate. Proper water cooled, you know, pumps and reservoirs that just aren't needed at all, mate. But they just look amazing. It's an art, isn't it, these days? PC game. I mean, you know, I love, for example, braiding. Look at that over there. Isn't that gorgeous? The rolling hills of Grumbodia over there. Look at that. Oh, you fucking cockwomble. God damn. Bloody trees popped in just as I was... God damn. God damn. What are the chances, man? Gas! Unfreaking believable, mate. The rolling hills of what the fuck? Where did the trees come from, bro? If I got a Molotov, I would actually drop it and show you that can be done. You obviously can't do grenades because you can't pull the pin, but you can drop mollies, can't you? Where is he? Oh, is that? Oh gosh, he's right below me. Is that the trader? Yeah. I suppose, no, not even for World of Warcraft. I was going to say, maybe just for an MMO, just to have it quiet on the street. You know, I'd consider it. But 80 quid for that, that's asking a lot in it just for a quiet keyboard, mate. I don't think I could spill the beans for that. You're gonna go for full RGB, are you, badass? Yeah, you know, it's a nice thing, isn't it? I mean, when you spent all that money and you've got a transparent window in your case. I get it, you know. It's like I said, I'm really into like water cooling, but I've never done it at a proper, you know. I just don't agree with AIOs. Just never will be. Will never own one as long as I live. But I'd love to really get into proper custom water loops. And it's, you know, there's a bit of a price of entry there, and there's a lot of learning and testing, you know. There's a lot of info out there. There's a lot of cool stuff that, you know, you're going to want to play about with. And I'd love to really get into that. But even things like cable braiding, you know, I'm quite fascinated by all of that. Just general cable management, you know, it doesn't have to be a pain in the ass. You know, a good cable management, you know, it can reap rewards for future upgrades, general airflow, you name it. You know, there's no reason not to care about it. It's always nice to see a really well built PC. You can't go wrong with some flashy RGB lighting, can you? It dances and pulses. They have all these games have times these days, don't you? So when you go low on health, like your keyboard and your mouse and like the inside of your computer all goes red, and when you've got high health, it's green and all that kind of stuff, don't they? I know. Is it Asus are really into all that stuff, aren't they? Or is it Corsair? I can't remember.
I didn't think you'd pull it off.
No.
Here's your bounty.
Do you have any jobs?
There's this
Factory LG2.
Right. See, take a number.
Factory LG2.
I've got a job.
Factory
for
LG1.
you. Cat.
God damn it, dude! Maybe we should start doing some tier 4s. Naked. Honey and a sewing kit? No, I don't need to worry about all that jazz, mate. We're a pro player. I don't need to worry about a busted hand and a bit of an infection, mate. That's for noobs to worry about. No, don't even put a dent in our stride, that, mate. Don't you worry about it, bananas. It's when I start pissing blood that you need to start worrying, man. What, really? Did someone link something in our Discord, or was it on my Twitter feed? Somewhere in the last 24 hours, I have seen... I honestly don't even know whether it was a fucking wind-up or not. I think it was Code Carnage. I think Code Carnage asked the question about it. It was a water cooled M.2. But it's not actually, if you like, water cooled. There's no pump or reservoir. From what I can tell, it's literally just like... It's just an M.2 card, right? That has a reservoir with some water in it. That's it. And it's got like a little screw that you can top the water up with. The fuck? It's not actually like actively water cooled in the sense of like the water, you know, goes elsewhere to a radiator to, you know, remove the heat that it's now sort of contains. It literally just is like an M.2 card with, you know, it's got a heatsink, and next to the heatsink, it's got a puddle of water. Yeah, I've never been sure about that. I just assumed that was the case. Yeah, I mean, like I said, I don't know anything about it. I've just always been quite careful about where I put my SSDs in my case. So quite often my SSDs are actively cooled by my intake fans, if that makes sense. I don't know where, like I said, I have no background in understanding what you know, how delicate SSDs are, or how performance is affected, or benchmarking on that. It's something I just had in my head, you know, who knows from where. So nearly always my SSDs are on primary intake, or very near to primary intake, so they always have airflow over and around them. And I never kind of like, you know, you see some people actually blue tack them together, don't they, in a big clump, or tie a load of SSDs together with a cable tie. I certainly don't do that. What happens then, Diz? I mean, what happens? Did you just see performance degradation, or is it in terms of longevity? So you're shortening the life if they're constantly hot. Are they more prone to failure if they get hot? I mean, like I said, I actually don't know anything about that. Actually, so you see degradation in performance, do you? Oh yeah, that's good to know, actually, mate. It's one of those things that I am aware of, but have no deep understanding the ins and outs. To be honest, mate, when it comes to building a PC like that, you know, because I do enjoy my cable management, and you know, I do try and put things in what I would call common sense places. So I suppose I always try and keep all my components, if you like, as cool as I can. You know, I don't stack them all on top of one another if it's SSDs and things, or as you say, I don't have any additional RGB lighting in my case, like nothing. In fact, in my stream case, which is my AMD Ryzen processor, I think that's the 2700X, which came with the Wraith cooler, which is full RGB enabled, as is my AVerMedia 4K capture card. That's also full RGB enabled, and all RGB is turned off on both pieces of hardware, because it's in a Lian Li fucking case, mate. It's a small form factor micro ATX case. Yeah, you wouldn't see the lights anyway, so I just turned them off. Transfer rates plummet. So wow, so it actually can have a huge impact then, this. Interesting. Like I said, you know, back of the head makes sense, but didn't know that. Thank you. Good to learn things. You're right, IT guy. How are you doing, bro? My love to you, sir. How are you? My laptop's fan was broken. Beginning of the old Rona crisis, so I had to wait a long time for the new one, and fried your SSD in 2 weeks. And do you think that was from heat then, Bjorn? Wow, Jesus, dude. You like the cases of other things built inside of them. You've seen like the organic mineral oil ones, right? The classic fish tank with the mineral oil. I remember seeing that ages and ages and ages ago. I thought that was fascinating. The Matias PC RGB. It looks like a black Apple keyboard. Ooh. Yeah, exactly, Diz. Yeah, exactly, mate. Exactly. Yeah, I just don't have it, Hellcat, because like I said, it's just a bunch of flashing lights that I don't need. I really don't. And in fact, I've actually sometimes found that sometimes a work colleague or one of the friends, a girlfriend's work colleagues will bring a PC around. And you can always tell a game that's got slightly overzealous. And, you turn it on and you start, you've got the case open, you flick it on to have a look. And suddenly you're blinded by RGB lights and you can't see shit because there's RGB lights everywhere. All you want to do is just get your camera phone out with the light on the back of your Android phone and have a look inside it, but you can't see anything because it's like the kaleidoscope of like laser beams shooting into your eyeballs, mate. It's like, I can't see it. I can't even see the GPU, mate. Turn off the RGB for the love of God. Yeah, I've seen it all, mate. I've seen it all. You can't turn off your 3 front fan lights. Oh, right, okay. No way to just disconnect the actual LEDs themselves, man, no. Just finishing setting up the new 4K. Ooh, new 4K TV. Never knew Grum would look so good on a 65-inch screen. Nice one, bro. When did you get IT? Is it an all-singing super dance, super fancy one, or did you have to go budget? Oh, let's have a look some quite. So this is like what we were saying about a black sort of. Oh, that looks nice. Yeah. So that basically is a little bit like a laptop keyboard, isn't it? See, that would be my worst nightmare. I couldn't use that for shit, dude. I couldn't game on that, and I couldn't do any extensive typing on it. That to me is a laptop keyboard, which is I only use if I absolutely have to be fair. I would really struggle with that. You're right, especially on GPUs, SSDs, NVMe. I avoid RGB, but generally it's obviously not a huge problem, or it wouldn't be as big as it is. Yeah, and that's it, Diz, isn't it? I mean, for your average user that doesn't care about the odd degree here or a tiny little flashpoint of extra heat somewhere, it makes no difference, does it? I'm sure. But as you say, it makes sense though, doesn't it? It's not going to hurt to err on the side of caution, right? Don't take 4 SSDs and cable tie them all together and shove them, right on top of your power supply unit in your PC, right? There's nothing to be gained from that, is there? So a little bit of spacing and keeping their intake fans or even exhaust fans, it's got to help, right? Well, I wouldn't recommend exhaust, but you probably get my point. Is that the kind of keyboard you like then? Is it some crack? Do you like those low profile, flat, more keyboard style, do you? And sort of glide your fingers over it more. I mean, I don't mind typing on a laptop, but the reason I say that, because I find it so different. Most of the time it would be on a mechanical keyboard. So I'm actually typing on a laptop. It's got a novelty factor to it, to be honest. So it's not like I can't. I just know that if I had to do a particularly, if it really did involve sitting down and tapping away for a few hours, I would definitely prefer to have some sort of tactile keyboard, if you like. We did all right on ammo there, actually, didn't we? In fact, did we not come back with more ammo than we went? Did I only use 45 slugs? Jesus. That can't be right. Maybe we just made a lot of ammo back. That just seems really weird. That was almost like a free POI, wasn't it? Like a 3,000 or 4,000 dupes almost. Did I have any more? But tell you what, let me get the crops. I've got the really annoying hiccups at the moment. They just keep popping up, like one quick hiccup and then it stops and start. Yeah, this is just my little starter base here, Fire Moose. She's all in one, fully functional, everything under one roof. Albeit not a horde base, obviously. Hey, do you write on the boxes? Right, I'll show you. So if you come in here and I should probably keep one of these in here. So take your nails, go to recipes, go to wooden storage, craft it. And when that's made, you'll get a whole bunch. What do they call these types of blocks? I know Gaz has got a fancy word for them. Not decorative blocks. Blocks where it has this symbol. What do they call it? Interchangeable? Dynamic blocks, perhaps? Go into shape, and you've got the normal storage box, which are these ones here. And you've also got the writable storage box. So that's what Gaz's dong box is just over there. Look. So yeah, there you go, mate. What are you buying, Trum? You buying what's that? £750? What's that for, dude? You're right, Funk. $10 to 15 watt power draw on them. Really, Diz? I didn't know that, mate. You want a small Acer window tablet with a laptop, like shrunken down keyboard for university. I could keep up writing. Yeah, see, you've got used to it, haven't you? And no issues unless I had to draw a graph or stuff that I did on paper. And this is it, isn't it? Some quite, you know, it's easy for people to like be dismissive of other keyboard types because that's not what they like. And it's like headsets. It's like mice. You know, there's no such thing as the perfect keyboard or the perfect mouse or the perfect headset. You know, headsets, you know, we always use the example of spectacle wearers. You know, so some headsets can be an absolute nightmare if you wear, especially if you wear like fancy designer glasses. Maybe you know, some people have those really thick arms and things, don't they? You know, some people like a low profile silent keyboard. So you know, they love tapping on a laptop. Some people like, you know, a big bulky keyboard. You know, people like, what are those keyboards where you don't have? Because I've got one here. I've got a keyboard that's got like the central channel between the number pad and the main keyboard. So it's got like cursor keys and the insert home scroll lock. And then I've got a keyboard that doesn't have that section. So it's the primary keyboard, escape F1 through 12, and then just the number pad. What do they call that? It's got a fancy name, hasn't it? I can never remember. Got a dock in though. Yeah, it's we were saying earlier actually, Future, this is one of those games that as a player that's played a lot of it, it's very easy to forget how complicated it actually is behind the scenes. You know, when I was playing Grounded recently and I'm trying to figure out just how to make something really simple like a wall, and through my head it's running, okay, I need some clover, I need some wood stems, I need this, and it seems like a little bit like, oh god, Jesus, can't remember anything here. I mean, you think about the knowledge that some of you have got about this game. It's pretty impressive when you think about it. You know, there is a lot going on under the hood in 7 days. A hell of a lot. You know, it's like I said earlier today, you don't need to know it all. You don't have to know everything to enjoy the game. But it's surprising how your portfolio of knowledge in 7 days grows and grows and grows and grows endlessly. And it's really easy to forget that. You know, you go on the forums and people are constantly criticizing oversimplification and things. And actually, it's not really oversimplifying things. It's just getting rid of surplus fat, to be honest. I mean, a good example is hoeing the ground. You know, when they got rid of hoeing the ground, I thought, well, that's a bit weird. You know, why get rid of that? You know, it's a staple of Minecraft. It's been a staple of this game. But, you know, they've completely changed it. We now have farm plots and things. You know, it's not necessarily an oversimplification. They've just chosen to go in a slightly different direction, haven't they? 10 keys. I was about to say something to do with 10 keys, mate. Why is it called 10 keyless? I've always wondered that. Why 10 keyless? Because my keyboard here has got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 3, 6, 9, 10, 11, 13 keys extra to my other one. So why 10 keyless? Shouldn't it be 13 keyless? I've got print screen, scroll lock, pause and break, then insert home, pause up, delete end, pause down, and 4 cursor keys. So that's 13 keys, less than my other keyboard's got. Because the number had 10 keys and it's not there. But it is there. Hang on a minute. No. Hang on. We're talking about something different then. All right, so let's start again. So I've got a keyboard over here, right, which has got a normal escape F1 through F12, and then a number. No, not a knob at all. No, you're about to be proven to be a dickhead yourself here, Groove. So I've got a normal keypad, escape F1 through F12, and it's got a number pad. It's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 plus enter and number lock and all the rest of it, yeah? I've then got another keyboard, right, which is exactly the same. So it's got an escape F1 through F12. It's got a number pad, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, number lock plus minus, so exactly the same. But in the middle, this one has got insert home, pause, delete, end, and all that. So no, this can't be a 10 keyless then. It must be something else, right? So there you go, Grizzy. So you can't call me a knob when it's actually, you know, you jump into conclusions. So technically you're right, but on this occasion I'm going to call you out. So yeah, mine isn't a case of missing a number pad. So what you're saying is you can actually get a keyboard that doesn't have a number pad at all. And that's why it's called 10 keyless. So I basically, my example here in real life, this isn't a 10 keyless. It's a slightly... Oh, is that what it's called? A 75%? That could be right. That could be right. Yeah, I remember. I think I remember that terminology when I was looking into them, Doc. Because it was really important. I still kept the number pad for my stream rig. So I do use them for... I used to use them for hotkeys before the stream deck. Yeah, got insert homepage up. Yeah, that's it. Yeah. That's what's missing on what I thought was the 10 keyless, but it's actually called a 75%, isn't it? Interesting. What have you got, Grizz? You said you got the Corsair Strafe Mark II, yeah? Is that the one you're using still? Let me throw those in there. Pop those back. Oh, Hopkins! I just saw Hopkins join the game. To be honest, I like the number pad. I mean, to be fair, I do use the number pad. I don't think I'd... Well, would I miss it? Probably not. But, yeah, I think I'd rather have it. I could definitely do without the insert home, pause, delete, end, and all that jazz. I don't think I ever... Well, actually, I do use that because I use it for reshade, actually. Because I never use those keys. They're perfect to macro into reshade to turn settings on and off. So actually, I would miss those now I think about it. Because essentially what I've got is I've got 13 keys that I never use. So they are perfect to macro up to other things, you see. So weirdly, I probably would miss them. You know, a Cooler Master Mac keyboard that has no keypad and that one, and one that has no cursor, page up, down, etc. cluster. That's what mine's got, but it has got a keypad. And I have a little button that turns my 2. It's actually interesting, actually, because basically I've got like a little toggle on my number pad, or my number area, if you like. So I've got 7, 8, 9, 4, 5, 6, 1, 2, 3. And I can toggle my 2, my zeros, and my delete dots into cursor keys. So it still retains cursor functionality through a toggle. Basically through number lock, essentially, I think. Non-standard bottom row keyboards. What the hell does that mean, dude? We're entering into serious territory now. 75% is definitely what mine is, because I remember it was part of the marketing spiel. 75% keyboards. Definitely remember that. So as soon as I saw that in chat doc, so... I need feathers as well, don't I? We'll make some of these for Gaz for our next tier 5. See how much boom they have. Steel arrows. So I can make a box of steel arrows. No, can't do that yet. But I can make those. So let's take you and you out. Lovely jubbly. You have 10 additional macro keys. Yeah, my my main one has got 5 macro keys: M1, M2, M3, M4, M5. I think that's the only extra. The only other good thing about this one is it has got a USB port. In fact, I think it's got 3 or at least 2 USB ports. So I don't have to reach over to, say, the desktop to put a USB stick in. I can just plug it into the keyboard. Which I'm going to be honest, I think I probably used once. But to be fair, it's because these days I don't use USB sticks a lot. But I'm sure it would be a convenience, you know, if it was in a place of work or something. Much more convenient than leaning across or risking, you know, having something dangling out of the front of a PC tower, for example. We'll throw these back. Keyboards, they're fascinating, isn't they, mate, eh? All this keyboard talk today, mate. Right, what do we want? We want an antibiotic, don't we? The Control-Alt-Window keys are all different sizes. Oh my Jesus balls! The Control-Alt-and-Window keys are all different sizes. Yeah, on both my keyboards, my Control-Alt keys are all like, almost like, I don't know, like double keys, and my Windows keys is like just the normal size. So what's the point for that? What's the point in that then? Why would you want those bigger? Did you know on French keyboards the numbers row needs to be shift pressed for the numbers? The alternates are for... Oh really? I didn't know that feature. Oh, that's interesting. If I say that my keyboard is French in Windows 10 then, does that automatically default to that? Or is that actually sort of hardwired into the keyboard? I don't really... So if I went to my Windows and told Windows that I was actually had a French keyboard, where is all of my meat stew? Do I have any surplus? Right. Well, I'll tell you what I'm gonna do. Shall I start making crop plots? It wouldn't hurt, would it? So I have 70 corn. And 32 tays. Animal fat. It would probably, well, it probably would be a lot better if I started making chili dogs. I'm sure chili dogs are like super nutritious, aren't they? What's that? I tried dangling out of a tower PC. Can't confirm porn no work like that. What the hell, dude? What were you doing exactly, mate? Fancy you go with Alex. I really want to play Alex again. Oh, hang on. Let's take those back. Maybe I should get drunk tonight and play Alex. See how much mischief I can get into. You can have a keyboard with Russian keycaps on it, but if you set the locale to UK, then the keyboard will work as a UK one. Yeah, makes sense as well. Yeah, makes total sense. I'm just wondering about, so if I set my keyboard to, because it actually does make sense now that I think about it. If you've got a big number pad, well, I suppose. I mean, how often do I use the numbers when I type? Not a lot. Whereas I use, I suppose, the pounds and exclamation marks and. Okay. Interesting that France is the exact opposite, though, isn't it? Well, that's the other thing this keyboard's got. It's also got a 5mm audio jack as well. So you can plug your headset directly into the keyboard instead of having to fuck about. Because let's be honest, that can be a pain in the ass in a lot of PCs, right? Where you've only got audio built into the MOBO with no connection to the case. The fucking about with 5mm jacks at the back of your PC, especially if you have a set of headphones that you use elsewhere. Oh wow, you having fun, are you, Respear? Are you Are you one of the happy souls in the world, are you, mate? Have I got... I think I have brought over... Have I brought over... We don't need to worry, do we? We've got a little... Ooh, phone. Yeah, but believe it or not, Spear, talking about 7 days to die, 7 hours a day, 7 days a week, I should imagine most of the people here are literally fucking bored, mate. So, we're ever so sorry to disappoint you, sir. I mean, gosh, what will we ever do? It's terribly, what a quandary we're in, chat, now. We've got somebody that doesn't like, you know, all you fine folks talking. I don't, what should we do? I mean, should we talk about 7 days for the next 7 hours to help re-spear out? I feel terrible. Like all that money he's throwing at the channel as well, in particular, makes it extremely difficult for me to, you know, ignore the commentary here. I mean, it's an extremely valid commentary he's got, seeing as he's such a valuable part of the community as well. I mean, really do need to rethink our whole approach to this, everyone in chat. So just let us know. You're right, Bjorn. You're right, Future. I have 2 keys that are identical. Something is either bottom left next to the shift or middle right next to the enter, but I find the US international so I can do umlauts. I did have a laptop where I had to Google where the FN key was. You know, laptops have that fucking FN key for changing brightness and things. And I sat there staring at this keyboard like, probably for half an hour, mate. I was like, where's the FN key? There is no FN key. I don't even know what the FN stands for. But I definitely needed it. And I couldn't find it for love nor money, mate. I actually had to Google Images the name of the laptop to find out where it was. God damn it, Daikoi. Is that... Oh, shit, really? We've got to actually shut it... Oh, Daikoi. I didn't think it was going to come to this. We've actually got to stop the show, have we, mate? Because we're not speaking about 7 that. Fuck. I knew we were in breach of terms of service, Daikoi. I bloody knew it, mate. We should have seen the end. The writing was on the wall, Daikoi. I feel quite let down by you, Daikoi, that you didn't mention this before. Black's going underground. That will only if you've got a light source, MK Fox. Only if you have a light source. A light source. A light source. Yeah, up there, look. All the way up there, mate. But weirdly enough, I don't know. Are we alright if we speak? Hang on, Ree. I see you saying just a joke, sir. Is it alright if we talk about 7 days for a little bit, mate? I don't want us flip flopping too much here, man. Is that what it is? The function key. Is that all it stands for? Just function. FN, function key. Yeah. Yeah, these, if you check the blocks out, look, blocks have a light opacity. And you've got to be careful because if I was to go and show you flagstone, in fact, I need to go and show you anyway. If I show you flagstone, for example, the block itself has an opacity of whatever it is. But it doesn't show you the opacity for block shapes. So that's something that you won't actually know unless you go digging into creative mode, I think Gaz said, or obviously the XML. And what we hadn't realised, big shout out to Gaz for giving us the heads up, was that if you... oh, hang on a minute. Where's my... There, isn't it? No, it's not there. Yeah, if you say put a pole in it, it has an light opacity of 0. So the best way to show you that, look, if I do this, so if I click on that, it's showing me the light opacity of a flagstone block. But if I change the shape of that flagstone block to a pole, which the game is now being a dickhead, and then click it, it's still showing me the light opacity for the block. If you like, the material, not for this block shape, which is actually a pole. And apparently, poles have 0 light opacity, or at least flagstone and concrete ones do anyway. So there's a little tip for you. So you can maintain structural integrity and maximum light without affecting crop growth. And as you can see, that beam of light that comes down here illuminates adequately for blocks. Ooh, what's that? Where did that come from? What's this? Is that just from a... Oh, it's wood. Ooh, it's wood. Thank God, it's just a fallen wooden frame. I thought, Jesus Christ, I thought just for one brief moment that came from the roof area. You'll have to remove that label selector from the shape selector blocks. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's, you know, it makes sense that we can still get illumination through from the pole, but... Sorry, what's that, Paloma? Sorry, man. I'd read your comment, but I find you quite boring, so come back tomorrow, mate. Grub stripper pod in the middle of the farm area. I tell you what, you mentioned a stripper right up there, dude. The old twirly, mate. God, blimey. I hope she's got a safety net. Fucking hell. Terrible things could happen, mate. Right, let's get these taps up. I need to go and get my... Always do that in a minute, can't we? Yeah, we're going to need a good nitrate run, aren't we? For the... What is it for farm plots? It's basically rotting flesh, nitrate, and just a bit of clay and stone, I think, isn't it? I know. Can you imagine, Dar? Imagine the bruising swirling around that thing, mate. Woo! Well, we'll have to throw more money at him. Yeah. Yeah. Thomas! Thank you very much for the 5 smackaroonies, me old mucker. Thank you very much, bro. I'm gonna spend that on cheesy chips, mate. Except I don't eat cheese. God damn it. Shit. I'll tell you what, I'll have a pint on you later, mate. I'm gonna get drunk and play Alex. $5 actually would get me shit-faced. I'll take you off on it, Thomas. Cheers for the drink, man. I'm getting myself a nice Kronenbourg 1664, you know. I was about to say, he just wants me to dance, doesn't he? You know there's no camera, right, Thomas? You'll have to use your imagination as I twizzle. Thanks ever so much, bro. I appreciate it. Thank you kindly, sir. On some laptops, the FN key is actually where the control is. I can't remember where it was now. I just remember feeling like a complete idiot. I sat there for, you know what, for ages I could never quite figure out what, you know, laptops have that weird like rubber nub in the middle of the keyboard. I never knew what that was.
Dance for us, Grumble. Show us your moves less than 3.
Yeah, you got, come on, you know I'm the best dancer in 7 days, mate. All the practice with the gold subs, bro. Thanks for the bits, Grooves. Thank you. Oh no! Grooves! It's all gone wrong. There we go. There we go. I don't like that second upgrade on the wood texture. It's not as nice as the old one. One is not a fan, sir. There are 5-centimeter poles, I think, in the CM. They would be plenty to support the poles and be more usable as stripper poles. Are these like the ones like the chain link fence asset style? Is it, Gaz? See, it's all, you see all that work over the last 2 days where no one had any fucking idea what we were doing. It's all starting. Don't worry about that being off center, by the way, because this isn't going to be the way in. That's why we've just got a short. Yeah, I like Kronenbourg 1664 because I don't think I've had one. Fuck knows. Actually, you know, probably well, could be close to 2 years since I had a Kronenbourg. I always like those. They've always got a nice bottle as well. I like the bottle. The knob is the mouse. The knob's not the mouse. What? The knob's not the mouse. What are you on about? You're kidding me. I'm about to reach over to the laptop now. So, what, does that work as a mouse as well? What the fuck? No, it bloody isn't, you knobber. Right, let's go back and get... What am I after, guys? What am I going back for? Oh, no. I just need the pickaxe. Yeah, that's it. The joy nipple. It's called a track point. No, it isn't. It's nothing to do with the mouse. You're lying to me. You're lying to me. We want that there, don't we? I was going to say, I must have a broken knob. I need to repair the knob. The joy nipple. I've never heard it called the joy nipple before. God damn, I've just twanged me joy nipple off my laptop again. It is a mouse. What do you mean it is a mouse? No laptop. Maybe it is on some laptops, but it's not on my laptop. My laptop it's a rubber nipple, right? And underneath it is just a piece of plastic. And it definitely doesn't act as a mouse. Maybe you guys like have really old laptops, but no laptop I've ever had has ever had that. So I always take the condom off the joy nipple. I always take the rubber condom off the joy nipple, and underneath it is just literally a piece. Because I remember thinking, what is this? And I thought, ooh, this looks like this little rubber condom comes off. And again, it twanged off. It was a red one on that keyboard. And it twanged right the fuck off, mate. And I thought, oh no, I've broken something. And underneath it was basically like a little plastic rectangle. And it definitely isn't a mouse. It's a little knobble of plastic is all it is. I had a rubber nipple on my Nintendo DS XL, which acts as a kind of camera. Which, to be honest, when I first touched it, well, when I delicately caressed the rubber nipple of my DS, I did think, an interesting texture and quite firm. But unlike most nipples, it had a, you know, you could give it a jolly good thwacking and it wouldn't deform. But it worked remarkably well in Monster Hunter, the camera control. But I've never had a laptop that had a joy nipple that acted as a mouse. So, honestly, seriously, never. Never. Oh, blimey. Look at this. I can afford a shot of Jack Daniels with that and all. Oh, blimey, it's going to be a wild night tonight. Cheers, Thomas. Thank you. Is it something like this? Let's have a look, mate. Yeah, that's the one. Wow. Yeah, I don't know, that's quite a nicely textured. That looks quite soft. My joy nips are pretty hard, mate. But yeah, it is. It's very much like that. And it just goes over a piece of plastic that doesn't do anything. And I'm going to say, I was told, and interestingly enough, the one that I literally took apart yesterday, the reason that I believe they existed was, and if you look, like I said, if you look at the one that I took apart yesterday, the plastic goes all the way through to the back plate of the laptop, and it also goes through the motherboard. So in other words, it would stop any excess pressure from going across that middle area of the keyboard, if that makes sense. So I always thought the ones that I've had, it acts as like a brace, a support to stop excess pressure on the Mobo. Does that make sense? But none of mine have ever actually worked as a nipple. Either with the plastic nub on or with the plastic nub off. No, Caskell, seriously. Look, I'm going to fucking go and get it. I'm going to go and get my laptop. My rubber nipple, my joy nipple does not a mouse control. So you can all fuck off. And I've just checked the girlfriends as well, and her rubber nipple also does not a mouse control. So you're talking bollocks. Now, for those old people in chat, you know, for those of you that, you know, used to play about with IBM computers and things that, you know, NASA used to play about with to launch the space shuttle, there may be back in the olden days these joy nipples did things, but on a modern laptop, that don't do fuck all, mate. And the reason I know it doesn't do fuck all is the one that I took apart yesterday. It's literally a piece of plastic that goes all the way through the keyboard. So there you go, proof in the science. Now, obviously, the world's come a long way for some of you older gentlemen and ladies in chat, you know, who, you know, probably had to, I don't know, pay by the minute on the internet or whatever you used to do back in the olden days. You want to get yourself a proper laptop. You know, I mean, why would you want, I mean, it's got a fucking trackpad on it. Why would I want to use a little rubber nipple, right, when I've got a fucking trackpad sitting right there underneath it? I mean, why? or you know, like a wireless mouse or something like that as well. Why are you all playing with... You just all like playing with rubber nipples. That's all it is, right? I see what this is all about. The Joy Nipple Brigade of Grumbodia, I hereby name you. We're going to make a t-shirt for you, lot. The Joy Nipple... the Joy Nipple Brigade. I love it. What? I tell you what, you lot are weird, man. Just weird. Stop playing with Joy Nipples and just use the fucking trackpad. Or get yourself a nice cheap Bluetooth fucking mouse. It's 2020, people. You don't have to keep using little rubber nipples to move your mouse. You're like my fucking dad, you lot are. Sorry, it won't turn on. But if you press it, you've turned it on, Dad. Well, yeah, of course I've turned it on. Well, what button did you press? The one on the laptop, Grum. All right, brilliant. Have you plugged it into the wall yet? Well, I don't need to. It's a laptop, innit? Well, just work with me here. Plug it in. Work with me here, Dad. Work with me. The battery might be dead. Oh, it's got a battery, has it? Oh, I didn't know that. Yeah, it's got a battery, Dad. Yeah, but you do need to charge the battery, Dad. Modern technology. It's an amazing thing. Reese Bear, thank you for the sub, my friend. Thank you for the sub. And we're still a bit off track. We're not quite discussed 7 days yet. Stick with us, Ree. We'll get there in the end, mate. We'll get there in the end. Thanks for the sub, bro. And thank you to Thomas for the 8 smackaroonies as well. What's this, Adam? This better not be dirty, mate. Is this? I'm not going to see an undisclosed rubber nipple, am I? Track point style pointer. The nub, the nipple mouse. I still prefer Joy Nipple. It will forever be known as the Joy Nipple. Whoever said that in chat, we need to give them some sort of badge of Grumbodian honour for that, mate. The Joy Nipple. I thought you might be, Ree. Thanks for the sub and thank you for the thank you for the alcohol, mate. Oh dearie me. What? God, seriously, you guys and girls, you need to embrace modern technology, man. Seriously. It's no wonder none of you can use the Steam controller, is it? It's still playing with your Joy Nipples on your laptops, mate. Fucking hell. Thank God for the freaking TikTok world. Oh, has Microsoft bought TikTok, by the way? Have they actually bought it? I know. I think there's discussions going on through till September, isn't there? I mean, that is mad to think that that they're gonna own TikTok, right? I mean, that's got to be costing a few freaking quid, yeah? Microsoft are acting weird. They're up to something, you know. I'm telling you. I'll tell you what, if the Xbox One Series X comes with a Joy Nipple, seriously? Yeah. Can you imagine Digital Foundry on the day of release doing the full strip down of the fucking Xbox One Series X and they find a Joy Nipple? It'll be the greatest day ever, mate. What's this, Richard? Oh, I don't know. It looks suspiciously like a Joy Nipple. But why, Richard? Why does it have a Joy Nipple? Oh, Jesus. Ah, dear. I know. I'm actually, that's why I'm playing just down here, Rick, because my other hand is caressing my Joy Nipple on my laptop. Dear. Caught on. Oh, I'll tell you what I did do the other day by accident. I met Bigsby. He's a right fucking knob, isn't he? Hey, on the old Samsung phone. Bigsby. God, blimey, what is that all about? He is proper strange, or she is strange, or whatever the hell it is. Ever so weird, mate. Oh, God, let me learn your voice. And oh, it was ever so weird. I don't think I like that. What's that? Don't assume they'll keep TikTok. Didn't they buy something else as well recently? Didn't they like... It wasn't like Instagram or something. What else did Microsoft suddenly decide, oh, we're bored, let's go and buy something? Let's have a quick look, Adam. I missed your comment. Nestled in between the keys of your keyboard, the rubbery red dot sticks out like a sore thumb. The pointing stick, as it's called, is a way to control your laptop. Delivered by IBM in the 80s as an alternative to the trackpad and mouse, it was designed to keep your hands hovering above the keyboard. So what does that mean? I'm still confused. Designed to keep your hands hovering above the keyboard. What does that mean? Why would a little nub make your hands hover over the keyboard? I don't get it. I could understand it if like you said, you know, on some keyboards it's like used as like a little, like you know, like all serious now. All jokes aside, you know, like the Nintendo nub where you can control the camera, yeah, on the XL or whatever their new version is. Why would that little? It's weird what you're saying there, Adam, because it's almost like it's trying to sort of suggest that it. An alternative to trackpad and mouse designed to keep your hands hovering above the keyboard. So you don't need to move your hands all the way across to use the trackpad, or you don't have to move your hands all the way across to use the mouse. I see. I've never had one where that works like that. So I just, it must. I mean, surely that's got to be tricky, right? I mean, like I said, the Nintendo DS nub it's pretty tricky to use, mate. It's pretty rough. Oh my god, it's 3 o'clock. Holy crap, I did not know. Thanks, Shades. The US was looking to ban TikTok in the US. I heard about this. Well, I say that, wasn't it just Trump? To be fair, Flora, I'm not entirely sure. I mean, you might be right, mate. I don't know. I'm just saying, like, when I read this, it wasn't that America wants to get rid of TikTok. Trump did. And there's definitely a difference between what Trump says and what America wants from what. I mean, I'm not getting into a political debate here, mate, but they know how much revenue TikTok is making with the users in the US alone, so it's a smart move by Microsoft. See, this is interesting as well. I heard that a lot of these companies don't make any fucking money. Like TikTok still hasn't actually generated any profit, and neither has Twitter. Is there any truth in that? Or is that just a load of bollocks? There was an article about Microsoft and TikTok, and I only got about 3/4 of the way through it, and they just started delving into actually actually how much actual cash they make. And don't a lot of these like places like Instagram and stuff, they're almost like they don't even pay for themselves, do they? Barely. Might have to read up on that for a chat tomorrow. That's what they tell the tax man. Yeah, good point. Sorry about that. I didn't make any money this year. Yeah, fuck. Yeah, sorry, mate. Yeah, skint, absolutely skint, mate. Digital and all that. You know, no way to prove otherwise. It's a valid comment there, mate. Yeah, but I know we spoke about Discord ages ago, didn't we? And it was kind of like Discord just didn't make money at all. There was no way for them really to make money. And then, of course, they started selling games and things. Oh, by the way, we've got a fucking problem. Discord's changed. Has anyone seen the news on it? I got an email yesterday. We are, and that's it, ByteDance. That's the one with Bastion, yeah. But that's ByteDance, not TikTok, isn't it? Right, it is some important information. News bulletin. Right, so serious. You get your serious hats on. Stop playing with your joy. Put the joy nipples down! The liar. Fuck's sake. Ridiculous. Public service announcement. Right, Discord, okay? We have a partnered Discord, okay? Don't know what the fuck that means, but apparently we've got a partnered Discord. They've changed everything. The bastards have changed everything. Now, in order to become a Discord channel back in the day, a partner Discord channel, you had to like show evidence of, you know, busy communities and have meet certain criteria, and that they'd invite you into the Discord program. That's all changed, literally as of yesterday. They've changed it. Once you were partnered, you were always partnered. That is no longer the case. In order to maintain Discord partnership, we have to meet certain criteria. One of them is something like we have to have 50 posts in a 24-hour period or something like that. In fact, let me just see if I can find it. Let me see if I can find the email. Let me see. Yeah, they basically moved the freaking goalposts on us. Oh, where is it? It only came through. What was the date yesterday? Why can I not see it? Discord partnership team. Here we go. Right. Listen to me carefully, boys and girls. How do I make this pop out? Why is that not popping out? Why are you not popping out, Nobber? Pop out, Nobber! Here we go. Alright, so the criteria to maintain a partnership status: have at least 50 communicators, people who actively talk per week. So I don't think we're going to have a problem. And in theory, we would have got a letter warning us. This means that in your server, at least 50 unique people should be regularly engaging in your community, such as posting a message. you think that would be pretty obvious. They can be a different set of 50 people per week. We also have to have at least 100 participators, people who at least visit or view your server per week. And this includes actions such as viewing, reading, posting messages, and reading the posts. If people are at least checking your server out regularly, whether or not they actually post a message, they will be counted in here. And then there's another one, which I think we're okay with, which is have at least a 20% week 1 retention over an 8-week period. But it does directly stipulate that this was only enforceable for servers that are actively growing. Now, we've already got partnership status, so I don't think we need to worry about that. But I just thought I'd let you know, because obviously Discord is quite a big part of our community. And obviously I don't want to encourage people just to type bollocks. But you know what? If each one of you, even if you only did it once or twice a week, just popped in and said good morning, you know, on a Monday morning, you know, when you've got a late start for work, please do, because it's not a lot to ask. And if you can help out just to keep us as a partner in Discord. Now, look, we don't get anything for being a partner in Discord. I think the only advantage, and certainly the only advantage that we take advantage of, is the fact that we do get a URL grumble instead of a bunch of letters and numbers. And I would be fucking mortified to lose that, because it just makes getting access to our Discord server so much easier. So if you can help out, like I said, even if you just say hello, a lot of us just jump into Discord as part of our daily routine. You know, while you're having a poop on the shitter each morning, you know, reading reading Twitter, squeezing one out, just pop into Discord and say good morning, and it would really help. It would really, really help. Doikoi, put the joy nipple away! Fucking hell, dude. Give Donkey Show. Do you want a grooming channel? What would we call it? What would you call it, Serdi? Because it's not about men's grooming, is it? Should we just have like a what would they call it? A beauty channel or something? 50 pound. Yeah, it's got. But I think it's got to be for 50 individual people. Now, honestly, if you just said good morning once a day, or whatever, so please do. Dog's Chib channel. Yeah, I don't think we need to worry about it, but I suppose what it makes me realise is it is wonderful to see people in Discord, and I know I don't always get a chance to respond to everything that's on there, but it is honestly, I mean, even if I don't always respond, part of the time it's because I don't just want to, the same as I do on Twitch, I don't just want to say, oh, nice one. So sometimes it's nice to post a really not, a responsive message back, isn't it? And if I'm out and about and on my phone, you know, I do struggle with that a little bit. But I guess this is both a request and also a thank you all in one for those of you that do take the time out to keep Discord ticking over. You know, share. You know, Des, brilliant. You know, sharing his winemaking. Taking pictures of that. You know, pictures of the pets. You know, Sadie and Casper. You know, he's part of the family, Casper, isn't he? You know, for everyone that does that, you know, Pete and his new pooch and everybody else that, you know, like I said, everything from a hello in the morning to helping out in tech talk. It's wonderful to see. So, but both a thank you and a request to, it actually means something now. Every time you post, you're not just posting to keep people interested or help people forget the general muldrum of the day and get engaged in an exciting new conversation about a new video game, but actually you're helping support the server stay as a partnered server. Like I said, as far as I know, we don't get any. It certainly doesn't generate any income. I don't think there's anything that we get. I mean, I think we get in theory, slightly better voice chat channels. We get better bandwidth access and a higher priority. I'm going to be honest, I bet no one outside an audiophile could ever tell the difference on that. I know we get, I don't know, maybe we get some bonuses with emotes, but I honestly don't know if that's the thing. I mean, I pay monthly to have the better Twitch TV emotes as part of Discord. And the other thing is we do get that named URL. So instead of like, Discord /XY734YX, we get /Grumble. But, it'd be nice. I guess, like I said, it's nice for you to know that each post does help us out. So. Someone posted in our Discord, Respear. It probably made me laugh. Like when you walk into a room and you forget why you've walked into it. But someone did post something in our Discord about I walked into a room and I did forget why I went in there. To be fair, it was the toilet. I've not got that far. I've sometimes walked into the kitchen or the garage and thought, why have I come in here? I've never walked into the toilet and thought, hang on a minute, what did I come in here for? I'd be to have way more emote slots to lose. Does that happen each month, Advira? Because I know you, and I think Des all boost it, don't we? But I don't know. I don't know what happens. I don't think we even have any like special Discord emotes. I did a Minecraft one once, didn't I, Advina? But does he really? Docs McShit posting from Jova. Oh mate, is it still running? Is the Discord still up there, mate? Yeah, thanks for that, Advina. Yeah. Could also have a separate music channel where people can DJ away. Don't think the posting should be a problem. Oh, you mean split like Yeah, because I think we've got like pics, vids, and all sorts. You know what? I quite often think about that because I know Doc and Hashi use that for and it's not just a case of spamming songs. So sometimes music can make the difference, can't it? And sometimes sharing that out in Discord is a little mini DJ is wonderful to see. See, that's not a bad idea actually, Missy. See, this is why we need the Grumbadian think tank setting up. Ladies and gents, I'm going to have to shoot because I've got a ton of stuff to do. Ria, thank you very much for sticking around after the discussion earlier, mate. What a pleasure to meet you, and thank you obviously for the sub and for the and for the cold hard cash there, mate. Do appreciate it. Nice to meet you, bro. Thanks to everyone. We will of course be back tomorrow. We do stream 7 days a week from 8:15 in the morning through till 3 o'clock in the afternoon without fail. We will of course be back here at 8:15 tomorrow. Going to try and get some evening streams on this week as well. Don't worry, we've not forgotten about them. There's just a lot going on. We have another scan happening as well for the girlfriend, and I can't remember what it's called, but it's an echocardiogram that specifically puts the heart under stress. So it's not the one that I had ages back, which is where you go on a treadmill. They actually inject with something to increase the heart rate during the echocardiogram. I do believe. I can't remember the fancy name for it. So again, on that note, I haven't forgotten. It's not like it happened and now all of a sudden it's all forgotten. It's just a bit too soon to be talking about it. One of the things I did forget to say to Plower, and I know you asked, mate, so if you're out there, part of the discussion yesterday when I was talking about that update, I did forget to say that she has an inherent, a hereditary issue with connective tissue in and around the heart area, apparently. So that's part of the reason why that whole aortic area is so messed up. It is a connective tissue issue on top of the valve, which has also led to that aneurysm and everything. So again, I'm still, even when I'm telling you about it, I'm forgetting things. And like I said, all these cusps and rafts, stenosis, and all these other wonderful medical jargon things, I try and just listen and be there for her at the moment. And I'm sure over the coming days, we'll get into the more nitty gritty. But seriously, guys, girls, thank you. We feel like things are working at least at the minute, and we've got things to sort out. So again, thank you to each and every single one of you that's not only helped out in unimaginable ways. I still owe you so much for that, and always will, but also for being around, being the emotional support that I know I need right now. So thank you very much. I'll leave it there today. Thank you ever so much for joining me throughout the stream today. We will of course be back on tomorrow, as I say, 8:15 tomorrow morning. If you'd like to come and join us on Discord, feel free to type away! Exclamation mark Discord. We'll, of course, get you a link to the Discord server. If you post an introduction, just say a quick hello, or post an email, or post a letter, or a full stop, whatever. That's all you need to do. Just so you've posted something so we can physically see your name, we can invite you to the rest of the Discord and sort out your posting permissions, and you don't need to do anything else. That will all magically happen as the outro music plays. Exclamation mark Twitter will get you a link to the Twitter feed. If you do join us over there, then obviously you will get a tweet every single morning, few minutes before 8:15, or bang on 8:15, that actually. when the stream starts. And like I said, 8:15 through till 3 o'clock, 7 days a week, 7 days tonight, and some evening streams with Alien Isolation, hopefully starting tomorrow, and definitely Thursday, Friday. No doubt about that, because I'm going to schedule that in properly. And exclamation mark YouTube will get you a link to the YouTube channel if you do join us over there. If you do join us on YouTube, please drop us a subscription. That would just be awesome. That's the icing on the cake. And thank you all very much for joining us throughout today's stream. Big shout out to everyone on the server. Nice to see you there as well. Adam, I saw Missy in Shades. I think I saw Pete. I'm not sure today, but nice to know you're all out there. And thanks to each and every single one of you that's joined us. Been a fantastic chinwag today. Really enjoyed it. Thank you for the subs, the resubs, the bits, the follows, the donations, and the gifted subs throughout today's stream. It's been an absolute pleasure. I shall see you all soon. Have a wonderful evening. I'll see you on Discord later. Failing that, back here, 8:15, some more 7 days to die. Thank you for watching.
We could pack our bags tomorrow, leave all of our sorrows, see where all this road goes, maybe San Diego. Maybe San Diego. Roll down all our windows, just see where the wind blows. One leg out the window, sit like a flamingo. Sit like a flamingo. You can run and you can hide. You can look and try to find. Take a breath, open your mind. Take it one ride at a time. Take it one ride at a time. We got lost an hour ago. Where did all our time go? Where we are, no one knows. Maybe San Francisco. Maybe San Francisco. We could roll down all our windows, just see where the wind blows. One leg out the window, sit like a flamingo. Sit like a flamingo. You can run and you can hide. You can look and try to find. Take a breath, open your mind. Take it one day at a time. You can run.